Worlds. There would be a glance or two, but it was just that. No one seemed to harbor the thought the one who played Kai was among them. As they sat down in the theater, she asked her cousin, "I heard it's a dark movie." "Yeah, it's about violent things and about society." "Did you get hurt while filming it?" The question came to her mind as they talked. Uncle Sam chipped in at the moment. "Didn't you get injured during Agnes?" "I heard about it." "You did?" she asked. "Yeah, I did. A small injury. Needed a day or two to fully heal. I was back on the set shortly. Nothing like that with this one. Though, there were a few incidents with some extras, but it was nothing major," he said, and passed on the popcorn to her. The theater had already filled to the brim, and the movie was stroking. The logo of Granite Films appeared as the opening credits started. While watching it, Lisa wondered whether she would be able to go back on set after an injury right away. She was obviously not an actor, but it was an interesting thought. She knew that her answer would be no, as she would try to rest as much as she could. Work was a burden in her mind that was necessary, but she didn't like it. Her definition of it was very different from Aiden or her father. Maybe that's why she felt lacking in their presence. "I hope the movie is good," she thought in her mind as the first scene started. It was then that she heard a voice. It was a couple sitting behind them. They were whispering something to each other, but as they were sitting right behind her, she was able to hear it. "You know, my friend worked on the set of The Black Saint. He heard that Aiden pushed himself too much during the shooting, that he would have to go out of the set to just breathe to calm himself down." "What?" "Yeah, he gave off a dangerous and crazy vibe in the whole shooting, and looked very troubled by the end of it. Some people were scared that he was going to get long-term mental health issues due to portraying the role. Poor him, but if it's really that, I'm pretty sure the movie will be good." Her eyes widened a bit hearing the conversation, and she looked at her cousin, who was sitting beside her. Did he really put his mental health online for a movie? Knowing him, it might very well be the truth. Even her father had mentioned that Aiden was giving his all for his next movie. But was it really worth it? Is his passion really that important that he could give up anything to make a good movie? She thought in her mind. Chapter 358 of A Hollywoodist Believer 2. Lisa was still wondering about her cousin when the movie began, but given minutes in, she felt herself focusing more on the screen. She knew that Aiden was very passionate about his craft, but on the screen, she only saw Kai. She had watched the first part, so she was familiar with the character. Still, she felt like Aiden's acting had improved a lot since the first part. Had he been trying to improve himself regularly? He became famous a few years ago, but it seems like he had not gotten lazy. She felt like there was a different kind of sharpness to Kai this time. At the same time, there was a sense of vulnerability, especially in the scenes that depicted the past of Kai. The vulnerability was nowhere to be found in the parts where Kai was already dead, and it was clear that the character had become something else after all this time. When she noticed it, Lisa felt impressed. It was another mark of her cousin's talent, something she felt like she lacked. As the movie progressed, it focused more on Kai's mentality and his state of mind. In a way, it was something that Lisa had also experienced. Feeling discontent with the world and the hunch that something was lacking, that you are not chasing what you were supposed to chase. A lot of others in the theater seemed to think the same. All of them looked to be in some sort of a trance as they watched the movie. With every unexpected scene, their expressions would change to shock before they focus on the movie again. It wasn't a big experience movie, but it seemed to have a certain effect on the audience. Half an hour into the movie, Lisa had also joined them in a trance-like state. It was because Kai, before becoming a criminal, was very much like her. A man with no purpose or passion and someone who was surviving. One of the lines he said early on was something that she fully agreed with. In this world, there are people who survive and those who live. The latter lives by making sure that the former only thinks about surviving. It was a very powerful line, and it showed a shift in Kai's thinking. Halfway through the movie, she wondered something. It's weird that I have a lot of similarities with a psychopath. She looked at her cousin while thinking about that. A part of her wondered whether he would understand her more, because she was somehow similar to Kai. The thought only lasted a second before she turned her head towards the screen. And she had to say that the next hour was one of the best experiences of her life. Even if she was following the story of a psychopath, chaos and anarchy was weirdly attractive to normal people. It was because they have been shackled by society for their whole life that watching something like that was exhilarating. A lot of people cheered at a scene where Kai killed his boss, and they were mesmerized when Kai danced through a street because he found his purpose. After that, It was just the journey of a guy who built himself in a way to become a god even after dying. His every plan was genius, and even though he acted like he was just spreading anarchy, everything was always in his control. That's why, in the climax scene, when Kai finally became the god he always wanted to be, there was a scene of his cult members spreading chaos in his name, and a person in a mask was watching them from the sidelines with the iconic smile of Kai. Lisa knew that it was not as simple as Kai being alive. The last scene was more of a perception of the cult members that their god was with them. It was a pretty good movie. She thought as the credits started to roll. She had liked the movie after a long time, and throughout it, she could feel that Aiden had given it his all. Around them, other people also praised it. It was one of the best experiences I have had this year. Damn, I should watch it again. I feel like I missed a lot because time went by very fast. I really loved it too. People were right when they were labeling it as the best movie this year. I feel like this will be a cult movie in the coming years. The main lead wasn't crazy to be overconfident about the movie after all. I feel like I should cosplay as Kai for Halloween this year. Smiles were all around Lisa as people began to walk out of the theater, satisfied with the experience they had. Some even wanted a repeat of it. It was then that she heard her father patting Aiden's shoulders. I actually believe that this movie could get $500 million, Aiden. He said, I'm very proud of you. That's the first time you have said that. Because you never did a movie like this till now. This is probably my favorite in your filmography. They talked like that for a while before her father turned to her. How did you like it, Lisa? It was good, she said without taking any time. I liked it a lot. Her eyes stayed on Aiden as she said that. He smiled towards her as they left the theater. Thankfully, no accident happened as they came out. No one recognized that Aiden was in the theater watching the movie with them. Lisa was glad about it as if someone had found out. She was sure that people have swarmed them for a long time going by how much they liked the movie. They decided to have lunch at her father's restaurant and sat in the car. In the entire way, her father kept talking about the movie with Aiden and she chipped in from time to time. It looked like she was in some thought of her own the entire way. When they reached the restaurant, her father said, I watched a good movie today. So, how about I cook you some seafood today? I think I have all the ingredients ready. Are you sure? Aiden asked as Uncle Sam rarely cooked, but whenever he did, the food was excellent. Apparently, he had learned it to impress his aunt, and it had worked too. In his words, there's nothing better than a man who could cook in the woman's gaze. Looking happy, Uncle Sam went to the kitchen to cook lunch, leaving Lisa and Aiden alone. Now that they were alone, Aiden asked something that he was wondering for a while. Did you not like something in the movie? You seem to be thinking about something for a long time. No, it's not that. Lisa shook her head and hesitated as to how to talk about it. It's just I felt a little jealous. Jealous? Of what? Your passion for acting, and how you try to do everything for a role. I lack the sense of purpose that you have, and watching the movie made me realize just that, she said, looking a bit disappointed. Then, she added, I even thought that I'm similar to Kai in the initial phases of the movie. Though, I won't make being a god a purpose. Hearing that, Aiden widened his eyes a bit, taking in her words. He always knew that Lisa was very laid back, but he never thought that she felt inferior to others because she lacked passion and purpose. I think you are better than Kai, he said, making Lisa confused. What do you mean? I mean that even if Kai seemed right in a lot of things, he had mental health issues in his life, didn't have any empathy or kindness. His purpose was dark because of that, and it appeals to the dark side in humans. You are better because you have good people around you, and trust me, passion isn't everything in life. Lisa clicked her tongue hearing that. It's easy for you to say that. Maybe it is, but even with passion, I will eventually get tired. That's human. A passion might drive you, but it doesn't mean everything. P1Es visit N0VE1B, N.NET. Aiden recalled a conversation he had with Jeremy, the actor he worked with in Sherlock of the Shadows. He had asked him what role he would remember as the best part of his career when he eventually retires. The old man had answered immediately, and it was something that Aiden had not really expected. He had taken the name of a movie called Gary Brooks' Crazy Night. It was an average rom-com that had only done average business at the box office. No one would remember it as one of Jeremy's highlight performances either, but he told him that it was the best because he had the most fun with the cast while shooting. All other movies and roles, no matter how good, just didn't have great memories. Humans remember fond memories in the end. not the highest point of their careers. I feel like you should focus on little things. Look around and relax. Life moves too fast, and you need to see the things around you that are there. So, you mean I don't need passion? Not even in movies like you? Lisa asked after hearing that. Yeah, you are not me. Nor are you like Uncle Sam. You are you, and you should be happy. You can hate movies, and I doubt Uncle Sam would be bothered. I won't say he won't be happy with you doing something in a creative field, but it's not the point where it's a necessity. I'm pretty sure if there's something you are meant to do, you will find it. Lisa was about to reply to that when Uncle Sam appeared from the kitchen. Any of you would like to give me a hand? He looked at the two of them, and Lisa stood up to follow him inside the kitchen. She wanted to continue the conversation, but she felt like it could be shifted for later. Moreover, her father rarely cooked, so her helping him in the kitchen was a good addition to the little things that Aiden just mentioned. In the end, she was happy that she got to watch a good movie today. Chapter 359, A Record. Collections of The Black Saint were pretty shocking to everyone when they came out. A lot of people were expecting it to do good, but even with those expectations, they have never thought of these types of numbers from the movie. Released on Thursday, the movie's box office collection was a slap on the faces of people who believe that only superhero and big-budget movies were capable of doing exponential business. Day 1 to $34 million. Day 2 to $37 million. Day 3 to $46 million. Day 4 to $53 million. Day 5 to $33 million. Day 6 to $31 million. Day 7 to $29 million. In a week, it earned $263 million worldwide, and although the movie fell by a lot after the weekend, it still was way above the expected mark. $263 million was a figure that even Granite Films weren't expecting, and when they saw those numbers, a lot of them thought that it was fake. It was only after a while that they were able to accept that the movie had already become a huge hit in a week and recovered every bit of its cost. It was already making them a lot of profit. It being a good movie helped the viral marketing campaign, and just 2 days after release, a lot of people started cosplaying as Kai. It became a Skygram trend, helping the movie do way more business as every college student and young adult felt pressured to watch the movie for them to be able to follow what was going on online. Though, that wasn't the only reason. According to data reports, the majority of the audience were well in their 30s and were corporate employees. Kai going through abuse at home and work was something that they connected with, and his arc about purpose was universal. After all, every human is sold some sort of purpose in life. Industry insiders even wondered if the movie was going to break the record for the highest-grossing R-rated movie, as even with a 70% downfall in the second week, the movie was going to cross $350 million, and in the third and fourth week, it was expected to go well beyond $400 before eventually stopping down. At that point, most people would have already watched the movie. Some people were now taking Aiden's bet with Arno very seriously and not just a marketing gimmick. After all, the movie was actually very close to $500 million, and it had already made half of it in the first week itself. Though in the end, people shook off that possibility as the fall in the second and third week was going to take out the movie according to anyone who kept up with box office. P1Es visit N0V1B and NET. At most, it was going to touch the record for the highest-grossing R-rated movie. There was also the threat of other movies releasing in The Black Saint third week. 500 million was still a figure that was too big. Even then, people were already lauding it as a great piece of cinema. Xavier was being hailed as one of the greatest directors from the 2000s, and people were praising his ideas and views a lot regarding the movie. The Black Saint was already hailed as one of the best from this year in Hollywood. Though, that was also a result of the hype in the first week. It was inevitable that a few critics were going to not like the movie or talk about the effects it might have on society. One of the critics from Vanity magazine wrote, "Although The Black Saint is a great movie and a box office juggernaut going by its credentials, the movie shows a lot of things that might influence people in the wrong direction. There's already incidents of people shooting others after being inspired by gangsters in movies. We should really look at these types of movies with a squinted eye." While the critic from Vanity magazine talked about the bad impact of movies on society, another critic straight up disliked the movie. The critic from the Box magazine wrote, "The Black Saint fails on a lot of its promises and is saved by a great performance from Aiden Silvereye, who gave his career best in the role that seemed to be made only for him. But in every other aspect, the movie failed and seemed to try to be something philosophical while failing at it. The critic only gave 2 stars out of 5 to the movie, and fans of the movie didn't like it, calling the critic biased. This was normal, and even when Xavier read the negative reviews, he didn't feel bad, as in his heart, he knew that he had given his all to the movie and had connected with the audience. Like that, the second week for the movie came, and it was then that something strange happened. Day 8 to $21 million. Day 9 to $17 million. Day 10 to $24 million. Day 11 to $25 million. Day 12 to $13 million. Day 13 to $12 million. Day 14 to $11 million. In the second week, the movie grossed $125 million in the box office, taking the joint collection to $388 million. It was a very strange number and was beyond the expectations of a lot of analysts. The movie had fallen by around 50%, which was way less than the usual 70%. This shocked a lot of people who were keeping a close eye on the box office. After all, it meant that the movie needed only $112 million more to touch the $500 million mark. And this was just the box office. The streaming and other deals were going to rake in more money. But the focus was purely on box office because of the bet. One of the analysts tweeted after the end of second week, "In the last decade, only a few movies are able to survive the fall in the second week. Most movies rarely do business in the second week, but The Black Saint is an exception. If not for it being R-rated, I'm pretty sure it would have crossed the 1 billion mark. Teens these days like edgy stuff, and this would have spread between them easily if not for the violence in the movie. The movie is already becoming a part of the internet pop culture. Now, the focus is on the third week and whether it would do more than $50 million business. The third week was the funeral for movies in modern day. Even with popular movies, it won't be lucrative as most people would have watched the movie already. The fourth week was the funeral, and after that, new movies would take over, making a month-old movie a fourth or fifth choice for the audience. They would rarely be houseful after that, and shows would start to end with a streaming deal coming in the next few months. Everyone in Hollywood had a keen eye on the box office as the third week for the movie approached. Especially Arnaud Laurent, who had become a bit scared of the potential of the movie. He had already been proven wrong, as The Black Saint was a big hit, but the bet was what he focused on. He didn't want to be humiliated by losing it. In the third week, the collections fell again. Day 15 to $9 million. Day 16 to $7 million. Day 17 to $12 million. Day 18 to $16 million. Day 19 to $8 million. Day 20 to $5 million. Day 21 to $4 million. The third week collection hung up to $61 million, taking the total to $449 million. Just $1 million below the $450 million mark. At this point, everyone was sure that the movie would break the record for the highest-grossing R-rated movie in the world in the fourth week, getting a world record. Granite Films employees and CEOs were already dancing around by that time and giving out paid vacations to Hawaii. But the main question was still whether the mark of $500 million would be crossed. At this point, a lot of people were sure that the movie had lost its steam. A $20 to $30 million fourth weekend awaited it, and after that, a famous spy action franchise was going to make a return, and people would watch that. The movie might crawl up to the mark, but there was no guarantee. Like that, the end of the month arrived. Day 22 to $3 million. Day 23 to $2 million. Day 24 to $7 million. Day 25 to $9 million. Day 26 to $2 million. Day 27 to $1 million. Day 28 to $2 million. In the fourth week, the movie got $26 million, taking the total to $475 million. At this point, $25 million were still left, and although the record of highest-grossing R-rated movie was broken, people were sure that it wouldn't cross $500 million. The lifetime verdict was estimated to be $490 million, just short of the $500 million figure. Arnaud was able to take a relaxed breath after the fourth week, thinking that he was safe. But in the fifth week, something that no one expected happened. Chapter 360, the anticipated mark. Movies were always hit by each other, and that was true because no matter what, A movie would only get a gap of 2 to 3 weeks before another good movie appears on the market. People were going to talk about that now, and the movie that was already running would lose its business. Only in rare cases that a movie would top the North American box office for more than a month. A lot of times good movies would actually lose a lot because another movie had released around it. For example, a fantasy action franchise had released its sequel recently, but a week after the release, an action comedy movie had been released. The fantasy movie was praised by critics, and everyone who watched it enjoyed it. But the business in the end was only $234 million, while the action comedy movie earned double of it. Both the movies were good, but the latter undoubtedly ate a lot of the business of the former. This was just one of the rules of the movie industry anywhere in the world. The Black Saint had been expected to suffer from the same fate after the 4th week. It had still earned most of its collection, so it was lucky. In its 5th week of running, a famous spy action franchise was making its return, and the opening of it was estimated to be over $100 million. There was already a large number of advance bookings done. The effect was very clear in the 5th week as the collections for The Black Saint fell a lot. Day 29 to $1 million. Day 30 to $700K. Day 31 to $2 million. Day 32 to $3 million. Day 34 to $800K. Day 35 to $500K. It made around $8 million in the week, taking the collections to $483 million. Compared to it, the spy action thriller movie crossed $100 million in the first week, making it the new king of the box office. Like everyone had thought, the movie looked to end around $490 million. But in the next week, the spy thriller suddenly lost most of its momentum. It didn't have a 70% fall like most movies, but a straight 90% fall. It was unheard and unseen when it comes to franchises, but the clues of cracks were apparently evident in the first week too. Although the spy action thriller promised to give a great experience, the critics bashed him, and after the initial audience had watched it, the movie had no word of mouth to continue. Some people were praising it, saying how it was a good movie for entertainment, but for a lot of people, it wasn't something they have not seen before, and the movie just felt lazy to them, especially with such a high budget. So thanks to that, The Black Saint got an advantage. Most people have already watched the movie, but in the 6th week of its running, with the action spy thriller already being bashed, a lot of people went back for a second watching. Many also just wanted the movie to gross $500 million as the bet was still in their minds. As the movie was great, Aiden's fans increased, and they wanted him to win. Apparently, his fan group and followers started giving out free tickets to support the movie. They ran the hashtag #RoadTo500million as they campaigned for it. This led to a spike in numbers again in the 6th week. Day 36 to $600K. Day 37 to $400K. Day 38 to $3 million. Day 39 to $5 million. Day 40 to $2 million. Day 41 to $1 million. Day 42 to $1 million. The week got $13 million out of the box office, making it stand at $496 million, a number that was out of reach for a lot of people. Due to Aiden's fans and a bit of luck, the movie was very close to making Aiden win the bet. It was inevitable at this point, and every single person was aware of it. This led to more eyeballs being set on the box office. In the 7th week, the number was finally touched. Day 43 to $700K. Day 44 to $500K. Day 45 to $1 million. Day 46 to $2 million. Day 47 to $400K. Day 48 to $250K. Day 49 to $150K. The movie got approximate $7 million on the 7th week of its running, taking the gross to $503 million. A number that was never thought of when the movie was first released. It was unprecedented, but now it was a reality. The Black Saint became the highest grossing movie of Aiden until now, and with it crossing the $500 million mark, it had also won the bet. Even though no one had believed him at first, Aiden had proved everyone wrong by winning the bet against Arno. Everyone celebrated when the news came out that the movie grossed $500 million, but Aiden was actually unaware of it. One more chapter completed. Aiden muttered as he looked at the screen in front of him. He had just completed the 360th chapter of his web novel, almost 3 months after starting it. Aiden was very close to the last arc, planning to end the novel in 2 more months. The reception of it had grown a lot over the past month, especially after it crossed 100 chapters. It now stood at the number 2 position in the whole website, getting a lot of visibility, and because of that, his reader base had expanded rapidly. That had given him more motivation to write it. Let's take a break. I should cook some ramen. He thought and stood up from his chair, and at that time, his eyes passed through a stack of scripts that were just sitting on the table, waiting for him to touch them. Wade had sent them to him. Actually, he was sending him a few scripts every other day, and he was barely able to read a few of them. Around 30 more scripts were left to read, and these scripts ranged from action to dark comedy. He was told to decide on a few of them for next year's lineup of his. But it was proving to be very hard, simply because there were too many options. One day, he would like something else, and the next day, he would feel like trying out something new. Aiden has been in hot demand lately, but as he was only focusing on his web novel and a few other things, he had barely gone out. He had gotten tired of promotions and the usual celebrity life. He also needed to host some fan events, thanking people for watching The Black Saint after the 3rd week where the movie had already been declared a big hit. That's why after finishing everything, he had taken a break. Deciding that he would read them after eating ramen, he went to the kitchen. It was then that his phone vibrated. Someone had sent him a message. He took it out and saw that it was a random person, a journalist who he once interviewed with. The guy had sent him a link to an article, probably something that he had written. There was another text that simply said, "Congratulations." He wondered what was going on but thought that he would find his answer in the article. He clicked on it, and the headline was enough to tell him the whole picture. It crossed the mark already. Aiden thought as he read the headline, then the whole article. He had expected the movie to cross $500 million, but not so quickly. He had thought that it would take 1 more month, and after the release of the movie in other countries that didn't get a direct release, the movie would cross the mark. But it seems like even he had underestimated The Black Saint. As soon as he read the article, his phone started to ring. It was Wade. Before he could click on the answer button, another call came. This time, it was from Xavier. After that, it was Ava and then Uncle Sam. Like that, calls and messages kept pouring in suddenly, like a constant stream of rain. Aiden attended each and every call one by one, thanking everyone for the support. Wade told him how his fans campaigned to get more people in the theaters. It was then that he realized how the movie had been able to get that much money so quickly. He also got a message from someone he had not expected. It was a message from Arno. "Arno Laurent, I underestimated you." It was a very simple message, but it seemed like he had accepted his defeat. Chapter 362. Being in Lister also came up with a lot of pressure. Aiden didn't see a path full of roses from here. He was already walking on a path filled with thorns since the beginning. Now, he felt like a few demons were also flying above him, ready to take him down as soon as he made a mistake. So, the pressure was way higher now. He had just delivered the biggest hit of the year and his career, but the question was what's next? A lot of stars would falter here after giving a big hit. Many of them would go on to give a few flops before landing another blockbuster. Or they might hang on to a role that became popular, doing a lot of sequels. People might not remember actors, but they always remember good and memorable characters. But in the case of Aiden, there were no plans for Kai to make any return. He was dead. His story was over, and none of his other characters had been so memorable that people would want to see them again and again. So, his next project became even more important keeping that in mind. He had read through a lot of scripts and had a couple of narrations by different directors, but nothing really struck him as something that he had to do. There was no feeling that this particular project would become iconic or at least do great at the box office because it provides something new. He understood that too, as most things have already been done to death. So, doing something new every time was not easy. The strange thing with Aiden was that he had his skill to tell him which script was good, and if he took the word of his skill, over half of the scripts that he saw were very good. Most have a score that was above 70. But Aiden had long since started to rely more on his senses. He just took the script score to know the quality of the movie, as the score didn't mean the movie would be good at the box office. The only movie idea that had struck him as something he should try was the rom-com idea from Red Ant Studios. Even then, he wasn't entirely sure. That's why, when Ava texted him to meet to discuss a project, he didn't hesitate to go straight to her office. "You came here extremely fast. Were you just waiting for my call?" "I was free." I thought Hollywood's newest lister would be extremely busy. It seems like it's not true, Ava said as Aiden took a seat. She had not seen him for a long time, even though both of them lived in New York. The last time was a screening for The Black Saint, and after that, he had gotten too busy to contact her. If any of us is truly busy, it's you, Aiden said, looking at her. I heard your stature in the company had increased due to recent successes. Ava just smiled at that, and after some minutes of small talk, they started talking about the main topic. So, what is this project you called me to talk about? Is this the one you told me before? No, it's not. Ava gave a light smile to that, and Aiden looked a bit disappointed. It's still not a small project. Actually, it's pretty big. Aiden looked in interest when Ava said that. What is it about? You know of? He thought about it for a second, hearing the familiar word. It was a word that had originated from Germany and was normally used to refer to witchcraft. But Ava was obviously using it in a different sense. After a while, he finally recalled what it was. The famous novel by Mackie Mile. The author died while writing the last volume, and his son finished it. The novel is very famous in talks, as a lot of people wonder about what could have been if the novel was finished by the original author. Have you read it? I did. It's an excellent adventure novel set in a pretty great world with a lot of original mythology. It was actually one of the best works he had read in its genre. The writing is simple and easy to read, a reason for its popularity, and the storytelling is at its best with no dull moments. The best thing about it was still the power system that used devices called Hex. What of it? It's been in development at our studio and was given the green light in the first quarter of the year. Ava said, and she could see that Aiden's interest in it was piqued. He knew the story of it and how it was a great novel to adapt. With so many fans of the novel still around, the movie would easily be a hit if they don't mess it up. Who's leading the project as the director? Olio Furman. Aiden widened his eyes hearing that. Olio Furman was an Oscar-winning director, but he had not made a movie in years after scandals of a bad work environment surfaced. Apparently, the man was a hassle to deal with and didn't like people interfering in his vision. He also pushed actors beyond their ability to get the best work out from them. In one word, working with him was very toxic, and although Aiden had never heard that he assaulted any actor, he had arguments in practically every one of his movie shootings. There was a reason studios are hesitant to take him up and actors don't want to work with him. I really wonder if that's brave or stupid, Aiden muttered. He had a clear vision of what he wanted to do with the source material. He respects it a lot, and you do know there's tons of individuals who look down on things that have an abundance of source material. In Hollywood currently, a lot of writers have come under online hate after reports of them looking down on the novels and video games they were adapting. Egos would come in the way and they would ruin it, trying to make something better when fans don't want that. Many people feel like fanfic writers would do a better job at being true to the source material. If you don't respect the source material, it's better if you don't make something out of it. A popular fantasy novel's live-action adaptation was ruined just because of this. And the writers even came out saying that they hated the novels and wanted to create something better. He already has a script? Aiden raised an eyebrow. He completed it 2 years ago. It's not the first time he pitched his idea. Apparently, he tweaked it a lot after the project got the green light. So, you are the executive producer on it. When Aiden asked that, Ava shook her head. She seemed a bit hesitant for a moment before opening her mouth. The project is being developed under Alberto Dunley, the guy who opposed me a lot during the screening for Action Hero and looked at me like I had eloped with his wife. Ava laughed and nodded her head. Alberto was that rude and bitter guy. He's close to Olio Furman, and only because of him, things were able to go ahead, but he hates me. And because of that, he probably hates you too. Aiden didn't have to ask about the reason behind that. Most people in the industry already knew that he and Ava were close, especially after the success of Action Hero. It means he's surely not going to like it if I try to audition for the movie. Yes, he won't. And you want me to audition for it so you could indirectly get control on the production and keep Alberto in check. That was Aiden's guess, as he knew that Ava was extremely business-minded on everything she sought to do. But to his surprise, she looked at him with confusion. No, I think you are going in the wrong direction there. What? He tilted his head, and Ava explained. I didn't call you here to get you to be a part of some scheme. I knew that you would be looking for good projects and thought that this might be the perfect one for you. I did it because we are friends. Hearing that, Aiden wasn't able to say anything for a while. He realized that he had gotten too used to the schemes and complexity of Hollywood that he forgot that there were things outside of it. "I'm sorry," he immediately said when he realized his mistake. "It's fine." Ava smiled. "Like I told you before, we are friends. I know that our relationship started as a way of helping each other, but it's not entirely based on business, right?" "I know, and thanks." Aiden simply said that, and the talk went ahead on the project. Chapter 363, Indie Screening. After the meeting with Ava, Aiden spent all his time trying to find more about. He had read the book a long time ago and wasn't sure if he remembered everything well. Though, he still remembered that the novel was extremely popular in most of Europe and America. It was even translated into 13 languages. When he read it again, Aiden realized why the novel had been so special. The first striking thing was how easy it was to read. The words were simple, enough to make it seem like the author has a limited vocabulary. But when they matched with a butter-like flow, a magical sensation was created. The fact that even those who never read a book could read it helped grow the popularity a lot. But that was the only simple thing about the book. The characters and the world were very complex. It was a world that was flourishing into a scientific age, but the influence of gods and magic was still there, creating a weird synergy that formed the core of the novel. The most complex thing in the book was still the power system. It was simple, yet there were complex mechanisms. There was magic, and there were cyborgs like humans. While reading it, Aiden kept imagining it in the form of a movie in his head, and he wondered how a 2-hour movie would go. If it tries to tell the story of the whole novel, then it would be a disaster. Even if it goes like one volume per movie, a lot of arcs and storylines would be left out. After all, the average length of one volume in the series was 900 pages. That was a very big novel. Aiden felt like would be way better as a series. It was that he was not able to see it as a good movie due to how complex it was. An average reader might not understand the hidden symbolism and references, but those were the first things that he noticed. I don't know if Olio Furman would be able to do justice to this. He thought in his mind, and the next thing he did was to go through the entirety of Olio's filmography, a total of 19 movies. It took him a whole week to go through all of them. Some he had watched before while he had no idea about the others. He even saw short films directed by him. Even after watching them, he wasn't sure if Olio could do justice. In the first place, the guy had only directed one fantasy movie before, and it was very simple. A story about a cultist forming its own religion in the Dark Ages. Aiden doubted whether he would be able to truly helm the project. All this research led him back to the starting point. He had a couple of discussions with Wade about it too. "So, you won't even go for? I would like to see the script for it first, but I really doubt whether the movie would be good. I just don't want to be a part of a movie that might be remembered for failing a beloved novel. I think you are just too critical. It will start to harm you if you are not careful." That was Wade's opinion when Aiden talked to him. He kept thinking of his words for a while, as it was true that he was thinking much more before selecting a project. Even when something caught his eye, he wasn't signing it straight away and was instead worrying about too many different things. It was because he wanted to select a perfect project for his next movie. A project that would do good at the box office no matter what. But his luck wasn't really helping him. Or was he really just harming himself like Wade said? Who is it? Is it a celebrity? Why is everyone clamoring for that car? Can't you see? That's a Porsche. It's someone big. Hey, it's Aiden Silvereye. What the heck? Why isn't Lister here? I thought it was a pretty small budget movie. Maybe he knows the producer or the director. Let me take the photo. People clamored to the car like zombies as Aiden struggled to get inside. Shouts asking him to lower the window echoed out, but he didn't do it. It just wasn't safe with so many people around. The paparazzi hadn't expected a star like him to be present at the screening of a small-budget movie by a second-tier studio. It looked like even the security was surprised as they struggled to get the paparazzi off the car. It was the first time Aiden was driving his new car that was gifted by Granite Film CEO to an event, and he was without Wade or Tom too. He got to experience how much a hassle paparazzi could be. Finding a good spot to park his car, he got out and was met with a lot of camera flashes. Aiden, the lead actress of the movie, once said that she's a big fan of yours. Are you here because of her? Are you two dating? How do you feel about The Black Saint becoming the highest grosser of the year? What's your thoughts on your next projects? Give us something. The paparazzi kept asking him various questions, and it was only after the security personnel arrived that he was escorted inside the theater. After giving autographs to the security, Aiden walked inside. Suddenly, he saw a group of people walking towards him. A big man with a dad bod, another guy in a suit with long hair, and a woman whose cleavage was half visible for some reason. "Hello, I didn't know you would be here," the man with the dad bod said. "I was invited." "Did the producer invite you?" "I heard he knew pretty famous people, but I thought it was an empty rumor." The man muttered to himself as he shook Aiden's hand. The guy with long hair also put out his hand to greet him, but before he could do it, the woman shifted extremely close to Aiden. It was to a point where her breasts were sticking to him. No, it looked like she deliberately wanted to do that. The guy with long hair gritted his teeth seeing that. "I'm Alicia. I'm the lead in this movie. You must have seen the poster." "Yes, I did. Actually, I'm a huge fan of yours. Do you think we could talk for a while after the screening? I wanted to get tips from you about acting." Although she said that, her eyes seemed to tell a different picture. Aiden took a deep breath and stepped away from her before opening his mouth. "Actually, the producer didn't call me here. I don't know him." "Then, I'm here because my friend is in the movie. He invited me here." As he said that, his eyes looked behind the man with the dad bod. A person was standing there. "There he is." All three of them turned around when Aiden said that, and a shocked expression appeared on their faces. How the hell does he know Lister? They all simultaneously thought, and for a second, they even wondered if Aiden had mistaken the person, but soon, they saw him hug the guy and walk with him inside. Seeing that, the lead actress who was trying to seduce Aiden earlier couldn't help but mutter, "I should have gotten close to Harley." The person Aiden had come to meet was Harley Martin. "I didn't expect you to really come to the screening. I was free. Still, thank you. People are now looking at me in a new light thanks to you," Harley said as he looked around. They were sitting at the back, but a lot of people were looking towards him. Eyes of admiration were directed towards Aiden, while people were whispering looking at Harley. All of them were wondering how he knew Aiden and what their relationship was. "It won't be any trouble, right?" Aiden asked. "You are probably going to get bombarded by people wanting to form connections. In better words, they would try to use you. I know, but the shooting is over. I don't plan to meet the director or any actors after this." "You didn't make any friends, it seems. These people are going to do me more harm than good." Harley simply said that. His stature had risen compared to the time he had first Aiden. He was still not a big actor, but after the streaming movie with Omar, he had started getting small roles in indie and small-budget movies. A few of them were good, while in others, they simply needed an average actor. Good thing was that he was able to live somehow by doing these movies. Though, people rarely tried to get close to him as he was without any agent, and no one thought he had a bright future despite how good he was at acting. "It's been so long since I have seen you acting. I'm excited to know how much you have improved," Aiden said as the screening was about to start. Chapter 364. In the car. Aiden hadn't seen Harley in a long time, but he knew that he was working extremely hard on his craft, especially because now he was getting more and more roles. No matter how small or lacking they seem, they were still roles. Like how only rich people could say money doesn't matter. Only established actors could stay without active work. For people like Harley, they need to take whatever comes in their way. Quality was the best for him right now, and maybe because of that, he wasn't really confident that Aiden would like the movie when it began. The movie was about a chef who was getting out of a toxic marriage and trying to juggle between her career and personal life. While doing that, she meets the male lead who tells her to use her adversity as a way to change things and start his own restaurant. The long-haired guy was playing the male lead. Harley was actually playing the role of her abusive husband. He had gotten the role because the director thought he looked scary, but not too overbearing. A perfect mix of ugly and handsome. After the movie ended, Harley looked at Aiden, wondering what his expression would be, and to his surprise, he looked impressed. "You like it?" "The movie is very much a slow burn, but it's good. It's rare to see good, simple movies in this age. Though, did they just give you a blank script for your role?" Aiden asked, and Harley smiled. "They didn't, but what was given was not much. The character looks very one-dimensional because of that. Your acting was pretty great as usual, but it could be way better if they have made the character more than just a guy who's always angry and violent without any reason." Well, the director wanted to focus on the leads only. Harley shrugged his shoulders, and they discussed a bit more till more and more started to approach him, especially the director and the main actors. They seemed eager to impress Aiden, and although he was able to see through them, he still tried to talk to them nicely. After all, It was way better to leave a good impression than a bad one. He had also liked the movie. Knowing that it would be difficult to leave the longer he stayed, Aiden excused himself and left with Harley in his car, who also didn't want to be there. The production team for the movie didn't need him for the marketing, so he doubted he would wear them again anyway. Both of them decided to head to a restaurant to talk in peace. Aiden had noticed that Harley was progressing extremely fast in his acting skill, and he was curious as to how he was doing it. Was it just talent? Or something else? Aiden wanted more insight about it. But when they were in the car, Harley suddenly saw the scripts that were in the back seat of the car. Are they screenplays for movies? Why are they here? Well, I am reading a lot of them right now, and I keep a copy in a car, so I can go through them when stuck in traffic. Can I read them? Aiden nodded as he took a turn. Harley picked out one of the scripts randomly and took a deep breath, like he was trying to smell their scent. People would often do that for novels, but it was the first time Aiden had seen someone do it for a script. It's fresh, he muttered and turned a page of it. Silence hung in the car after that as Harley just focused on the script, reading each page with too much focus. It was akin to a warrior focusing on his sword training. At least Aiden got that image in his mind seeing him like this. Are you going to do this movie? No, I won't. That's a bummer. It's very interesting, Harley said, and Aiden looked at him with a bit of confusion. His eyes turned towards the title that was written on the front of the script. It was called Sword Ghosts, an action movie about an American finding himself in the ancient period of Japan. It was a pretty, fun premise, and the Japanese history in it was on point as the writer had lived there for a long time. But Aiden had rejected it because the director's previous movies had not worked. Even though he was an action director, the action in his movies always seemed lacking. The premise is interesting, but the director isn't really great. I rejected it because of that. I don't think he would have great ideas to add and implement in the script. Aiden said as a matter of fact. The meeting with the director didn't satisfy you. I didn't have a meeting with him. Then, how do you know if his ideas won't satisfy you? Harley asked a very simple question. A genuine question that came in his mind, and Aiden wasn't able to answer it. He stopped the car on the side of the road and looked at him. Why did you stop the car? Did I say anything wrong? No, it's just that your words reminded me of someone. Harley's question had immediately reminded him of what Wade had told him, that he was being too critical of everything. At that time, Aiden had just ignored it, but now that Harley had said something along the same wavelength, he wondered if that was really the case. Tell me one thing, Aiden asked after thinking for a bit. Would you do that movie if someone offered you the lead role? Obviously. I will be an idiot if I don't. I will even do it for free. Now, let me add to that question. What if you became an enlister and someone offered you this movie? Then, will you do it? Harley just thought about the question for a moment. He could guess that Aiden was trying to achieve something by asking him these questions, but he didn't know what. Still, he kept going. I probably will, he said after a while. I mean, I don't know how it is to feel like an enlister, but this is a good script. I like the idea. I will probably do it, even if the movie fails at the box office. Aiden asked, and Harley looked at him strangely before laughing. I don't think it's my job to worry about that. My job is acting and making sure the movie is in its best possible shape. Yes, there's a responsibility as movies need to work because producers sell it on actors and directors. But I feel like there's just too many factors that make a movie successful. There's no fixed formula in the industry for a reason. Aiden took in all those words and blinked his eyes. So it's fine even if a movie flopped. Well, it's never fine. He smiled. As an actor, you want every movie of yours to work no matter what role you are doing. There's a connection with the movie, but it's just not realistic enough. I feel like we should not think about the box office. At least I won't even if I become an enlister. Aiden gulped his saliva hearing that. Every second, he felt like a layer inside of him was breaking. It was hard to explain, but he felt like he was going to make a grave mistake, and Harley's words were just making him realize that. One last question. Ask. Your movie flopped, and you again slid down from the list. Will you accept something like that? This was a major fear of Aiden when he was going through projects for his next work. The fear of failing. That would be very unfortunate. Harley muttered. But I sincerely believe that if I did something once, I can do it again, and this time, I can do it better. So, I made it to the list once. I will do it again if I fall down. Silence hung in the car for a few minutes as Harley said, if I can do it once, I can do it again. Aiden repeated those lines in his head several times before he took a deep breath and leaned against his seat. He felt like something heavy had just been lifted from his heart. "Thanks," he said, looking at Harley. "Why? You kind of helped me out. I was going in a wrong path that would have made me a coward. You helped pull me away from it." Harley was confused hearing that, but he didn't ask further about it. He just made a few guesses in his mind and felt like it was not his place to ask. Aiden started the car again, a new excitement in his heart. He felt like he should read the scripts in the back of his car again. This time, with the eyes of an actor and not an lister. Chapter 365, Dream. "So, it's confirmed that we are signing this." "Yes." "What made you change your mind?" Wade looked strangely at Aiden and tilted his head. In just a day, he seemed different. Though, he wasn't able to pinpoint how. He just felt like he showed more shades of the person he had met 3 years ago. "I liked the story enough to not worry about the box office. I read it again and realized that the only reason I rejected it was because I wasn't sure of the box office." Aiden had read the scripts again, and this time, he liked quite a few of them, though he only selected the one he felt was the best. "Well, this movie will either be a huge box office hit or a major commercial flop. I don't see two ways around it," Wade said as he looked down on the script Aiden had selected. It was a movie that didn't have an official title yet and was only called Project Dream. It was the ambitious rom-com project offered to him by Red Ant Studios. More than a normal rom-com, it was filled with an intricately made world and a heartfelt story in its core. Red Ant had a habit of doing things that people say are out of trend or genres that won't work. They made Western cowboy movies in the era of superhero movies and gangster movies in the era of rom-coms. Some failed while some were unexpected hits. Now, they are trying to do a rom-com, saying that they don't agree with the notion that people won't pay to watch a rom-com in the theater. As Aiden had decided to go with this project, it would be very interesting to see if it will be a flop or a hit. Well, with this project, we will have a lot of time on our hands. Red Ant isn't thinking of starting the shooting till September next year. They already have a busy schedule going ahead. Yeah, their lineup is already pretty packed for next year. Every studio ran differently. Indie studios would normally work on 1 or 2 movies only, as that would be their capacity, while big studios, especially the Big Six, worked on several things at the same time. Some even have projects that are being developed for years. Red Ant also had a lot of projects filled up in their tally, though most of them were from small projects or investments in streaming projects. If he looked at it practically, Project Dream was them trying to do something different on a bigger scale. Currently, let's see if you can get an audition. Though, I doubt you will require it as you are the most popular actor in the age range they are going for. With your track record and just the goodwill among the audience, they are going to sign you up as soon as possible and get the marketing around you," Wade said as he pulled out his phone and typed something in. Probably a note about a meeting with Red Ant Studios producers. Then, he looked at Aiden and asked, "What will be your other project?" "We decided to go with 2 for the time being, right?" His logic was basically that Aiden should sign as many projects as he could now that he was hot in the industry. But Aiden had only agreed to do 2, going for quality over quantity. "I have been going through a few scripts. Haven't decided yet. What about adaptation? I thought you would be interested in it now." But again, I need to see the script," Aiden said. He didn't want to decide anything without a script. But Wade shook his head. "I actually tried to get it, but they are very secretive about it. They are excited about your interest in it, but they want you to audition first. You know, like you used to do back when you were a rookie." "Yeah, I know. Makes me a bit apprehensive." "I understand that. I will see what I can do. I heard the executive producer is the guy who opposed you in the screening of Action Hero. Heard guy's an egomaniac." Wade sighed. It was always troublesome if the producer didn't like any actor. Professionals would still work with each other, but Alberto was known to have actors that were close to him and would only give them roles. "It's fine even if I didn't get the role. Let's just try it." "Okay." Wade nodded, and Aiden and him talked a bit more before ending the meeting. It was already December, and another year was coming to an end. Aiden hoped the next year would be as good as this one. Though, not everything was over in this year. A door opened, and a female secretary walked in and looked at the man who was seated in the chair. Documents were all around him, and he was slowly reading them. "Sir." He raised his head hearing that, and looked at his secretary. "I got a call from the agent of Aiden Silvereye. Apparently, he's very interested in having a meeting in regards to." "He's still interested?" "Going by it, yes." The secretary looked at her boss, Alberto Dunley, and he laughed out loud. Leaning forward, he stopped his laughter, and his eyes grew a bit sharp. He's a cunning guy. Even though he rose to prominence very quickly, most of his projects are not sequels. They ended with the first movie. I heard there's no plan to take Kai forward in any shape or form, so he's lacking characters he could play for a long time. Is a great bet to get that, as we are developing it as a franchise. Alberto muttered. There was only one actor who was able to be at the top without using sequels, and that guy was extremely lucky with several blockbusters early in his career. Times have changed a lot since then, and no one could do that in this age. So, should I reject him? His secretary asked, and Alberto thought for a bit before shaking his head. No, I will meet him. I feel like it will be an interesting meeting. He's very close to Ava, so I'm pretty sure she told him about the project. Alberto said before telling his secretary to get a meeting with Aiden after 2 weeks. He didn't want to meet him straight away and wanted to make him wait for a while. I felt humiliated when Action Hero was released. During that time, he was the only one rejecting it, and when it had become an unexpected hit, he had heard a lot of sharp words. No one said it in front of him, but he was aware of what people were talking about. Because of him, the company was about to lose a big movie. Ava had used the chance to spread rumors about how his eye for movies was dwindling with age, and people were wondering if this was actually the case, as a few other movies under him had flopped recently. The only reason he was meeting Aiden was because the majority of his anger was towards Ava, and he felt like Aiden was someone useful. He, at least, deserves one meeting. In this year, Aiden had done a lot, but the majority of his time was spent on The Black Saint and Kai. The other major thing was his web novel, which was a new break for him and had helped him tremendously. But there was one major thing. It was his investment. Although it happened at the end of last year, Aiden had invested in something big, a game that he felt would be a big hit. Now that he thought about it, it was a bit of an impulsive decision to invest in it and work on a part of the story for the game. Chapter 366. Announcement. The Game Awards was a major event at the end of the year for all gaming companies and fans. It was the night when the Game of the Year would be announced, a prestigious award that every game wants to get. But the major attraction of the event was actually not the different types of awards or which game would be crowned the best game of the year. The major attraction were the game announcements that would be made every year. Aside from that, there would also be footage from the games that had already been announced. With gaming becoming a huge media and entertainment industry, getting billions and billions of dollars revenue every day, more and more companies have started taking a step into it. That had increased the amount of games that were being made by a lot. Though, only major companies were able to announce their games at the Game Awards, and it cost a lot for an indie developer to do it. Silver Games were able to do it because Corey was well connected with everyone in the gaming industry. Actually, his next game has already been talked about in whispers among the gaming insiders. Even a lot of fans were aware that he was making something, though they had no idea what it was. Tonight, it was going to be the major reveal. You know, I was very proud when The Black Saint made over $500 million at the box office. Probably the proudest I felt. But today, you have done something that has topped it. I don't think I would be this proud even if you won an Oscar. Uncle, I got you tickets for the Game Awards. It's certainly not bigger than an Oscar. Not just tickets. You are also going to be on the stage. I never knew you were involved in a game with Corey Daniels. Uncle Sam said excitedly. Seeing his behavior, he looked like a kid who was going to a carnival for the first time. He had already told Aiden to get autographs from Corey Daniels and some members of his team. He also seemed ready to bother a few big game developers at the event for photos and autographs. Surprisingly, he hadn't asked about the game Aiden was going to reveal, saying he would rather wait for it to watch at the event. Wade smiled from the front of the car, seeing his behavior, and after half an hour, they were finally at the Game Awards. Although not as much as any events related to Hollywood, there was a good amount of media reporters present. All of them got excited seeing Aiden there, and it was only after a few minutes. They were let in by the security. I will go inside and sit with Sam. They said it will go live in half an hour. Go backstage and find Corey, so you can be ready for the announcement. They are only going to do it in the second half of the show. During major announcements, I will go talk to him. Aiden said and made his way through the crowd to reach the corridors that were only given to the gaming studio employees and other prominent people. He quickly found out that the room was allocated to Silver Games and walked inside. Corey was already there with a few other people. Aiden recognized them as developers and other employees. Aiden, you are here. Corey said as Aiden walked close. How's everything going? We don't have any problems, right? No, we won't have any problems, Corey said with a smile. This is just a demo to show a little bit of gameplay and the world. We have already tested it, and even the host, John Knightley, was excited about it. I let him play the demo, and he was very impressed and allocated the announcement among the big awards. That's great. Normally, small and indie games would start the event followed by footage from games that are already announced. Only after that the major announcements would come in, and these were the ones that the fans would be waiting for. So, is your uncle here? Corey asked suddenly. Yes, he's here. You have not told him anything, right? Nope. He's going to get a good show. Corey shook his head hearing that and put on a big smile. Not only him. Everyone would get a good show tonight. A huge cheer went up in the crowd. A man with brown hair looked down at the people clapping and cheering. Then, he looked at the man with a mustache who had just given a speech about his award. He had won the award for Best Narrative for his game. We all knew that it was very easy to guess who's going to win the Best Narrative today. After all, there's no other game that came close to a great action adventure that sees you walking on mystical lands. Now, the next item on our menu is special, John Knightley said as the man with the mustache left the stage. The game developers from that studio were going to have a great sleep tonight, as they have gotten one of the most prestigious awards in the whole show. When people heard the last line said by John, all of them became excited. That meant that another major game announcement was coming next. Though, the most excitement was in the live chat of the show stream. Your Mom's Lover, a new major game announcement? What is it? The next Zelda game? Please, let it be that. Florida Man's Lover. Man, the announcements today have been extremely bad. We have gotten only glimpses of a few games that don't even look that good. Just the generic FPS and the action shooters. Nothing unique. Tenshin Player 69, yes. 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 More announcements. Let's go. As usual, the live show. Chat was extremely rowdy with a lot of kids texting mixed in with a few sensible adults. This major announcement is something special, and I'm pretty sure no one of you would expect something of this level tonight. John tried to build up the excitement in people. To reveal the next announcement, we have a special guest here tonight. Please welcome Aiden Silvereye representing Silver Games. Not many people in the audience had expected a movie star to be here tonight. Only a few knew about it, but they still clapped as Aiden walked up to the stage. The live chat again went wild. Milk business owner. Why is a movie actor here? Man, video games are really connecting too much to Hollywood, and it's sad because I'm pretty sure games are also going to be ruined because of them. Ohio police officer. Games with actors as cast rarely work. Especially the top actors. They take away most of the money from the game, and the developers are left with peanuts to deal with. Hope this is something different. Dying 699 times in a game. I was extremely excited about another new IP from Corey Daniels, but I'm not too sure now. Getting an actor to present it seems like he's going more into storytelling than gameplay. I don't think I like that. Most people in the chat have a negative opinion of Aiden appearing on the stage, and only a few were a bit excited. It was because there have been games with actors as cast with motion capture technology, but they have rarely been good. Most of the time, it was buggy even though it would sell a lot just because of the actors involved. A lot of people don't want the video game industry to mix with Hollywood beyond a certain point. Thank you for inviting me here, John, Aiden said as he looked down at the audience. He could see Uncle Sam waving at him sitting beside Wade. A year and a half ago, I met Corey at an event, and we ended up discussing a few ideas on the spot. Due to that conversation, we both felt like we should try working together, and since then, a team of extremely talented individuals are working on a game that we hope would make strides in gaming, he said, looking towards the big screen in the middle. Now to present to you all, Chapter 367, World. On the screen, the man with the gun took a deep breath and muttered something to himself. Then, he jumped out of the grass and shot a few bullets straight at the dragon's face. Blood spilled out as the dragon screeched and looked at the man. Then, he breathed out fire straight at him as the man dodged. He shot more bullets towards him while trying to keep a distance from him. All the people in the audience looked at the screen with wide eyes and a lot of interest. It was because the fight with the dragon wasn't a cutscene, but a real gameplay video. It was happening in real time with someone controlling the character. Damn, the graphics are next level. Yeah, you can always expect great graphics from Corey Daniels' game, but this is next level. He really upped his game by a lot. That dragon is small, but he looks majestic. But what are guns doing in what looks like a medieval fantasy world? They whispered among themselves and kept watching. On the screen, the dragon suddenly jumped on the man and chewed on his gun. Sparks flew out as the man tried to escape and shoot the dragon in his face. But it was to no avail. With a crunching sound, the gun broke. The man looked in horror but repeated a few words as he jumped away from the claws of the dragon. Don't give strength to your panic. Use it. Control it. Let it help you. He said and muttered a few strange words, and in the next moment, a sword appeared in his hands, leaving behind particles of blue light. Then, he jumped straight at the dragon, battling with him. His eyes kept to his claws and the tail that seemed to be ready to attack at him at any moment. The battle went on like that, and the man was ready to jump off at the dragon and aim at his neck. But the ground suddenly trembled. The man lost his balance, and the dragon looked up, sensing something. Something powerful. Something that wasn't good. Clouds suddenly appeared. Lightning crackled right after in the sky. It felt like the sky was about to wall. The atmosphere has changed in a second. In the next moment, a hammer struck the dragon in his face. Blood splashed around as he plummeted to the ground. His head was smashed, and a small hole was made due to the impact. The man looked at the hammer and the dragon, who wasn't moving, with wide eyes. The dragon was dead, and as if to confirm it, the dragon's body turned into particles right away. A few rewards appeared as usual, and the man didn't move to pick them up. His eyes stayed on the hammer. He recognized it. He had read about it. He had seen movies about it. The man started to run away from it, realizing how much power it contained. He had no mood of dying in the hands of a hammer, no matter how mystical it is. Suddenly, as he was running away, the ground again trembled. He lost his balance again and fell down. Turning his head, he saw that the hammer was twitching a bit. Its master was calling for it. The hammer suddenly moved towards the man at a rapid speed. The man closed his eyes, thinking that this was it for him. But he only felt a gust of wind. When he opened his eyes, he saw the hammer fly above him, and a man appeared. He was flying with lightning all around him, and his whole face was covered by a brown beard. To finish the look, his hair was long and the same color as his beard. As soon as that happened, the live chat in the stream went wild. My pinky is kinky, what the heck? Is that what I'm thinking it is? First female action star. Knowing Corey and being a fan of his work since I was a kid, I could say that the man is a great storyteller, but I still don't understand what is this game. The graphics are gorgeous, but guns and dragons don't make sense. Now this is very wild. The viral leaker. I'm extremely sure this is either going to be the game of the year when it releases or the biggest flop in gaming industry. And I'm all for it. Hundreds of comments came up every second as the demo kept going on. Thor. The man muttered as he tried to hide. He wondered what he was doing here. This wasn't Norway, the place where he had apparently settled. In the next second, he got his answer as a loud shout appeared. Thor, don't run away from my wrath. The man saw a warrior that looked akin to a Spartan appeared with a long broadsword in his hands. His look was similar to the look of an actor from a movie about Greek warriors. Smiling at Thor, the Spartan warrior rushed at him. Ares, the god of war and courage from Greek mythology. He and Thor are fighting it out. He didn't know why two of the most powerful gods of major pantheons were fighting each other, but both of them have a reputation of being crazies that are always looking for someone worthy to fight. Once, Thor wiped out an entire town because he had not gotten good alcohol from it. He was a maniac, a godly maniac. As both Ares and Thor fought it out, the man kept looking before eventually they both left to destroy some other place. The dragon was just an unknown casualty in their fight, and the man was able to benefit from it. It seems like gods could also be useful to us normal humans once in a while. Until they kill us mistakenly, that is. The man muttered and picked up the rewards left up by the dragon. He then sighed and turned around. Two gods were fighting in the distance behind him. Two gods from different pantheons, not caring about the human life around them. It was still not the first time. He had seen it happen a lot. As the man left the forest and made his way to his home, the camera moved upwards and the title of the game appeared. A game where gods have came down on Earth. From Thor to Zeus, the scale of this game is massive and it's filled with cutting-edge graphics. How's that for a reveal? John Knightley, the host, said, and another cheer went up. It was also going crazy in the live chat. Most people have liked the reveal, and just the theme of different gods of different pantheons fighting against each other was enough to make them intrigued. The track record and the name of Corey Daniels was also a major factor in building up the excitement. With the demo and game announcement being received so well, Aiden went off the stage, feeling very excited about it. He walked up to the backstage and congratulated Corey about it, who had already opened up a bottle of a champagne he had brought. He talked with him and his team for a while before joining Uncle Sam and wait on their seats. Uncle Sam was extremely excited seeing him, and he couldn't help but ask him different questions about the game. Aiden, I never thought you were a part of something like this. That looked so good. Can we really fight Thor and Ares in it? What's the story of it? His questions were really like an excited child. Aiden just shook his head without giving him the answer of any of them. Uncle, why don't you wait until the game is out? I don't think it will be out in the next 3 years. This looks like it would be in development for a long time. I think it will come out in 2 years according to what I know. Aiden said. Corey and his team were veterans who knew how to make a game rapidly, though they wanted to take time to polish it too. So it might be delayed once. That's still a long time. Can't you tell me the story right now? Uncle Sam asked again. He knew that Aiden was writing it, and he was sure that the plot would be great. I can, but you need to do one thing for me. What? Uncle Sam raised his eyebrow. Be a part of the game. Chapter 368. Button. Those were some words that Aiden wanted to tell his uncle for a long while, but he waited until the demo was out. If he was being honest, one of the major reasons behind him investing and writing the story of the game was his uncle. It was true that Corey's vision for a game that could rival movies and storytelling was something that had attracted him. But he also wanted to do it for his uncle. When he first came to America, his uncle was the only one to help him out. He had told him to leave everything to him. A few times, he had even paid up his rent. Aiden had tried to pay him back a few times after getting money, but he wouldn't take the money. That's why Aiden had decided to do something that his uncle would like. That was video games. When Corey had heard this, he had told Aiden that they should get his uncle to play a part in the game, and Aiden had really liked the idea. It was the best gift for his uncle, seeing himself as a video game character. When Uncle Sam heard that, he didn't believe it for a second. Aiden, what are you saying? I'm asking you to be a part of the game. I wrote one of the characters just for you. Even Corey agreed. He blinked his eyes and asked again. You are not joking. I won't joke about it. Uncle Sam wasn't able to reply right away, and it was at that moment the host announced the game that had won Game of the Year award. Cheers went up suddenly, and whatever Uncle Sam said was crushed under the noise. He just hugged Aiden for a minute. That was the warmest hug of Aiden's life. After the announcement of the game at the Game Awards, a lot of articles and lists came out about the games that were revealed during the show. Even mainstream media featured it because of its popularity, and as there were also other celebs aside from Aiden there, the coverage was guaranteed. Quite a few of them listed got the highest cheer out of them. Variety Gaming promises a story inspired by mythology and powered by strong gameplay mechanics that would surely make you want to try it. NGN. Aside from the news articles, a lot of gamers also reacted extremely positively to the game. The reveal announcement video got more than 2 million views in 2 days on MeTube, and it looked like there was genuine excitement among the fans. Corey's reputation worked as a charm here. A lot of people even felt like it was one of the worst decisions by his previous company to sideline him like that. He still had it in him to make great games, though there were still some reservations as the demo video focused more on the graphics and the world background than the combat. Although it looked beautiful, many people wondered how the final outcome would be. Some people also felt like the main character felt too weak compared to the gods, and that the background won't be a big thing in the story due to budget constraints. That was obviously just rumors and speculations, and Corey, or anyone from the team, didn't try to do anything about them. They didn't have more footage to show, so they wanted to work more on the game and then talk. Corey just said one thing, and it was that the demo didn't even show 1% of what they were planning. And it was not just a random bluff. They were very motivated to work harder after the positive response. And with that, the end of the year was finally here. Aiden had yet another successful year, though one thing was still left in it, and that was signing the projects for the next year. Aiden leaned against the hard surface of the lift as it went up. Wade was next to him, and today, they have an important appointment. Timmy Button is known to be more of an innovator than anything else. He had a lot of titles under him, but his eyes for good scripts and projects to invest in are unmatchable. He hadn't produced a lot of movies till date, 9 in 20 years, but each of them had been something that had changed the industry in some way. Wade said as he looked at Aiden. He was telling him all that, so he could have more idea of the person they were going to meet, though Aiden already knew a lot of it. His last movie was 5 years ago, right? Time went by very fast. Aiden asked, and Wade replied. 6 years ago, technically. It was called, and Timmy invested in underwater technology for the director to be able to shoot a few scenes. Those technologies are now being used in different types of sectors. I hope he doesn't invest in developing some kind of dream technology due to this movie. Let's hope so. This meeting was about Project Dream. Red Ant were glad that Aiden wanted to work with them, and getting in Lister had made their project seem more powerful, at least on paper. P1E's visit N0V1B and NET. Timmy Button, a renowned producer, was overseeing the project and working with Red Ant Studios. Normally, Red Ant Studio won't think twice before signing a Timmy Button's project. But times were such that any kind of rom-com was an utter failure. So, they wanted to make it a streaming movie, but as Timmy only wanted it for the big screen, the plans changed, and now Aiden was going to be at the center of it. Until Timmy really hated him. "We are finally here," Wade said as they got out of the lift. They were now in the main office of Timmy Button. They walked up to the receptionist and told her about their appointment. The receptionist told them to go straight in. While walking, Aiden noticed that there were a few faces that he recognized in the office. Timmy Button was an associate producer on a lot of projects, so it was understandable. A lot of people also noticed Aiden and started whispering. It seems like the rumors were really true. Yeah, Aiden Silvereye is going to be in Timmy Button's next. He really made a strong decision straight after reaching the top. Nah, he's just playing safe. One flop, and people are going to doubt if he's really in Lister. He's scared. Aiden heard a few of these whispers, but just ignored it. He reached the main door, and Timmy Button was written in the center of it. After a knock, they went in, and Aiden saw Timmy Button for the first time in his life. The first thought that came to Aiden's mind was that he looked messy. He's pretty much like I thought he would be. Just I expected him to look a bit more formal. Aiden thought in his mind. Timmy looked like he hadn't cut his hair in a year. Weirdly, he had a completely shaved face, giving him the look of a musician who would often be on substance for some inspiration. Aside from his look, everything was neat and clean, and it looked like his office was very well taken care of. "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have been meaning to see you for a long time, but who knew we would meet straight on a project? I guess this is the right time." "I believe so." Timmy looked pretty happy to see Aiden, and after the initial greetings, Wade and him sat down with Timmy. "You know, when the project first got greenlit, I was pretty sure that I would have to do it with a newbie actor and try to fill the cast with known faces for supporting roles, as it's easier to get people to agree on a supporting role than a lead role these days, depending on how much you're giving them," he said, making fun of the so-called lead actors of Hollywood who have become scared of taking risks in his viewpoint. "That's why I was extremely curious about you. We did send you the script, but we never expected to get a positive response, as the premise is bizarre. I wanted to know what made you go for it anyway." Timmy squinted his eyes a bit as he asked. Chapter 369, Dreams of Society. The premise of Project Dream was truly bizarre. It wasn't a simple love story like 30 Days of Happiness. It was more complex and was basically about a time in the future. A time in which humans have invented machines that lets one explore what they are dreaming about. Dreams are not just things that humans forget after waking up. These machines could even influence dreams and make it a great, enjoyable experience for someone. It is used by people to have a great sleep and have fun in them. Some people even use it as an adrenaline rush by influencing their dreams to be more exciting. Although there wasn't much explanation about these dream machines, the story revolves around a guy who meets a girl in his dreams. The girl, like him, was surprised to see someone, and although for a while, both of them see each other as imagination, the confusion eventually gets cleared and a weird relationship forms around them. When Aiden had first read the premise and the script, he had gotten a weird feeling out of it. Not exactly because of the idea, but because of the vibe he got from the story. It looked less like a Hollywood movie and more like an anime movie, as it was common knowledge that Hollywood romances are very grounded. They barely had any romance of epic proportions, but whenever it had happened, it had been a huge success. But directors tend to still go for realism over a spectacle. Whereas in anime love stories, anything was possible. Aiden had even watched a story that was going pretty fine till the halfway stage about a high school couple, but suddenly, the girl would be revealed as a robot, and then, a whole plot about aliens would start out of nowhere. Even with this, the movie was greatly enjoyable. Just an anime. The directors let the creativity flow and see where it will go without trying to restrain it. P1Es visit N0V1B N.NET. Project Dream followed that as in dreams, anything was possible. Maybe. That's why Aiden wanted to be a part of the project. I thought it's a really fun project. I realized it on my second read of the script, but I felt like I would regret it if I don't become a part of it. Aiden said after thinking for a bit, but it looked like a generic response to Timmy. He decided to push for a better response. I showed the script to a couple of actors before you. People who have worked with me before and they weren't ready to be a part of the movie as a lot of it felt silly to them. I made the main character younger because of that as no older actor wanted to be a part of it, and it was easier to persuade a younger actor. You know what those big-time stars told me that the movie won't earn much on the box office and would be termed unrealistic. To that, Aiden smiled. Someone recently told me my movie won't earn much money. I'm pretty sure you know how that aged. I do. Timmy chuckled. Still, those actors thought the same thing. What made you look at it differently? Aiden didn't reply straight up. Wade looked at him, knowing that Timmy was trying to test him by asking this. To know if it was really his love for the script or just because of the reputation of Timmy Button. Wade looked confident that Aiden wouldn't mess it up, and after a while, Aiden opened his mouth. There's one thing my father once told me. It was probably the best perspective I ever got on movies. What is that? Timmy raised an eyebrow, and even Wade looked interested. Aiden seldom talked about his father. He was telling me about his most favorite movie and told me that people say that movies are the mirror to society and they should be reflective of what's going on in society. That's true, Timmy said. That was probably the most said quote by budding filmmakers. And it was extremely true too. Movies were an essential part in making societies better by showing them what is wrong in them. But my father said that he believes in something else. I asked what, and he told me that his favorite movie is a children's film about a young wizard and his pet dog who can talk. He said that it's a good movie, but it didn't win any awards. But it stayed with him because the movie was like his dream coming true. He said that he imagined going on such adventures before in his dream. He then told me that aside from a reflection to society, movies should also be the dreams of society. The script is like that. Aiden liked realistic movies, but if he was going to make a movie, it was always going to be something that's different from our world. Because that way, he would truly be able to show off his creativity. Project Dream was pretty much that as it explored the untapped potential of the magical realism genre. Timmy blinked his eyes and thought about Aiden's answer. He repeated the sentence, movies should be the dreams of society, and felt like it was a great quote. He also liked that his story made Aiden think of the quote because the script was written with that essence. You have a pretty great sense of movies. Thank you. Aiden smiled, and it looked like Timmy had already decided that he was going to be his male lead. Chapter 370, Failed Meeting. I would be surprised if this meeting goes even half as good as the last one. Though, I am hoping it goes well. Tom said as he passed on the coffee to Aiden. He took a sip out of it and made a frowning expression as it felt a tad bit too bitter for his taste. But he felt like his whole day was going to be like the coffee. There were certainly a lot of unpleasant things about the entertainment industry, and dealing with unpleasant people was one of them. Well, Alberto is still a professional. He isn't going to be that blunt, Aiden said as they walked. They were currently in the Titan Studios office, walking to the meeting place. Wade wasn't accompanying them as he was busy with negotiating down the contract with Red Ant Studios. Although the signing fee was decided, there were other things in the contract that were still being negotiated. A few people from his legal team were obviously accompanying him too. Actually, from what I heard, he's kinda like that sweet and spicy girl you dated sometimes in your life. What? Aiden stopped in his tracks and gave the strangest look he could muster to Tom, who quickly explained himself. You know that girl who seems like the sweetest person in the world at first, but after you break up, she makes you feel like she's the descendant of Satan even if she acts like the breakup is mutual at first. Why are you looking at me like I'm spewing nonsense? You never have that kind of a relationship. You are spewing nonsense, and even if it's true, your analogy is weird. Aiden shook his head, but Tom kept telling him about the rumors he had heard about Alberto. But Aiden didn't need him. He had heard enough from Ava about the guy, and she had told him that Alberto was surely going to ask him something in return for casting him, or try to make some kind of a deal. So, he was prepared for that. Though, Aiden did wonder how Tom knew so many rumors. Once, he had heard from Sasha that Tom had the subscription of every tabloid and gossip magazine running in the country. He had dismissed it as a joke before, but that might just be true. The meeting can't be that bad. After all, everyone is an adult and a professional here. He thought, and just half an hour later, Aiden regretted those words. You must be very brave to decide to ask for a meeting even after our last interaction. I thought you were too cozy with Ava to seek me out for Hex. It's not wrong to say that I was surprised when my assistant told me you wanted to meet me, so I will give you that. Aiden looked straight at Alberto and thought that he really was blunt. There were other people sitting around him, but they looked too used to it. They probably thought that it was just another day at work. I seek you out because Hex interested me, and I'm a fan of the original books. Our last interaction wasn't in my mind. It was in my mind, Alberto said, looking like he had no intention of being even a tad bit professional. Don't you think that we should not hang on the past and try to see where our mindset lies in respect to the project? And try to work together? Alberto laughed hearing that. Nope. I'm not that naive to act all chummy with someone who isn't pleasant to my eyes. I thought you knew how the industry worked as you made your way from the bottom. Or you just got lucky. A crack appeared on the expression of Aiden. Tom looked at him with worry. As just an assistant, he didn't have the authority to speak here, and he felt like Aiden was going to lose it any second. I guess it's not going to work. Aiden thought in his mind as he looked at Alberto. Ava had told him that the man was bitter after Action Hero. To top it off, Titan Studios also had a distributing partnership for The Black Saint, and they had earned a lot with that even with a minimal share in the movie. That's why Alberto was not even trying to be polite. In that case, Aiden also had no reason to stay polite. You are right, he said. I was naive to think that you would try to be a bit professional, as I thought you are a respectful producer with years of experience. Guess I was wrong to accept anything like that from you. What did you say? Alberto glared at him, and Aiden looked him in the eye. You already heard me. People around them glanced between the two of them as they wondered if the meeting had already fallen off. It was then that Alberto smiled. Finally, you saw your real face. I don't like talking with people who are just trying to be nice when they don't hold good feelings towards me. You don't really give me any opportunities for me to have good feelings towards you. Then, how about I give you an opportunity? Alberto said, and with the crooked smile on his face, Aiden knew that nothing good was going to come out of his mouth. But he still said, what? Let's make a deal. You stop trying to get too involved with Ava, and I will start to ponder about you heading Hex. I know the little girl is trying to plot against me and has offered you quite a few things in exchange for you supporting her endeavors. But I can offer you the same and a bit more than her. Like Aiden had thought, the deal that Alberto offered was pretty cliché. He was literally telling Aiden to betray Ava and form a relationship with him. A business relationship where both of them can help each other. Sorry, that won't happen. I don't have a habit of betraying people, Aiden said, having no need to even consider the proposal. It had a bad deal written all over with it. He didn't trust Alberto to support him like Ava. The man was only going to use him because Aiden was pretty versatile in terms of his talents and his movies were working very well. That's a good habit to have in the industry, you know. Alberto just said that, and with that, the meeting was over. He had nothing else to say, and Aiden knew that he wouldn't want him if he's not on his side. The meeting was ironically over even before they could talk about the movie and their ideas about it. While Aiden was walking out of the meeting room, one thing was in his mind, and that was the proud, crooked smirk that Alberto showed him. He didn't like it. What should we do now? Hex is out of our hands now just because the executive producer attached to it is a piece of shit. Tom cursed as they walked out. Hearing his words, Aiden stopped in his tracks. His mind began running as he wondered if it was really the end. The mature thing here would be to just get out of the movie and find a project where he can be more cordial with the producer. There were tons of projects like that. But Aiden didn't like Alberto's tone, nor he liked that he was unable to do a project just because the producer didn't like him. It just didn't feel acceptable to him as an actor. I need to make one last try, at least an attempt to see if I can ruin that crooked smile. He thought in his mind and took the lift with Tom to the ground floor. His assistant kept glancing at him as he was unusually silent. As an avid observer of Aiden, Tom knew that he would normally laugh out failures like this and try to move on as soon as possible, so he can be ready for the next big project. But today it was different. He felt like something big was going to happen, and it was confirmed when the lift stopped. P1E's visit N0V1B N.NET. Let's sit in that lounge area. Aren't we going to the car? Wade had already texted me 5 times. Tom asked with a confused expression. No, I want to try something, Aiden said and walked to the reception. He asked a few things from her and sat down in the seat that was closest to the elevator. Tom sat next to him and couldn't help resist asking, "What is your plan? Are you going Gandhi mode and protesting or something?" "No, I'm following what Wade once told me. The producer is the most important person in the crew as he had all the rights of how he wanted to edit the movie. He is like a big bull who no one could stop. Depending on his mood, the movie could be nominated for a Raspberry Award or an Oscar. But before the movie is completed, he is constantly battling with the bull that is the director. We now need to impress that bull and make him fight from our side." Chapter 371. Alberto Dunley felt like the wind these days was getting colder and colder. But he had warmth all around him. He finally seemed to be walking a path of flowers instead of the path of thorns. Last year was one of the worst times of his career, with several of his projects failing, and he had started to lose out in favor with the company. But after the company started its plan to start franchises, he knew that he needed to be at the top of it. Because if it worked, then he was going to be one of the most important people in the whole company. His stature would rise exponentially, and his failures would be behind him. Though, he also felt like he was walking on thin ice at first, as the chances of failure were extremely high. But things changed since Olio Furman got on board with the project. The man was trying to adapt in a movie for a long time, and just going by his record, Alberto could say that the movie would be good. The chances of failure with this novel adaptation were also low due to the number of fans of the series. With Olio at the helm, he could be rest assured and would just need to take a back seat, as he knew how he worked. He didn't like any interference in his job until the editing part. One of the main reasons Alberto had good relations with him was because he was a master of handling directors and knew that some directors should just be left alone. Big directors have too much ego and confidence that they don't even mind screaming at the producers. One big director recently threw things at a producer because he wanted to change a few things in the script. Only after that, the director was left alone to work on his vision. Olio was someone who was fully capable of doing something like that, and Alberto would avoid it if he could. We have marked 3 actors for the lead role. Most of the supporting roles are already casted, but Mr. Furman is still in the middle of deciding the main lead. Why? Are we having problems on that front? There are enough talented people in Hollywood, Alberto asked as he looked at his assistant. They were currently in the car, coming back from a meeting with the CEO of the VFX company that was working on Hex. He had mostly left casting to Olio and was only responsible for recommending actors to him. The final decision was for the director to take. Mr. Furman is being choosy as he wants someone with a lot of charisma. The actors you recommended were rejected on the basis that they simply weren't big enough to portray the lead role. As you know in the story, the main lead is extremely charismatic and persuasive. Olio could simply write the role for a more older actor. It happens a lot. Yes, but he wants to avoid it just because it happens a lot. He's a big fan of the original series and wants to stay true to it. Alberto frowned, feeling like it was pretty much a dragged mess. They needed to start on the production as soon as possible because a lot of time would be spent in the post-production for all the VFX shots. In these types of projects, post-production becomes one of the most essential parts. Turn the car to his office, Alberto suddenly said, and his assistant looked bewildered for a second. Right now? Yeah. You have other appointments, sir. Cancel them. I'm letting Olio do what he wants, but I need to be strict too in these times, or he would do just anything, he said, and his assistant had no choice. He told the driver to turn the car and drive to Olio Furman's office. It was better to talk in person and decide on the lead. When he got here, Alberto straight walked up to the main room where Olio was typically found. All around in the office, posters and character arts for Hex were laid out. Olio and his team were working here for a few months, and the progress was easily seen. Alberto quickly found Olio's assistant and asked, "Where's Olio?" "He's in a meeting on the 2nd floor." Hearing the reply, Alberto wondered if it was a meeting with the crew about the filming. What meeting? A meeting for the casting for the lead role in his upcoming movie. Alberto was pleasantly surprised when the assistant said that. He was here to sort out the main lead issue, but it looked like Olio was faster than he thought. Now that he was here, Alberto decided to go and check what was going on in the meeting and who was the actor. He hoped that it was at least someone who was marketable and would have age on his side. Stepping into the second floor, Alberto directly headed for the meeting room and excitedly opened the door. But suddenly his face froze. He wondered for a second if he was having delusions as everyone in the meeting room scrambled to their seats. A few people from the crew were in the room, and there was obviously Olio Furman. He was a bald man in his late 40s that gave the impression of a weak, scrawly man. With the proper look, he would look like a retired man who had worked his whole life in an office. Very ordinary. Alberto, I didn't know you were coming here today. What a surprise. Olio muttered, walking up to him, but Alberto didn't respond. His eyes kept being fixated on the man who was sitting in front of the door. The man his eyes had landed upon after opening the door. What are you doing here? He finally blurted out. I'm here for a meeting with Mr. Furman, regarding me playing the lead role in his movie. What are you saying? We already had the meeting, and you know very well how it went. Alberto looked at him with angry eyes. The atmosphere quickly heated up, and people noticed that there was some unpleasant air in the room suddenly. If Olio wasn't standing beside him, he would have even grabbed Aiden by the collar. I know, Aiden said as she put on a smile. His voice was not confrontational and was persuasive. But while I was leaving the company, I met Mr. Furman just in front of the lift. When he heard that I was in a meeting for Hex, we ended up having a long talk on the original books and the characters. Yes, and Aiden here impressed me a lot. He actually has the same reservations about a live-action Hex that I had, and our ideas are very similar. Olio added, and it just strengthened Aiden's case. Alberto opened and closed his eyes, wondering how this had happened. He had thought that Aiden would throw away his ambition to be a part of Hex, but he had entirely skipped the producer and went for the director. So, Aiden is your choice to play the lead. Am I understanding it right? Alberto looked at Olio, who still hadn't noticed the strange atmosphere between him and Aiden. Not yet, but I like his ideas and viewpoint. I still need to take an audition, but he's way better than the other candidates. Moreover, he just gave a $500 million movie, so he's extremely marketable. I heard your meeting with him didn't go right. Why was that? We had a few disagreements. Alberto said, barely. He kept glaring at Aiden while he said that. Well, I guess it's not something that can't be solved. Why don't you join us? We were in the middle of discussing the main character. You don't have any other appointments, right? No, I don't. He sat down and wondered if he was really seeing things right. Aiden, who he had rejected, was now sitting in front of him, and they were discussing the lead role. Bastard, I won't let you take the role so easily. Alberto thought in his mind, and Aiden was having similar thoughts. No matter what you do, I'm going to fight for the role. As Aiden was fighting for the role in Hex, award season was coming up. Actors who had given out great performances in the past year were now hoping for some kind of nomination in any award. Some movies have already started campaigning for a case for the Oscars, and even Golden Globes were being sought after. Last year, Aiden had only gotten nominations for Agnes and had even missed out on an Oscar nomination for the Best Actor. But this year, a lot of people felt like he had way better chances. Last year, there were too many great performances, and Aiden's age played against him. This year, the good movies were fewer and meaty roles were only played by a few actors. The chances of awards had never been this high before. Chapter 372. When Aiden had come out of that meeting with Alberto, there was a lot going on in his mind. He had wondered how to get back at Alberto. Fighting against the executive producer of a movie was not the brightest thing to do when you wanted to be a part of it. It was then that he had heard a conversation between the employees that were passing them by. Olio Furman is again going to be here, right? Yeah. Our department has a meeting with him today, and they are also going to have a meeting with the costume department. Pretty interesting work. Here in Human Resources, everyone just hates us even if we are just doing our job. The only thing that Aiden took from that conversation was that Olio was going to be here. If he could talk to him once, then maybe something will come up. Having no other choice, Aiden had sat in front of the elevator to wait for Olio. And after 2 hours, he finally saw him. Knowing that it was his only chance, Aiden didn't waste time and got on the same elevator as him. Then, as if he had just coincidentally met him, he looked in surprise. Olio Furman, I didn't expect to see you here today. What a nice surprise. Olio Furman looked at him and recognized Aiden. Ah, Aiden Silvereye. I like quite a few of your works. A few of my friends couldn't stop talking about you. Some even want to work with you. You have made a big impression on the industry in recent years. That's a huge compliment. I have watched all your movies actually and always wanted to work with you. Really? I don't hear that often. Olio Furman looked surprised. Due to his work ethic and environment that was too strict for most people, he was not looked upon nicely by a lot of actors. Yeah, I feel like you would be able to bring out my best. Sadly, I have a meeting with Mr. Dunley just now, and it didn't go really well. I was hoping to be a part of Hex. I felt like the whole world of the novel was perfect for your style of storytelling that takes aesthetics to a whole new dimension. The lift had stopped then. Although Olio hadn't said much after that, he looked pleased to hear that. He also added that he was surprised to know that Aiden was interested in Hex, but he was in a hurry to go for a meeting and left. Aiden had felt a bit disappointed and had walked back to Tom, thinking that it wasn't enough. They decided to leave the office of Titan Studios then, but it was at that moment that a man had come running towards them. "Excuse me, Mr. Silvereye. You are?" Aiden asked, looking at the man who seemed very ordinary. "I'm Olio Furman's secretary." He asked you to stay back as he wanted to talk to you after his meeting was over. A huge smile had hung on Aiden's lips when he heard that. After that, things were way more simpler. If it was 2 years ago, then Olio Furman won't even look at him for anything more than a supporting role, but now, Aiden was a big actor, and that brought a lot of privileges to movies. Just by him being in a movie, it was going to be talked about a lot more. Olio Furman knew that too. That's why, with just a bit of praise about his directing style and showing interest in his movies, Aiden was able to hold his attention. During his meeting with Olio, his knowledge of fantasy stories and movies came to work as Aiden was able to hold a conversation about how a live-action version of Hex might look. His ideas were very similar to the ones that Olio held. Like that, Aiden was able to get Olio to be on his side against Alberto. "Alberto, I do understand that you think there are better actors around, but Aiden is perfect for the role. He's young, handsome, and I have seen his work. The kid got screen charisma. You know how rare that is." Olio looked at Alberto, who was constantly frowning. After a few interactions with Aiden, Olio felt like he was the perfect choice for the lead. With him at the helm, they could look for a way bigger opening than before. His box office record was extremely good, and that was the hardest thing in the industry. But Alberto was strongly against him. "Look, I won't lie to you. I don't like him. Don't bring personal grudges into work. Everything is connected in the industry. That guy doesn't even have 10 movies in his career. Just his filmography makes me reject him," Alberto said with resolute eyes. He didn't seem like he was going to change his decision. But Olio was always stubborn. It's more impressive if he managed to make a name for himself as a leading role actor in such a short time. We don't even have any better options here. That's why I'm pushing for him. Who said we don't have any better options? I just had a meeting with Terrence Stark yesterday. He's a Golden Globes nominated actor, and he's just 37. He will fit right in a fantasy action adventure. Terrence Stark was one of the more known actors in the industry. He was doing some roles for over a decade before he got his big break, and now he would often be seen in different kinds of movies in nicely written roles. 2 years ago, he had even gotten a Golden Globes nomination. Although he didn't win it, it was still a big deal. A lot of people were sure that he was going to win the award sooner or later. These days, there were rumors that he was trying to move towards the commercial route. He looked like a great prospect during our meeting, and he's apparently trying to earn more money these days. Actors do get greedy after a while, so we could easily bind him in the sequels. I have seen him. He's good, but doesn't have that on-screen charisma. He's a great actor in tragedies, but I doubt he would be able to do a role with a sarcastic tone and heroic charisma. He will adapt. And like I said, a Golden Globes nominee is way better than Aiden. There's not even competition. Olio wanted to tell Alberto that award shows rarely matter in Hollywood and how rigged some of them could be. A nomination in them was good, but it was surely not everything, especially when the awards were losing their credibility every year. But he suddenly got a text from someone. He sighed and looked up at his phone that was on the table. It was a text from a journalist. "Journalist, I heard rumors that Aiden Silvereye is going to work with you. Golden Globes nominations just came out, and he's nominated in the Best Actor category. If he's working with you, can you confirm it?" "What?" Olio didn't reply to the journalist. He wondered who was spreading those rumors for a second before his mind fixated on the second part of the message. What happened? Alberto asked and looked up at him. Olio replied in an instant. Apparently, Golden Globes nominations just came out. Aiden got nominated for The Black Saint. What? You're not joking, right? Check it. Like Olio said, Alberto just looked through the news articles that were very easy to find out. Aiden was indeed nominated for his role of Kai and was competing against equally great actors for the award for the Best Actor. It had come off as a surprise as Alberto had thought that he would be rejected on the basis that the movie was a sequel. Actors had been rejected on the basis of that. Although it wasn't an official reason, anyone could see patterns. Maybe on that basis, The Black Saint wasn't in the list for the best movie of the year. These award shows work weirdly. I can't use the argument that he's not a Golden Globes nominated actor anymore. Alberto thought in his mind and cuss it. Chapter 373. Golden Globes was undoubtedly the second biggest award show in Hollywood. It might not be as big and known as the Oscars, but its significance was massive in Hollywood. Many celebrities think of it as the goal they need to conquer before moving on to the Oscars. Although getting a Golden Globe didn't mean one would win the Oscar, it undoubtedly increased the chances. It was also a great addition to any actor's wiki page. When Aiden got to know that he was nominated for it in the Best Actor in a Leading Role, Male, category, he was ecstatic. His mind was consumed by ways through which he could sign the contract for Hex. So, it had come out of nowhere, and he wasn't even expecting it. Actually, it was a call from Xavier, who had gotten to know about the nomination an hour before it got revealed. He had decided to tell Aiden about the good news straight away. After that, calls hadn't stopped, as everyone wanted to congratulate him. It was only after a while that it had set in. Earning a nomination in the Best Actor category in a major award show was the first for Aiden, so it was normal that he would feel overwhelmed. Congratulations. Let's party till we pass out today. I bought everyone a very expensive wine. Jody opened up the bottle of wine that he had pulled out from somewhere. Everyone pushed against each other to get the taste of it. Some people just watched and talked among themselves. One thing was clear, that the atmosphere in Aiden's office was the best it had ever been. They were all celebrating Aiden's nomination today. In Aiden's career, his team had played a big role, and even he can't ignore that. Although Wade had been there from the start, after the inclusion of Sasha, Jody, Tom, and others, he was able to be way more efficient. How are you feeling? Overwhelmed. I'm trying to not get too excited. If I lose, I will be in a pretty bad state. Aiden's motto was that if he doesn't have too many expectations, he won't be disappointed. Though, it was hard to do that. Any actor would want to win after getting the nomination. Still, just getting the nomination was a big deal, and Aiden had learnt why. In the past 2 days, he had gotten several calls and texts from big shots of Hollywood. He didn't even know half of them, but they have started to take notice of him. Or maybe they were just doing this in case they work with Aiden in the future. Sincerity was rare in Hollywood after all. Just enjoy the moment. Even with a nomination, your portfolio got a bit meatier in an instant. Even in wiki articles, you're going to be mentioned as a Golden Globes nominated actor. We also got an edge against Alberto Dunley now. I dare him to reject a Golden Globes nominated actor because of petty reasons, Wade said as he took a bite out of the donut in his hand. He had ordered a lot of those as he was a big fan. There must be pressure on him since we released those rumors about me being in Hex. Yeah, the media reported it like crazy for the whole day. Tom added, taking a sip from his glass of wine. That was our plan. One of the tactics used by Aiden against Alberto were rumors. He had spreaded them deliberately to put more pressure on Alberto. He must be getting a lot of calls asking if it was true. It was an old but effective tactic. Well, if you actually won the award, then I'm pretty sure there's no way he would be able to reject you, Wade said as he took another bite. Yeah, you can even ask for a higher fee and he would agree, Tom said, giving off a grin. I won't do that because if I really sign it, we would work together. Even if he won't come on the set often, Aiden said, and they talked like that for a while before Wade and Tom got pulled up by other people to have discussions. People kept coming towards Aiden to congratulate him. All of them said that he would surely win, and although it felt nice, it did add more pressure on him even though winning wasn't in his hands. When he was finally left alone, he was able to take a deep breath. I have really come a long way, he thought, smiling to himself. This was something he was thinking a lot these days, but he did feel like he had achieved a lot every year. Maybe it was finally culminating into something. A lot of people had told him that the Oscars nomination was also not far away, but his mind wasn't even focusing on it. If that happened, it was good. If it didn't, then at least he has the Golden Globes nomination. As he was thinking of that, his phone suddenly rang. It was Dustin. Normally, he's one of the first ones to congratulate me, but I didn't even get a text from him. He was probably busy. Aiden thought. Dustin was a very good actor and even a better person, albeit a bit over the top and overconfident. They had last worked together in Disconnected and had been regularly in contact. Dustin was doing TV series these days and was finding great success. Dustin, how are you doing? I thought you got in an accident when I didn't get your text a minute after the nominations were out. Sorry, I was busy. Congratulations. You know, when I first saw The Black Saint, I thought only you could play Kai. I can't even portray him like you did on the screen. Thanks. What are you up to these days? Are you going to be present in the ceremony? Aiden asked, and the rusky voice of Dustin replied quickly. No, I won't be. I can get you an invitation. Weren't you there last year? I remember you saying that you would win the award in the next 3 years. Aiden thought that Dustin was going to jump up at the chance of an invitation. He was someone who was always excited to see a lot of his favorite actors at one place. But, no, I can't come. I'm very busy with shootings. And I don't have energy, even on my breaks. Action stuff drains you. Dustin laughed at the other end, but Aiden noticed that something was off. Even if he was busy, he was someone who would try to get time out. Or at least he won't be so resolute about not coming to the award ceremony. His other sentences also sounded a bit weird to Aiden. Almost like he was missing his usual goofy attitude and was only trying to fool Aiden. Dustin, are you okay? He asked, not wasting any time to deliberate on it. Yeah, I'm okay. Why are you asking? You sound off. Like something bad had happened to you. Shaken, if I need to put a word on it. No, I'm fine. It's just that I was shooting a very emotional scene just today. I guess I'm still having the effects. I will be fine in a few hours. Dustin said hurriedly, but it felt like an excuse to Aiden. He again asked him if everything was okay, but he only got the answer that he was overthinking. Was it really that? Aiden didn't know. But before he could push Dustin more, he cut the call, saying the director was calling him. The whole interaction sounded very weird to him. A few minutes into the call, Aiden was still wondering if he had just heard wrong or the tone of Dustin's voice was really sad, like something bad had happened to him. Are you okay? A short man looked up at Dustin and asked. His eyes showed worry and concern for the person sitting in front of him. The man was Dustin's agent. I'm okay. Aiden thought something was odd with me, but I'm pretty sure he would forget about it. I heard a lot of people talking around him. He must be at some celebration party. Dustin said as he sighed, a trace of hollowness in his eyes. Unlike what he told Aiden, he wasn't on any set and was at his home, sitting with his agent. You sure you don't want him to know anything? You are close with him, right? Nothing will happen even if I tell him. Maybe he will laugh at me too. Dustin said with a dry laugh. Let him have his moment. I will only ruin things for him if I talk, especially when he's about to win the biggest award of his career. He added, then asked, what happened with the investigation? Hearing that, the short agent swallowed the words that he was about to say and his shoulders sunk. Nothing good happened for us. Chapter 374. Every year, Golden Globes is held on January 11th, and this year was the same. It meant that Aiden didn't have a lot of time left for the event and had to quickly do a lot of things. After the celebration party, he got busy with stylists and the attire he was going to wear on the day. A very famous suit brand sponsored him for the event to gain exposure through him, and Aiden happily accepted it. Hey, a lot of clothes of celebrities would always be sponsored by some brand, especially on these types of events. As a lot of people watch these types of events, the brands get visibility. But it was still a lot of work to go over different types of suits. He also had to decide on his complete look way before the event. His stylist asked whether he wanted a bit of a unique look as she showed him a lot of suits that could only be termed colorful. One of them even had a design of a feather which just made it look like something that would only suit a magician from the 16th century. Aiden rejected it at a glance and opted for a more ordinary look. According to him, he won't be able to carry a more vibrant look because that just wasn't him. Until he's comfortable in what he's wearing, he won't look confident. His stylist understood that, and his look was decided just like that. One more issue was his date. Celebrities would often take their wives or partners to events. It was common, and if someone was alone, reporters would often ask them annoying questions like who they were taking home tonight. Aiden had also dealt with that in the past. A few people he knew would even take someone from their team to the event, just to avoid those types of questions. Though, that would end up with fake rumors coming up about the relationship. Aiden had a funny interaction with Sasha and Wade about this when they were just sitting around. Why don't you take Ava with you? I doubt she will reject you. Wade had asked. I asked. She's going to be in London during the event. She wanted to come, but she's busy. So it's out of the picture. Don't you have someone else? Here. I thought celebrities have lifestyles that normal people could only dream of. Sasha muttered as she looked at him. I'm a very boring person. You know that. Your movies are your girlfriends. I know that. Sasha smiled, and it was then that Aiden asked her something that made her freeze. Sasha, why don't you come with me? To the Globes. You can act as a sort of fake date. At that question, Sasha had blanked out for a minute, not expecting him to ask her that. Aiden, if I went with you as a date, fake or not, I won't be able to live a simple life from the next day. My Skygram would be filled with messages. Moreover, I'm married. So, you are 3 years late. It was the first time that Aiden got to know that Sasha was married. Aside from all that, one more thing that happened was the progress with Hex went ahead. Although Alberto tried his best to reject Aiden for the role, Olio had become hell-bent on having him. A lot of it wasn't even about him liking Aiden a lot. Somewhere, it had become the case of two egos clashing with each other. Alberto had been against Aiden to a degree that it had rubbed Olio the wrong way. He felt like the producer was trying to have more control over the project. He certainly didn't like it. So, he made it a condition that he had to have Aiden on board for the movie. Alberto almost went crazy due to stress, but it was impossible for him to do anything if the director was like that. A major reason why Hex was greenlit was because of the director and his filmography. Moreover, a Golden Globes nomination just made Aiden's stature bigger. Rumors were also spreading in the company about it, and those weren't nice to Alberto. So in the end, he had no choice. I hope we will get along during the filming. Just don't get on my nerves. I'm already going to tolerate you with all my strength. So stay in your limits, and I won't try to fuck you over. Obviously, we all want the movie to be successful here. Aiden resisted as Alberto tried to squeeze his hands with as much strength he could muster. He had just signed the contract that made him the lead for the first Hex movie. It meant that he won against Alberto, and the man hadn't taken nicely to it. The first movie was signed for $3 million from Aiden's side. It was lower than the salary he was getting for Red Ant Studios' movie, but every movie was different for an actor. Hex was a way bigger risk for Titan Studios, and they weren't willing to spend a lot on actor fees. Aiden also understood that well, so he had taken $3 million only. He felt better knowing that more money could go in VFX and other important aspects rather than his fees. In Hex, the VFX work was going to be extremely heavy. Both he and Wade knew that if the first movie worked, then the signing fee for the next movie would probably go over $10 million easily. Maybe even $20 million depending on how the movie does at the box office. Just so you know, Alberto said after they ended the handshake. His hand felt a bit numb, but he ignored it. If the movie fails, I'm coming after you with everything I get. I will blame it on you, so make sure it doesn't come to that. Hearing that threat, Aiden gave a blank expression, but there was a fire in his eyes. Don't worry, I will give it my best. Just don't interfere and try to make my life difficult. Do better than your best. The conversation ended there. He left the Titan Studios office with his lawyers after that, and after parting ways, the first thing he did was to call Tom. Aiden, how did the contract stuff go? Alberto changed his tone, or is it still the same? That was the first thing that Tom asked after the phone connected. Still the same. But it looks like he won't try to fuck me over since we in the same team now. Can't say anything after the movie though. He seems like he would send a hitman after me if the movie flops. It won't though, right? I will do my best to make sure it doesn't. For some reason, those words from Aiden were assuring to Tom. It was only after that they got to the main topic. So what did you find? About Dustin. Aiden had asked Tom to find information about Dustin after their awkward call. For a moment, he had felt like he should leave it alone as it wasn't his place to do anything. But that didn't feel right. Dustin was one of his few close friends in Hollywood. If there was something bad going with him, he needed to look into it. He left that action series midway, actually. What? Aiden was surprised to know that. It felt like the feeling he had was right all along. Dustin lied to him. Yeah, they were shooting in Australia, and he had also shot a few scenes. From what I heard, most of the things were well, but Dustin had suddenly left the series. Apparently, he wasn't well and even had to pay a fee for breaking the contract, but he still backed out. He hadn't signed anything after that and has been without work for the last 6 months from what I know. When Dustin had first signed up on the action series that was going to be streamed on Netflix, he had told Aiden about it and how he was very excited. Him leaving it midway like this and not even having work after that was very strange. Actors normally would go from one project to another. Even if he hadn't signed anything due to the action series, he would be in contact for some small roles here and there. Do you know the reason why? Aiden asked, and Tom shook his head. Nothing came out from the action series set. No other actors left, and they all look good with the producers and directors, so I doubt the problem is there. Do you know where I could find Dustin? I don't, but I got his agent's number. I will send it to you. Aiden nodded his head and cut the call. A minute later, Tom had sent him the number. The bad feeling in his heart, like Dustin was in some sort of trouble, was increasing every minute in his heart. After taking a breath, he finally called the agent. Chapter 375. After deliberating for a while, Aiden finally called the agent and asked to meet him face to face. The agent was reluctant and tried to make excuses to not meet Aiden. But in the end, Aiden was able to convince him. As they were in the same city, Aiden just drove to a coffee place that was close to the location of the agent. The agent was already there when he reached. It's been a long time since we last met. I don't think there were any introductions before. No, there wasn't. I'm Justin Short, Dustin's agent. We have been working together for years now. Like his name, the guy was short and had features that made Aiden associate himself with a rat. But he looked friendly. He had always seen him laughing and smiling with Dustin, so it had naturally made a good impression on Aiden. I will ask it directly. What's going on with Dustin? He lied to me. Aiden went straight to the topic, and Justin shook his head. No, he didn't. I got someone to look around. He left the action series shooting in the middle and hasn't even signed any other movie in these past months. That day, his voice on the phone sounded a bit dead. When Aiden said all the facts like that, Justin wasn't able to say anything. For a while, he had never thought that Aiden would use his connections to find details about Dustin. He didn't know how to talk his way out of it now. Still, he tried. You should not have snooped around. I had to. I know something bad is going on with Dustin, and what will you even do after knowing it? Don't you think there's a reason why Dustin lied to you? Justin interrupted Aiden and said. He stared into his eyes and hoped that he would leave it be. But Aiden looked down and sighed. If there's something bad going on with him, I will try to help. I know there's a reason why he would lie, as he never does that, but maybe because of that, I want to know. Even if we don't hang out often, he was still a nice co-star and someone who doesn't forget to congratulate me even if something small happens. If he's in trouble, I will help because I feel like I can. Hearing that, Justin laughed, not in spite, but it was as if he had heard a man talking about fighting a lion. You can't help him even if you are in Lister. Even if big studios want to work with you and talk sweet things to you. Why? Because you can't go against the American Press Association. The APA are not the guys to fuck around with, and I can say this because we already tried. Nothing came out of it. A silence took place between them suddenly after that sentence that was filled with a suppressed angst. Justin had revealed something important to Aiden, and it seemed like he was regretting it. Now, the APA? What have they done? Aiden asked, but Justin stayed silent. He took a glass of water that was on their table and gulped it down. APA, or the American Press Association, was a very powerful organization in Hollywood. It had started as a non-profit organization of journalists and other notable figures that wrote and reported about movies and its stars back in the early days of cinema. A lot of influential people have joined the organization since its inception, and one major thing about it was that it hosted the annual Golden Globes Awards. The award show was created by this organization and has since become the second biggest in Hollywood. Though, Aiden didn't understand how APA was involved with Dustin, and Justin seemed like he wasn't going to say anything more. You didn't answer my question. I can't do that. Aiden frowned, seeing his attitude. I have enough information to find out what happened with Dustin. You can just say now when you blurted out that it had something to do with APA. Hearing that, Justin wondered if he should believe Aiden, but the man had indeed found out other information on Dustin. So, maybe there was nothing to hide. I will tell you about this, but please try to take it calmly. Okay. It started as a luncheon. Justin kept talking about what had happened for the next 10 minutes, and Aiden didn't interrupt him even once. It was because he didn't know what to say. Before coming here, He had rolled around with a few ideas as to what could possibly be happening with Dustin, and his best guess was that a jealous, influential actor was trying to sabotage his career. But when he actually heard what happened, he was shocked to the core. They said they would launch an investigation, and they did. But they won't share the findings with us and just asked us to sign a non-confidential agreement to never talk about the incident. I saw them threatening him that if he ever said anything, they are going to end his career. The whole organization is keeping it very tight-lipped. Justin finished his sentence with that, and Aiden could only say one thing. Can you take me to Dustin? Why are you here? Dustin looked in shock as Aiden stood at his doorstep. He had changed apartments a few weeks ago, so he should not know his address. But there he was, standing with his usual laid-back but calm vibe. He brought me here. Aiden looked beside him, and Justin appeared with a face that looked like he was ready to apologize. Justin, why are you with Aiden? Dustin asked, having a lot of questions rightfully. I called him. Let's not talk here. Can I come in? Aiden asked, and although Dustin wanted to say a lot, he nodded. They walked inside and sat down, but before Dustin could ask questions about why Aiden was here, he opened his mouth. You lied about being on the sets. Dustin was stupefied hearing that, and just realized that Aiden being here meant that his lie was found out. He wasn't able to say anything in his defense. I met Justin due to that, Aiden said, and Dustin looked at his agent. He told me everything. About the APA and what happened. Justin, I had no choice. It just came out. I'm sorry, his agent quickly said and tried to apologize. He didn't know how Dustin would take it as he had told him to hide it from Aiden. But he wasn't able to help himself during his conversation with Aiden. Dustin just glared at his agent and didn't say anything. He decided to deal with him later and instead turned to Aiden. He didn't know how he felt about Aiden knowing this. He told you everything? Yes. You should have told me about it. Trust me, I wanted to. I wanted to tell it to a lot more people, but it wasn't wise when an entire organization threatened to end your career. Dustin said. Aiden could clearly see that the trace of goofiness that he would often show was nowhere to be found. He looked like he had lost a lot of weight and wasn't acting like his usual self, which was understandable. He had clearly gone through a lot of sleepless nights in the past few months. How did that happen? I heard the basic gist from Justin, but I wanted to hear it from you. Is it true that APA held a half-hearted investigation? They did. Dustin muttered with anger. Those bastards. They laughed at me while asking me questions. One of them even whispered to me that it would have been better if I had stayed silent. In the end, I don't know what they found, but they just asked me to sign a document and get it over with. Did you sign it? Aiden asked. No, I didn't. It's still in my house. After that day, the phone stopped ringing about any new offers, so I'm just out of work and depressed. It was an usual tactic done by Hollywood biggies to suppress someone. The usual term for it was blacklist. Even if there were a lot of factions or cliques in Hollywood, they still work together sometimes, especially at the very top. If there is any major falling out, some studios could blacklist a person and they would never work together. For a person like Dustin who wasn't at the top nor have major connections, an organization like APA, which has a lot of people from different factions, could easily destroy his career. And that was happening right at the moment. After a while, Dustin started to narrate the story of what had transpired that day. It was a luncheon. A director I once worked with invited me there, saying I would be able to meet a lot of big names. I went as it was a chance to spread my name and get more work with prominent people. I didn't know that I would stumble across such a vile scene. Chapter 376. Fraser. Do you know Phillips Fraser? Dustin asked as he looked up at Aiden. There was some unknown horror in his eyes as he narrated the events of what exactly had happened. He's the president of the American Press Association. Aiden muttered. An image of a man who was balding formed in his head. He was fairly average by all margins, but he was a very influential person in all of Hollywood. Aiden had met the man briefly in one of the events that he had attended. It was an event hosted by Netflix during the time of Sherlock of the Shadows. He remembered Philip had praised Aiden for his performance. I saw him there. He was with someone young. I later found out it was a young actress who had come to the event just like me. Someone she knew invited her, and she came looking for better opportunities. They were standing very close together, and I could see that she was not uncomfortable. You mean? Aiden made a guess, and Dustin nodded. He was molesting her. I knew him by face, and instinctively, I reacted, walking towards them and getting him off her. The actress quickly ran away. She looked very scared, but Philip just glared at me. He didn't do anything as there were other people there. It was busy as people kept wanting to talk to him. I thought it had ended there. Dustin let out a frown, recalling those events. His eyes turned to hatred now. I thought he would forget me as I was just one of the tens of other small actors there. After all, the industry is too big and you rarely remember someone until it's someone big, but after lunch, he found me. What happened then? He asked me about my career, what I have done, and what I wanted to do. I didn't want to say for a moment as I thought he was just collecting information, but he could get it easily if he asked around. So, I told, but then, I started to feel uncomfortable around him too. The man was acting way too close for some reason. There was a weird smile on his face as he talked and asked me questions. Everyone thought it was friendly chatter, but it wasn't. Aiden widened his eyes hearing that. What Dustin was saying was very clear to him. Phillips molested him after the girl. It was a scenario that he had never imagined. At best, his imagination had made him think that Phillips blacklisted Dustin for interfering and being a witness of him molesting a young actress. But it was way worse than he thought. Not only Phillips molested the young actress, he tried to do the same to Dustin. He never knew that the president of such a prestigious organization was this kind of a person. But it wasn't a full surprise. People in power are way more likely to be disgusting. What happened next? Aiden asked. I ran away. There was no other way. Left the party as fast as possible and just got to my apartment before I felt a bit better. But a disgusting feeling always stayed with me. It was eating me like a parasite. You didn't go to the police? Not yet. I asked around for advice from a few people that knew me, and they said that it was better to complain to APA rather than involving police. The police won't be able to do anything with so many people in power. He would just get bail as it was a minor attempt. So, you filed a complaint? Dustin nodded. His head. I did. The organization formed an internal investigation committee to look into it and question me a lot. They even found that young actress, but she refused to say anything like that out of fear. She told me she didn't want anything like this in the beginning of her career. Aiden sighed. A lot of people would do something like that even if they were a victim, because one could lose a lot just by voicing out things like these in the industry against powerful people. Back then, I didn't understand exactly what she was saying, but as the investigation was going on, I noticed that I was getting less and less offers for auditions. I first thought it was nothing, but eventually, it was very clear. No one wanted to work with me now because APA had blacklisted me. What was the result of the investigation? Nothing really. Phillips Fraser admitted that he tried it, but he said it was just a joke. They believed him, but didn't believe me. Now they are asking me to sign an agreement to not talk about it anywhere. Dustin stopped there, and Justin, who was silent till now, opened his mouth. It's not asking. It's basically forcing. They have already blacklisted him. What else can they even do? He cursed under his breath, and Aiden took in a deep breath. The whole event was very unfortunate, and because of a corrupt bastard, Dustin was now suffering. Why don't you go to the media? Talk about it. Aiden said, and Dustin just gave a short smile like he had already thought it over. It's useless. You know, there was a girl 3 years ago, a small-time actress like me who talked about molestation against a big producer. Every media channel clamored to her for an interview, but after the hype was down, the producer had no troubles. His lawyers were handling it for him, and the girl, well, her career is over. She would probably take $50 to $60K from the man and end it. Her acting career will never see the light of the day, as most of the industry won't work with her. No big star or director even came forward in her support when the media was around her. Dustin was basically describing most of the allegations of sexual assault charges against rich people. A lot of them just end outside court. Even if the media is giving you attention, hiring lawyers and everything is a hard job. A working adult can't always be involved in these things, especially if you are against a rich individual. They have so many connections and resources that they could destroy lives easily. In times like this, one understands how fickle everything was and how imbalanced was the power system in society. Dustin, so are you just going to stop everything? Aiden asked after a while. He didn't know what Dustin's next move was going to be. I don't know. Haven't thought about it yet, but I know I can't go against APA in any way. My career is already close to ending. I can't afford lawyers, so I will probably head out to find random small role auditions like the time when I just started out. Dustin muttered as he shook his head. Then he smiled. Though, I doubt anyone will reject me with my pretty face. It was like he had returned to his old self with that statement, but Aiden knew that it was just a fake smile. He was helpless inside, and Dustin knew that. Justin had told Aiden that he had even comprehended leaving everything and flying back to his hometown. Aiden asked whether he could help in any way, but Dustin just told him to just focus on his award ceremony. He also said that he would be watching it and rooting for Aiden. That night, Aiden didn't want to leave the house of Dustin, but he had no choice. For the next few days, Aiden's whole mind was occupied with Dustin and the whole incident. A part of him was telling him to forget everything and move on with life. The best thing he could do was to help out Dustin with a few roles. With his influence now, he could easily get him a few roles even if they are small. They would help him not give up on acting. But was it really right? Another part of him was telling him to fight for Dustin. After all, he was his friend, and this was the least Aiden could do for him. But could he really risk his whole career? He knew that if he said anything, there was a risk of him getting blacklisted too. Even listers have been targeted by it in the past. There was always someone stronger and more powerful than you. Aiden didn't know. His brain didn't work, and there was no one to take advice from. After all, people were just going to tell him to stay silent. With this moral dilemma, the day of the Golden Globes approached. The second best award show in the world was organized by the American Press Association, the same organization that had blacklisted Dustin. Aiden was wondering if he should just leave the show. All the excitement had left him these past few days, but there was no option. He had to attend it. Chapter 377. Globes 1. Golden Globes had taken a hit in the past few years in terms of reputation and how many people wanted to watch it. To be clear, that was for every award show. Even the esteemed Oscars weren't spared. But Golden Globes took a harsher, sharper hit as the award show changed channels 3 years ago. In the middle, no channel wanted to broadcast it, and for a year, it went with just live streaming. But after that, Panther TV took it up, and due to a better management in place, the interest again came up, but not at the level that people have hoped for. If one wanted to look into this issue, a lot of it was just celebrities not being that exciting anymore. People didn't want to watch a 2-hour show just to see a bunch of celebrities together on the red carpet. Moreover, the movie culture had changed significantly in the past few years too. Majority of popular movies don't get nominated aside from the special effects section, and no one wants to see a movie they have not watched get the award. It just won't feel that interesting, and people would think that they are giving just any movie the award. There were even categories now like award movies and commercial movies. Many analysts had talked about including superhero and other franchise movies in the main categories, but the suggestion hadn't been taken nicely by anyone. Just in this year's Golden Globes, The Black Saint was not nominated because it was regarded as a sequel. By selecting movies, no one had thought that the movie was also good enough as a standalone. Only Aiden was nominated as his performance was too strong to ignore. That's why the whole team of The Black Saint wished that he would get the award tonight. For them, they didn't know that his mind was a mess. Hello and welcome. I'm Jessica Healy, and I'm here at the red carpet at the Golden Globes Awards. As you can see, it's a very busy atmosphere here as celebrities have started to come in. In a moment, we would go and interview a few of them. A female reporter said as she tugged a strand of her hair behind her ear in an attempt to look cute. The cameraman gave her the okay signal, and she walked towards the red carpet and looked around to see which celebrities she could approach. Other reporters were also there, reporting celebrities who had arrived early. She needed to be quick on her feet. At that moment, her eyes found someone walking towards her. He was a very senior actor who was once a leading man in Hollywood comedies, but since the 2000s, he had stopped acting and was living lavishly with the money and investments he had made. Hello, Jimmy, it's nice to see you here. Do you have a minute? Can I ask you a few questions? Ask away, the man said, not really looking interested in his body language, but still agreeing in a slightly lazy voice. Who do you think would win the most awards tonight? Any movie or actor that you are supporting tonight? Hearing the question, the man made an expression like he was already bored. He knew that he was going to hear the question until the ceremony began. Not really. I'm not looking forward to anything. And does it even matter? What? I think it matters. We are celebrating the best movies and performances of the year tonight. The female reporter said as she blinked her eyes. I really wonder about it. From my perspective, it's just rich people giving awards to other rich people. Do you think any of these people care about cinema? I don't think a lot does. Not in this decade. Why are you here then? Because of food and the wine. I will see you, the man said and walked away. The female reporter kept looking at his direction for a while before shaking her head. A lot of people say that he had become depressed and fed up with the industry in recent years. Don't like anything now. Had personal tragedies too. Probably haven't recovered from it. Yeah, let's move on. The female reporter said, and she looked around, trying to find someone who was nominated tonight. More people would be interested in that, and her boss had also told her to do that. Suddenly, the crowd that had come to see their favorite celebrities started making a lot of noise. The security personnel quickly tightened their security and got on guard. The female reporter knew that the crowd would only react like that if a big celebrity was here. She turned her head around, and it was at that moment she found out who it was. Aiden Silvereye. He had just gotten out of his car and was with a few other people. One of them was a big bear-like person who looked like a bodyguard, while another person she recognized was the director of The Black Saint, Xavier Lamb. As usual, his popularity was sky-high at the moment, and the crowd was excited to see him. A lot of cameras were also turned towards him as people took every photo possible from him. The female reporter could hear a lot of whispers directed at him. Isn't Aiden the only celebrity with box office pull at the moment? Among the younger celebrities? There are a few others, but none have given blockbusters like him. He either goes for big-budget blockbusters or indie movies that surpass expectations. I heard he has an excellent eye for scripts. He just doesn't have a lot of awards. Yeah, he was always touted to be a good actor. Just too young for major awards. I think it would change tonight. Yeah, he must be eyeing the award. Hearing the chatter, the female reporter was distracted for a moment before she realized that she had to hurry to ask a few questions from him. But it was too late. When she reached near him, there were already a lot of people, different reporters trying to ask their questions. It's too hard to get a star like him for a solo interview. She thought in her mind and tried every possible way to get a question in. As soon as Aiden entered the event, cameras were shoved in his face. He was used to it, so he quickly gave the answer to a few questions and left. Reporters obviously wanted to know more, but they didn't have many questions other than cliché ones. Do you think you would get the award? Who do you think would be your biggest competitor? Are you unhappy that your movie wasn't nominated? Which actress are you excited to meet tonight? Aiden was so used to these that he didn't have to wait for the reporters to finish their question before speaking. Though, he also spent a bit of his time to say thank you to the people who were cheering him on. A guy had even come with a poster of Kai, and Aiden gave him a selfie. After all, he finally made his way inside. On the surface, he was smiling and looking happy, but in his heart, Aiden knew that he wasn't okay. He had even asked Wade if he could skip the event, but there was no way around it. Are you okay? Wade asked as he put a hand on his shoulder. Aiden decided to answer honestly. I'm not. Still thinking about Dustin. Yeah. Aiden nodded his head. He had talked about Dustin with Wade, and even he was shocked to hear what had happened. He had even helped him get some inside news from APA. It seemed like Dustin complaining about Phillips Fraser was the elephant in the room for everyone in the association. There were no talks about it, and they were doing everything to not let it leak to the media. It's just that knowing that the American Press Association is hosting the event, I just don't think it's moral to be here. I feel like I would be doing something wrong. My conscience has never been like this before. Wade struggled to say anything hearing that. He didn't know what to say seeing Aiden like that. Sadly, there was no other way. Aiden, I know you were struggling with it, but I'm pretty sure Dustin would never like it if you don't go and take the award. At this point, I hope I don't win. Aiden frowned. His interest in awards had significantly gone down, especially for the Golden Globes. It looked to have no purpose now. It was not like he never thought that Hollywood was like this. It just was very different just hearing and having it happen to a friend of yours. You can ignore it in the first case, but in the second case, you are going to be affected. Wade wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything as they moved. It was then that they heard a voice. Aiden, you are finally here. It was Ray Hardy. Aiden looked towards him. He wasn't alone and had been talking to another person before he had noticed him. Aiden recognized the person. It was Phillips Fraser, the president of the American Press Association. Chapter 378, Globes 2. Ray had reached the venue half an hour before Aiden, and since then, he had been greeting people he knew and having small talks. Having a long and illustrious career, Ray knew a lot of people who were attending, even top executives. Phillips Fraser was one of them that he had known for a few years. Though, he didn't know the man personally. They would greet each other and talk about movies and Hollywood from time to time. Phillips was just congratulating Ray on the success of The Black Saint when the latter had seen Aiden coming through. Aiden, you look pretty good. Cameras are going to love you when it starts, especially when you stand up to pick your award. Ray said as he gave Aiden a small hug. Thank you. You look good too. Aiden's gaze stayed on Phillips as he said that. Besides him, Wade's heartbeat quickened up. He didn't know what was going to happen now. Ray noticed Aiden looking towards Phillips and just thought that he didn't know who he was. So, he smiled and introduced himself. This is Phillips Fraser, the president of the American Press Association. You must have heard of him. He had been part of the organization for years and had been a prominent part of the whole industry. Phillips smiled at that introduction and pushed his hands towards Aiden. That smile just looked ugly to Aiden. I have been hearing a lot of good things about you. Hollywood always needs creative people like you. Thank you, Aiden said as he shook his hand, but in his mind, he was just running down chances of him punching Phillips and getting away with it. In the end, it was just wishful thinking and not something Aiden would do. He had better control on his emotions no matter how much he hated a person. When I first watched The Black Saint, I knew that your performance would get more than one nomination. It was probably the best I have seen in the last few years if I'm talking about negative characters. Phillips praised, and his smile was just like an old man who was happy to see young people doing good. Watching him, both Aiden and Wade felt a bit sick, but they kept it hidden with smiles. Does that mean Aiden is going to win tonight? Ray asked cheekily. I can't answer that. You can give a hint. Phillips laughed and just shook his head. There's no fun in that. Anyway, I will see you at the after party. The nights are going to be long tonight. I hope you will be there. A lot of people especially want to talk to you. After saying that, Phillips left to talk to other people and to make sure that every arrangement was fine. When he left, Aiden took a sigh of relief. I was feeling sick just standing next to him. He thought in his mind, Phillips won't be like that until you have a lot of chances of winning. I feel like you would be the winner tonight, Ray muttered, looking very sure of it. It doesn't matter, Aiden said. Getting an award, I mean. Do you know Phillips well? No, I don't really, but it's more like I know him, but not at a personal level. Just know that he's an influential old guy who has a fair amount of connections. Even if I don't care a lot, it's still a basic thing to talk nicely and remember names. Ray felt a bit strange when Aiden said that, but he still replied, Do you know anything bad about him? Wade gave a sharp look towards Aiden when he asked that, but he was only looking at Ray. No, I don't. You are acting strange. Are you okay? Yeah, Anyway, I will see you inside, Aiden said and avoided the strange looks that Ray was giving in. He walked inside with Wade while Ray kept wondering what had happened to Aiden. Why was he acting so strange? It was like he was just another person, but he just dismissed it as Aiden being nervous. After all, that was very rare. The Golden Globes award ceremony was hosted by a famous comedian, Levi Ritchie. He was known as one of the better comedians around and had also hosted the previous award ceremony. For a lot of the audience, Levi's opening monologue was a major reason for them to watch the show. It was because he was known to not have any fear of what he was saying and would make jokes on any celebrity no matter how influential he is. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Levi Ritchie, and I'm pretty sure you all know me already. But it's just standard procedure to start the ceremony. Welcome tonight to yet another year of Golden Globes, the self-proclaimed second biggest award show of the world. And by world, I mean America. Like the aliens in our movies, we all think that the world is only America. Am I right? People laughed hearing that. And in a way, the sentence was extremely true. Hollywood did have a habit of thinking of itself as the world's cinema when there were other prominent industries in the world. Though, Aiden didn't care to think a lot on the topic as the ceremony moved. For the next 15 minutes, Levi presented his monologue, taking quips at the celebrities present. From jokes of a certain celebrity buying an award to questioning people for their weird script choices in a humorous way. There was everything that Levi focused on. Though, maybe the joke that hit Aiden the most was, by statistics, there would be at least one serial killer in the room. But I don't believe in that. We have serial killers, abusers, cheaters, and even molesters present here. Allegedly. A lot of people laughed at the joke, while some looked very uncomfortable. Aiden turned towards Phillips, but the man was laughing with a smile, sitting in one of the front seats. That bastard. He has very thick skin. Aiden thought and frowned. The event went ahead like that with a lot of other jokes from the host. Those were at the level where Aiden was sure that it would go viral after the event. He had to say that. Levi didn't fear anyone. At one point, he made a joke about a very prominent director and the allegations of minor grooming on him. This year, we had a lot of young actors that did great in movies. A lot of actresses that were underage made a splendid debut and are here to impress some big directors to move their career forward. Don't worry, Alan Murphy already had his eyes on you all. I mean, your talents. The director Alan Murphy had looked very offended as his face had just froze, but people around him were laughing. He wasn't able to do anything. Seeing this, Aiden had looked at Wade and whispered, "Do you think Levi won't have people after him for these jokes? A lot of them look offended." "I doubt it. People can be petty, but the man doesn't care. His jokes have become more sharp as people have gotten sensitive. Once, he was close to getting blacklisted because an executive didn't like him. Then, he produced, wrote, and acted in his own series for a streaming platform and got more famous. He had work because he's talented. No one can do anything to him because of his attitude. He doesn't let anyone." Aiden nodded, and after that, awards started being given out. From technical awards to other awards that didn't look a lot important, but for filmmakers, those were the most important awards. In the middle of the show, Aiden's thoughts became more and more jumbled. He was feeling like he should leave, but there was no way out. In the end, he told Wade that he was going to the bathroom to take some personal space to comprehend his thoughts. Reaching the bathroom, he kept splashing water on himself. Splash, splash. His shirt got a bit soaked, but he didn't care. What am I going to do now? He thought in his mind. The whole award show was going on in his mind. The sound of claps could still be heard in the bathroom, and he had a feeling that he was going to win. Although he didn't know for sure that he was going to win it, he just had a feeling. And his feelings and instincts were very strong. Should I just go on the stage and take the award normally? He thought, but that idea was not acceptable to him. He felt more and more conflicted by the minute. It was then that his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and was surprised to see that it was Ava. A lot of thoughts went in his mind before he picked it up. "Hello, Aiden. Are you okay?" Her voice came from the other side. Chapter 379, Globes 3. "Hello, Aiden. Are you okay?" When Aiden heard that, he wondered for a second how Ava knew that he wasn't really fine. Her voice looked a bit more soft, like she was anxious and concerned about him. Her next words explained why she knew that he wasn't okay. "I was watching the award ceremony on TV, and I saw you walking towards the exit during one of the awards. You didn't look good. So, I called you. What's going on? I can't really explain it to you, but I'm thinking of doing something that will put my career in risk. But I don't know if I'm gutsy enough to go with it." Ava went silent hearing that. For a moment, she wondered if her ears were hearing wrong. But it didn't look like she did. "What are you planning to do and why?" "I can't tell you what I'm planning to do as I'm not sure about it myself. As for why, it's because I can't live with the regret that I didn't do anything when I had the chance. I don't want to just be like a puppet, ignoring things for my own benefit. That's too selfish." Yet another silence continued for a while. "I don't know what you are going to do, but you sure it will end your career?" "I don't know. It would at least put it at a major risk." "Then why? Just don't do it. You have worked hard to achieve everything. One mistake would destroy all of it." Aiden pondered on those words. Years of hard work. Years of struggle. The days of driving a taxi and singing in bars. The days of starting out in movies and then finally achieving a level of stardom he could be proud of. One thing could push him right to the starting line, and this time, he might not even be able to move ahead. But maybe just ignoring things wasn't his way. If a comedian like Levi Ritchie didn't fear Hollywood and make offensive jokes on them nonstop, then why was he fearing that much? "It's fine if my career gets destroyed. I have enough to not be homeless, and I could move back to India even if it really came to that. We have a great industry back home." Aiden still. "I have a question." Aiden cut her off mid-sentence and asked, "What? If I get blacklisted, will our friendship stay?" He was very curious about this. Practically, Ava wouldn't like to involve herself with him if he actually got blacklisted from the industry. He would not blame her for that. He would just feel disappointed. "It will stay? And don't worry, I won't let you be blacklisted. I have some power in the industry." Her voice came out from the other side. Aiden didn't know if she was serious or not, but it felt good. "Then, I will hold on to that," he said and cut the call. He had been in the bathroom for 30 minutes already, and he was sure that some staff member would already be looking for him. As one of the nominees for a major award, cameramen were sure to focus on him a lot. So, they would have already noticed that he was absent. After collecting himself and settling his hair nicely, he went back to his table. When Wade saw him sitting down next to him, he took a sigh of relief. He was going to get up to look for him. Where were you? They just gave the award for Best Supporting Actors. Currently, they are announcing the nominations for Best Actress in a Leading Role. So my category is next. Yes. Aiden craned his neck to look at the stage. Apparently, Ray Hardy and a female model he didn't recognize was on the stage. They were presenting the award for Best Actress in a Leading Role. After announcing the nominees, everyone went silent and few people looked at all the actresses that were nominated. The winner was revealed then, and an actress in her 30s stood up to pick the award. She had given an amazing performance as a lead in a psychological action movie this year. Aiden had liked the movie quite a lot, though her performance was undoubtedly the standout of the movie. She went up on the stage to collect her award. When she was giving her speech, Wade looked at Aiden. Please don't do anything stupid if you are the winner. Just copy what she's saying and get it over with. When you are stronger and more powerful, you can help out Dustin. Wade said, and Aiden thought that his plan wasn't bad. Just he didn't want to wait that long. If he really played the long game, then there are going to be way more victims like Dustin. That's why he just nodded his head at Wade instead of saying anything. The female actress finished her speech and got off stage. Levi Ritchie appeared and called out the presenter for the next award. The presenter was an old director that had retired a long time ago, but was now handling important positions in a few directors' guilds. Tonight, there have been several excellent people who have won awards. These are the people who have mastered their craft truly. The next category is very special in that regard, as it includes some excellent actors who have given performances that are hard to top. He said and proceeded to talk out loud the name of the nominees. The first name itself was Aiden, and the camera quickly turned towards him. The second name was of an old actor who was in his 60s, but he had given a great performance in an indie movie about an old man teaching his grandson about old-age cinema. The third nominee was an actor who had played the role of a mathematician in a biopic. Aiden had particularly liked his performance, and it felt like he was his biggest competition tonight. In the end, the fourth nominee was an actor who played the role of a gangster in a 70s-style gangster movie. It was a revenge drama with a healthy dose of emotions, and the actor had nailed every scene he was a part of. After the nominations were done, the presenter opened up the envelope in his hand, and reading the name, he smiled. Then, he took a look around the audience and opened his mouth. The winner of Best Male Actor in a Leading Role is probably my favorite performance of the year, Aiden Silverite. As soon as he took the name, claps and cheers resounded within the whole venue. The actors who were nominated with Aiden felt a bit disappointed, and rightly so, but they hit it and clapped for Aiden. Directors who were in the venue whispered to each other about Aiden, while a few young actresses and models instantly got their eyes on him, knowing that his stocks were going to rise up again after tonight. Him having no date also made him more attractive in their eyes. Other actors, some young, some old, looked at him with a gaze like they were acknowledging his talent. Him winning the award meant a lot of things after all. Wade, who was sitting next to him, wasn't able to contain himself when Aiden won. Aiden, you won. You damn bastard. You won. People in that table all congratulated him, but strangely, he had a very calm expression on his face, like he was already expecting himself to win. He stood up and slowly made his way towards the stage. It was weird, but during that whole walk, his mind had gone blank. Maybe it was because of the sound of thunderous clapping or something else. He didn't know. Congratulations, young man. Thank you. The old director who was acting as the presenter handed over the award to Aiden and shook his hand. He took a look at the award. Like the name of the event, it was literally a trophy with a small globe on top of it. It looked like something that would look amazing in a living room. Holding the award in his hand, he addressed the crowd. Everyone was looking at him with smiles on their faces. He was one of the youngest winners of the award, and it was the best award for an actor too. They all wanted to listen to what he had to say. A lot of things were also going through Aiden's mind. This is it, I guess. He thought in his mind and closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them up, he could see in one of the corners, Phillips Fraser was sitting. He was whispering something to a man next to him. First of all, I have prepared a speech tonight to thank everyone who has supported me till now in my career. He began, and the crowd quieted down. There were lots of names. Lots of people to thank, as I won't be here without them. The team of The Black Saint helped me give my best performance till date. I'm very thankful for that. Ray and Xavier in the crowd smiled, hearing that alongside other people from the crew and cast that were invited. At this point, none of the people in the crowd have even guessed his next words. That's why I'm sorry that I will be disappointing you all tonight. I won't be taking the award. Chapter 380. The whole venue went silent in an instant. It was like they had all heard something shocking. A few people were even expecting Aiden to say that it was a joke. But he didn't. His eyes looked resolute. He was serious. He wasn't joking. It wasn't a prank. He really wasn't going to accept his award. Wade, who was sitting in the back, couldn't help but frown. His worst nightmare had come true. On the backstage, Levi Ritchie was baffled. He asked one of the staff members if something like this was planned, but he shook his head. No one had any idea what was going on. On the stage, Aiden took a deep breath. What he had said couldn't be taken back. The only way forward was to continue what he had started. He needed to be strong here. Taking another breath, he continued. If I'm being honest, a week ago I was extremely excited when my name came in the nominations. I even dreamt of this moment that night, but a lot of things happened after that day. My friend, Dustin Redford, told me something that really changed my perspective on the Golden Globes and the American Press Association. Aiden could see Phillips Fraser frowning when he took Dustin's name. People started whispering, wondering what was going on. Some people already have an idea on where Aiden was going with this. What's going on? What is he saying? What did the association do? Is there something I don't know? This year's event is truly becoming one of the best. I thought those were just rumors. Is Aiden really accusing the association on such a stage? Those whispers didn't reach Aiden's ears as his eyes just looked at Phillips Fraser, who was stunned. 6 months ago, Mr. Phillips Fraser, the president of American Press Association, molested my friend Dustin Redford. He filed a complaint in the association but got blacklisted in the end. I'm pretty sure some people in the crowd already know about it. Another silence set in. Some people gulped and sneaked glances at Phillips Fraser, who looked like he wanted nothing but to shoot Aiden in his head. Others felt surprised, but were very impressed by the guts shown by Aiden. When I got to know about it, I was conflicted, but in the end, I can't take an award from an organization that had become a shell of its past. That's just not me. So, I'm extremely sorry, but I am rejecting this award tonight. After finishing that speech, he just put the trophy on the stage and walked off. If he hadn't, security guards would have taken him away. In the whole venue, people were just taking in what had just happened. All the big celebrities were stunned. Both Xavier and Ray just looked at Aiden with worried eyes as he walked off stage. They knew that the repercussions from this on Aiden won't be light. Meaning, Jimmy Holder, the comedian actor who had called the whole award show meaningless on the red carpet, was laughing, holding a glass of wine. He had never seen something like this in his career. And he had seen a lot. Aiden is stupid. The guy is going to not get any other Hollywood movie. Phillips Fraser isn't some powerless man. Someone muttered besides Jimmy, and he just looked at him sharply and replied, "Are we calling people with guts stupid these days?" At least he has the gall to call out people and not take awards that are given by corrupted people. The man was stupefied hearing that. While on the backstage, the scene could just be described as panic. People were running around here and there, not knowing what to do. A lot of people were checking up on the reactions. As the whole event was live, Aiden's accusation towards Phillips Fraser was heard by all. It was already spreading through the internet. In all the chaos, there was only one man who had a smile on his face. It was more like a grin, to be honest. The man with the grin was Levi Ritchie. A staff member who was checking the online comments saw him grinning and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, why are you grinning? It's not a matter to be happy about." Why isn't it?" he asked in an accent that resembled one of a Brit. Levi was originally from London and had settled in America. "Because people are going to talk about this. It won't look good for the Golden Globes. I don't even know what will happen after today. Something like this had never happened before." The staff member rumbled in worry. "Precisely," Levi said, maintaining his grin. The Golden Globes had become stagnant. Something crazy like this is surely going to make it the most talked about award show of this year. I should personally thank Aiden for this. I don't know what will happen to him, but that lad is surely crazy in a right way. Like Levi said, Aiden's rejection of the award for the best lead actor and accusation on Phillips Fraser spread faster than a popular actress's leaked nudes. 10 minutes to the incident, Golden Globes was trending on top of Sparrow with Aiden's name right behind it. Actually, 7 of the top 10 trends were related to Aiden and the event. Aiden's speech was already going viral all over the world. An hour after it, even news channels started covering it. Even if the marketing team of Golden Globes had spent $100 million, this wouldn't be possible. On the internet, people were already talking about it in detail. Even celebrities have tweeted about it. A sexual assault accusation on one of Hollywood biggies in such a big event had truly attracted the eyes of everyone. I will dance, dance, dance. I just woke up from a nap with 20 missed calls. I thought someone died, but it's just Aiden making a scene at the Golden Globes. Sparrow's owner, Aiden Silvereye, made me a fan tonight. I will send him a free electric car. And don't worry, this one is more sturdy. Vin Petrol, I can't believe what I saw just now. If this is true, then it is big. I'm pretty sure it's true, as no actor would risk their career like this for no reason. Love playing with balls. I hate to say this, but I doubt Aiden will get more work after this. My dad worked as a writer once, and he said that it's easy for someone to get blacklisted easily. I doubt he will come out on top with this accusation. Chad Putin, blacklist? Whoever blacklists him, I will send my pet bear after him. The man from North Korea, I'm with you, brother. I have a few miniature missiles ready to launch. Moaning Frodo. Chad. Aiden heard that the Golden Globes wasn't getting any viewership and pulled out something like this. Now the whole show is viral. I think the American Press Association will pay him for making their boring event so popular. April on roof. I hope Aiden is okay. I don't know how he's feeling right now, but something like this is very big. Hollywood Insider. This could go both ways for Aiden, as he had directly challenged one of the big shots, someone who is the head of a big Hollywood association, and revealed his sexual assault case to the public. If this is true, and I know it is, then at best Phillips Fraser is surely going to step down from his position, as there would be too much criticism, but I'm also sure that the Press Association will try to fight this first, and Aiden could potentially be blacklisted. I'm grabbing my popcorn for all the drama. It's already on the news. Aiden thought as he sat down inside his car. After he had got off stage, a few members from the Press Association had tried to talk to him and told him that they were going to take it very seriously. By their tone, it didn't seem like they liked his speech. He had already anticipated it, so he was ready. It was then that the door opened, and Wade crawled inside. A few flashes could be seen behind his shoulders. Aiden's car was surrounded by reporters. Sitting in front of him, Wade looked at Aiden and sighed. You really did what I feared. Yeah. What next? Are you going to wait till you get blacklisted? No, I have a plan. Chapter 381. Big Controversy 1. Breaking news. During the Golden Globes award ceremony today, Aiden Silvereye, who won the award for his performance as Kai August in the acclaimed movie, The Black Saint, rejected the award on set, citing reasons of the corruption against the American Press Association. At the start of the year, this is one of the biggest controversies. He had accused the association's president Phillips Fraser of sexual assault charges. We have an expert here to talk about the topic in hand. Ava looked at the TV screen and frowned. She was currently in a hotel room in London and had seen the entirety of Aiden's speech. The news channel, especially the ones focused on entertainment, had already picked up the news and called up experts to talk about it. They were surely going to run the news for a week at least. More if the controversy stretches, and Ava knew that it was going to stretch for a while. He's really a crazy guy, she thought in her mind. Her phone was constantly vibrating due to all the calls she was getting. Aiden was working with Titan Studios for his next, and was close to her, so she was getting the calls as people were very curious. A lot had already predicted that the Press Association was not going to take this lightly. They will try their best to silence Aiden and fight against the allegations. One would say that it might just be easier to suspend Phillips Fraser, as at least the association knows that the allegations weren't wrong. But it would also hurt the reputation of the organization. The association certainly didn't want that, so they would try to fight off Aiden's allegation. Later, they could hold another internal investigation and just push the case under the rug when the topic dies down in the media. Things are going to be very interesting for the next few days. I hope Aiden has plans. Ava muttered, and at the moment, her phone rang. Again. This time, she picked it up as if it was her assistant. She had told her to get to the bottom of the mess and report. So, what have you got? Ava asked, and her assistant quickly spoke. It's a very chaotic situation. The Press Association is a mess. I heard they called an urgent meeting to discuss, and some people are opposing Phillips Fraser. It was already a hush-hush topic. So, they are going to launch an investigation seriously this time. I doubt it. It might be for names, but they are seriously going to come after Aiden. The association hadn't taken nicely to him and would try to get him blacklisted. Ava let out a sigh. She was sure that he would easily lose a few projects if the press association willed it. Alberto Dunley was probably itching to remove him from Hex, and now he had got a good reason. Ava had to talk to him later. What can he do then? It's hard to say. Until the association kept backing Phillips Fraser, he would have it hard. The association rarely throws one of their members under the bus, especially a president. It would take a lot for Aiden to come out on top this time. He might be able to get the media to talk about his blacklisting for a while, but they would only give him attention till the next big scandal. Ava thought silently for a while. Going against a biggie was always a hard thing, especially like this. He has asked her before if she will help him if he ever gets blacklisted. She never thought it would happen. 2 hours later, sighing, she opened her mouth. Try to find anything that could help Aiden against the press association. I will try to help contain the situation myself. As for Aiden, I'm pretty sure he has some sort of plan. I do have a plan, Aiden muttered as he drove the car. He was not outside the award venue currently and was on the road. He had sent Wade to do something else and was currently on the phone with Dustin. He had called him after hearing about what had happened in the award show. Even if you have a plan, what the hell were you thinking pulling off something like that? The whole industry is shaken because of you. I did it because it was the right thing, and my intention wasn't to shake the industry. It was to shake the press association, and I hope it worked. It certainly did, you crazy bastard. People are attacking them right now on the internet. Aiden smiled hearing that. He didn't have a lot of time to check the internet as he was making a few calls, but it seemed like everything was going right. Although he had acted without thinking a lot, he still had a plan ready, though Aiden didn't know if it was going to work or not. Hey, thanks. I never thought you would do this for me. It means a lot. After a while, Dustin said in a grateful voice, if it means a lot, then do one thing. You have reporters calling you, right? Yeah, Justin is handling all of them. He never got so many calls at the same time before. Aiden smirked hearing that and stopped his car. Tell him to get an interview with the best reporter he could find, with the largest reach. Now that it's out in the open, you need to talk about it, and do it in a way that goes viral. He was basically telling Dustin to put on more pressure on Phillips Fraser and the press association. As he was the main victim, he was also the most important person in the whole controversy. Dustin also understood this and nodded. Okay, I will give an interview. An explosive one. He cut the call after that, and Aiden got out of his car. Taking a deep breath, he looked out for reporters, but there were none. Looks like none of them had chased him. After that, he looked up ahead and walked towards the restaurant. He had come to his uncle's restaurant as his home and office would have already been surrounded by reporters. It was late at night, so the restaurant was already closed. He knocked on the door, and his uncle quickly opened. Concerned eyes scanned his face as he walked inside. You can't stay without trouble for long. I tried to. I like peace myself. Uncle Sam sighed, but didn't say anything. He knew that there was no going back now. Is she here? Aiden asked as he looked at his uncle. Yeah, she's inside. Go and talk. If you need help, remember, I still have a few contacts left. Few people who owe me small favors. I know. I will keep it in mind. Aiden smiled and walked inside to the staff area. Uncle Sam locked the door and just gave him privacy. Inside, there was already someone waiting for Aiden. You ruined my sleep. I thought you were already up when I called you. You did that even before that. Every reporter and paparazzi in Hollywood is up right now because of the spectacle you pulled. Catherine Huff said as she looked at him with eyes full of curiosity. It seemed like she was now seeing Aiden in a new light, as a more gutsy and stupid actor. She was one of the reporters that Aiden was close with, and she had helped him with Florence Levine in the past. Aiden felt like he could trust her, so he called her here. It was the only safe place for them to talk. For a while, I wasn't going to do it. Just taking the award and going home felt like a good idea to me, but somewhere in my heart, it wasn't acceptable. Aiden said as he sat down in front of her. It was a pretty stupid move. You are halfway through being blacklisted. I didn't do anything wrong. Hollywood doesn't work with logic. Catherine smiled, and Aiden leaned against his seat. If he was being honest, he didn't really care if the press association wanted to blacklist him. He was going to attack them first. You said that what I did was stupid, right? Yeah, everyone would say that. Catherine replied with a nod. I don't believe that. It's only stupid if my career ends here and Phillips Fraser is safe. The conclusion still hadn't happened. The match is in the interval right now. Every big decision travels a thin line between brave and stupid. The results matter in the end. That will decide if his decision was brave or stupid. So, how are you going to win it? To win it, I need your help. Aiden said as he looked straight at her. Why will I help you? Catherine asked, and Aiden had already thought of an answer. Because I'm the most talked about person in Hollywood right now. If I win against Phillips Fraser, that would increase even more and you will get a chance to take an exclusive interview with me. Won't that be nice for you? Chapter 382. A big controversy too. Catherine mused on the offer. It was an interesting one, and she didn't find any reason to reject it. Aiden had not given a lot of interviews even after becoming a lister, so an exclusive one would be great for her. Especially in the current scenario. She might even get a bonus from her company. Though, she was apprehensive about what Aiden might ask of her in return. I accept, but I don't have any major scandals on Phillips Fraser. He's an old player in the industry, but he's mostly low-key, blends well so people hardly talk about him outside a few circles. She said, and it looked like Aiden already expected that. I don't need any scandals. Just tell me who are the people who are close with him. People who used to be close with him, and even a small rumor related to the association or Phillips. What are you going to do with that? Catherine asked with genuine curiosity. It's simple. When one crack appears, there's a chance of the whole object breaking. Do you really think someone like Phillips Fraser and the Press Association had everything clean about them? Or the thing with Dustin is his first attempt? Aiden recalled the story told by Dustin. From what he narrated, Phillips Fraser looked like he was already used to doing these types of things. There was no doubt in Aiden's mind that there were more victims, and silent ones at that. Moreover, he had looked into Press Association major members' history before. A lot of it looked good on paper, but when someone tries to introspect a bit more, they will find a lot of shady things dismissed as rumors. It was not a surprise that a molester like Phillips was the president of the Press Association. There was no way other members had no clue about how he was. The viable reason here was that they knew and they didn't care enough because no one was completely clean in the whole association. I know they are not clean, but even if you know the people who were once close with him and just didn't speak out due to obvious reasons, how will you convince them to speak out now? Catherine asked, and Aiden just smiled. Humans are weird. A lot of them don't do anything until someone else shows them how to do it. It's rare for someone to take the path less traveled, as it's just easier to do something that a lot had already done. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are contemplating speaking out against Phillips and the association right now. So, you want to push them a bit more? Yup. If there are a lot of people accusing him and the association, then they can't just come after me. It's clear that the problem is them then. Aiden said, and at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Wade. I hope it's good news. He had sent Wade to do something very important. Something that he felt would be very essential against Phillips Fraser. Wade, did you find her? Yeah, I found her. She's ready to talk. Hearing that, Aiden had a wide smile on his face. Aiden had read a quote once. You can win any battle if you know yourself and your enemy. It was a quote from a very famous Chinese general that had actually become a victim of internet's creativity in recent years. But the quote had a profound meaning. Following it, Aiden had looked a bit into Philip's past, and one thing he noticed was that he was divorced. Moreover, from what he heard, his wife seemed to be too bitter about him. It wasn't the ordinary kind of bitterness a person will feel after a failed relationship. She almost seemed to loathe him and had refused to be associated with him no matter what. In the past, she herself was an actress. Never got the fame, but was a very strong actress. After the divorce, she had left acting and was now just living her life in an ordinary residential area in New York City. Aiden had asked Wade to find her as he felt like she could give them a lot. Against Phillips Fraser. And he didn't disappoint him. You talked to her? Aiden said, getting out of the car. He was wearing a cap and mask, so no one recognized him. The night was also helping him stay hidden. It was almost midnight, and the night was really passing slowly. Yeah, she seemed to understand everything when I said I'm your agent. Told me that she will talk to you only. One more thing I noticed was that she hates Phillips. How do you know that? Her eyes were full of hatred when I mentioned him. I won't be surprised if she prays for his death every night. Wade said, then shook his head. How did it go with Catherine? Aiden smiled. It went well. She agreed to help. I already sent Tom with her. Every member of his team was up at this moment. A lot of people were trying to attack the press association, and Phillips Fraser and his team were just fueling the fire. Sasha was leading the charge as his social media manager and was also handling the media that was trying their best to reach Aiden. On the other hand, Dustin was also in the middle of giving out interviews about what had happened, putting more pressure on the American Press Association. Anyway, here goes nothing, Aiden said, and he rang the doorbell. A minute later, a woman appeared. There were white strands in her hair, and wrinkles were all over her face, displaying her age. Seeing Aiden, she smiled. "You are fast. I thought you would take more time. I didn't want to make you wait. Things are pretty tight, as you could see." "I know. I'm keeping an eye out." Aiden entered her house, and Wade decided to wait outside. It was a fairly simple house, hinting at the fact that the woman didn't really live lavishly. A simple life felt like her thing. She introduced herself as June Williams, the woman who was once known as June Fraser. "You know, I was surprised when I got calls about what happened in the Golden Globes. A friend informed me, and I thought he was joking until I looked it up. What actually gave you so much strength to pull off something like this?" "It was for a friend." June laughed hearing that. "That might be one of the reasons, but there is more to it, right? I could see that with you." She looked right into Aiden's eyes, but he clicked his tongue. "I'm not here to talk about, you know." "I know." She sighed and came to the real topic. "You want my help against my former husband. You want me to speak against him and reveal things about him that no one knows." Aiden didn't know how to answer that. If he was being honest, he was just here to find some secrets on Phillips. He didn't really care about June speaking up against him. Before he could say anything, June sighed again. "You don't have to offer me anything. I will do it since I liked your guts." No one had ever spoke against my husband like that. For a second, Aiden noticed flashes of a past that was better left undiscovered. He blinked his eyes, thinking that the whole interaction had been easy. Too easy that he felt like there was something wrong with it. "Have you already decided to speak against your ex-husband before I contacted you?" "No. I was going to take all that with me to afterlife, but it was suffocating to see my former husband live the same life as before, like he never did anything wrong. I was excited when I heard your speech and felt like I should speak out now. Otherwise, I won't be able to ever." June was a very straightforward individual. It didn't even look like she had contemplated the decision for a long time. Like Aiden had thought, seeing one person act against Phillips, others have also gotten strength. "You will be okay, right? Like I don't know what he will do with you. Like you know, he's a powerful person. He can't do anything even if he wants to. That man is scum of the highest tier. He may look good on the surface, but he's a devil incarnate. He's already lucky that I didn't say anything even during our divorce. He even tried to force me to sign a document to never speak about him once." Listening to that, Aiden grew curious, wondering just what had happened between June and Phillips. June also noticed his rising curiosity and opened her mouth. "Do you want to hear that story between me and my ex-husband?" Chapter 383. A Circus on Fire. "You said that there was an international investigation done by the American Press Association. What came out of it?" A male host asked Dustin as he looked at him with interest. They were currently sitting on his podcast, Celebrity Affairs. It was one of the biggest podcasts in America, and the man who hosted it was a former Hollywood reporter. Like Dustin had promised, he had started giving out interviews to big media houses. A lot of podcasts like this one were also interested, so they quickly arranged an impromptu interview with Dustin. After all, the internet was the easiest and fastest medium to spread things. Everyone was surprised by how fast things were going. Nothing came out of it, actually. They didn't reveal any information on what they found in the investigation and just wanted me to sign an NDA. I doubt they ever were conducting it seriously and not just in name. I also heard that you stopped getting any audition offers after filing a complaint to the Press Association. Do you think the association is that powerful?" The host asked, delving more into Dustin's story. The cameraman and other members in the crew for the podcast also listened with interest and curiosity. It was a live podcast, and there were already 450,000 people that had tuned in. The public interest in this whole scandal was sky high. I believe they are that powerful. It sounds strange as common people mostly don't hear of them, Dustin said, trying to pick each word carefully. But when you stop getting the calls for auditions, you need to think what mistake you did. Moreover, even a few auditions that I have cleared were canceled out of nowhere. Directors and producers suddenly didn't want to work with me, and I have never really faced something like that before." When Dustin said that, the comments on the live feed were numerous, and all of them were in his favor. Anyone could see that he had suffered his lot just by his face. He looked like he wasn't eating much, and there was a pain in his voice as he talked about the events that had happened with him. "I created Babylon. I have been watching movies since the 70s, and I have seen people with hit movies suddenly disappearing from the scene like they were never there. It was clear back then that they have offended the wrong people, and it looks like this is still happening. At least we have a medium to talk about it now. My parents say I was a mistake. Man, I really hope the press association goes to the gutter after this. They really tried to destroy a man's career." Who's your Buddha? I remember liking Dustin in Never Before. His role was short and sweet, but I always got a nice vibe from him. Hollywood is really shit. Ben Deflect. I don't know what would have happened if Aiden hadn't made up a scene. You really need homies like that in your life. I'm always going to buy the tickets to his movies now no matter how bad they are. You are saying it like Aiden only does bad movies. Wade read the comment and muttered. He was currently watching the live stream of the podcast in his car. It was at that moment Aiden knocked on the window. "Let's go. My talk with June is over," he said, and entered the car. Wade ended the live stream and looked at him, wondering how the talk had gone. "So, did she agree?" "Yeah. She will start to talk about her ex-husband and his activities. Must have been tough to make her talk. You were there for almost an hour." Wade started the car, and he shook his head. "No, she was ready to talk about him from the start. She was just telling me about the activities her husband used to do and why she left him." Aiden muttered in a somber tone, and Wade got curious. There must have been a lot to talk about. "So, any details that would help us?" He thought about it for a second before answering. "Even if she talks a little from what she had told me, it will make a large impact. That man is a monster, and I'm now sure that a lot of people are going to speak against him. A lot." From what June had told Aiden, it seemed like Phillips was really a double-faced bastard of the highest order. Going against such a man was scary due to how powerful he was. But knowing that he had done so many things that could be used against him, Aiden had found himself becoming more and more confident. "I just wish it's all worth it in the end," he thought, looking outside the window. A few hours later, what he had planned had come to fruition. Aiden met a lot of people who were once wronged by Phillips, and even people who were blacklisted because of some other member from the association. I hadn't done anything wrong. It was an after-party after the Golden Globes ceremony, and that bastard asked to go home with me. I rejected it, but the next day, the movie I was the female lead threw me out. Back then, the press association was really like a tyrant. I was also groped once, but I never spoke out against it even though it always stayed on my mind. I guess I was scared back then, but not anymore. If you can speak out, I definitely will. My case was different. I just didn't want to do anything with him, but he used to stalk me. Once, I talked against him, scolded him, and my offers dried out. A few producers were his close friends, so I guess it was coming even though I just wanted to ignore the association. Aiden heard all those stories. A few people were even blacklisted just because they have spoken out against something. One case was such where a guy had lost a movie because he hadn't invested in one of the press association's members' companies. It sounded really petty, and it was just that. Too much power has corrupted a lot of people. Aiden tried hard to convince all those people to speak out, telling them that they have been silenced for a long time already. A few people agreed, and a few people needed to be persuaded, and a few others just rejected it. But all that was okay. With the help of Catherine and Ava, Aiden had a part of the media in his hand, and he used it well. Several articles soon came up against the press association. With all this news in just 3 days after the Golden Globes ceremony, one thing was clear that the press association wasn't going to get rid of all this mess. Aiden was sure that a lot of people, especially Phillips, would be cursing him at the moment, but it was just karma that they were in such a situation. The accusations and interviews with the people who have accused the association were going to keep running in the media for at least a month. With all this, some lawsuits were sure to come their way. Dustin himself was going to file one of the accusations now that he has gotten the strength and platform to fight it out. With all that, Aiden's job was over. He only had to watch the circus that he had set on fire. He was also sure that the association won't be able to blacklist him now even if they tried. After all, he had already given too much to deal with for the time being. Chapter 384. A Change. In an office on the top floor of a large building, a man was seething while reading the newspaper reports in front of him. All the newspaper articles in front of him were from major media houses. They weren't the random tabloids that would write anything. In these newspapers, it was clearly written that the American Press Association was under a lot of pressure from the public and the media, and that Phillips Fraser might need to resign from his place. Reading those articles, he was obviously angry. That damn bastard. I never did anything to him. But he really tried to destroy me like that. Phillips muttered as he slammed the table in front of him. His hands hurt, but his anger was enough to not let him worry about it. He still recalled meeting Aiden at the start of the ceremony. He looked a bit shy but still talked like just another talented actor. Phillips was even planning to make a close bond with him, as he was promising. But what he did on the stage changed everything. At first, he was enraged and felt like murdering him as he had publicly shamed his name, but his emotions were still in his control. A large chunk of the press association supported him as Aiden had not only shamed him, but called the association corrupted. The whole conduct was acceptable. The association was going to blacklist Aiden for good and just give the media an internal investigation to silence them until they could find another thing to divert the public's attention. But then, more and more people have come out against Phillips Fraser. In an instant, the situation had become something huge that they couldn't just silence it. After all, Phillips had only assaulted guys but girls too. A lot of human rights organizations were now demanding that he resign and strict action should take place with a thorough investigation by an external team. It was so much pressure that even Phillips knew that the organization wasn't going to support him for long. What can I do? I need to prove my innocence somehow. Even my ex-wife came forward to talk bad about me. She was probably just waiting for an opportunity. As he thought that, his secretary suddenly knocked on the door and opened it a bit. With shifty eyes like she was hiding from him, she opened her mouth. "Sir, they are calling you for the meeting." "Okay." Phillips frowned. It was probably the 10th meeting he was called to in 2 days. Before this, he used to organize these meetings, but now, with all these allegations against him, his power was dwindling. He left his office and took the lift to reach the conference room. Entering it, he saw that most of the major members of the press association were already there. A few of them stopped whispering when they saw him, while others just looked gravely like they were seeing the end of the organization. "Phillips, you are here," an old man said as he looked at him. He was even older than him and was one of the founding members of the association. "Yeah, we have decided something, and I hope you will accept it, as there's no way around it. I have to resign, right?" "Yes." Phillips frowned, but he already knew it in his heart. There was no way the organization would keep him currently. A resignation was pretty much something that he had become content with. "I don't mind it. Not like my views are going to be heard here. You made a mistake," a female member said in a hissing tone. "Mistakes? The whole press association is suffering because of your actions. Resignation won't be a way out for you." Phillips glared at her. "I was not only the one at fault here. All the allegations are not against me if you don't know." He turned towards a few members who were also accused. They turned their heads away, not looking him in the eye. "There are, but the media is targeting you as the president. Your position gave you a lot of benefits, but there were always consequences of your actions," the old man said, and a few people nodded. "So, you are going to abandon me? Put all the blame on me?" "Yes." The old man didn't talk in a roundabout manner and just put it straightforwardly towards him. Phillips started laughing hearing that. He felt like he was going crazy. His senses were getting blank, and he didn't know what to do. His world had truly come crashing down at the wrong instant. It was a bad joke that he can't even laugh about. I guess this is the end. A part of him wanted to protest against the press association, but he knew the power they hold despite all the scrutiny currently. He had used that power a lot in the past, but now it was against him. Another part of him that was hoping that they would save him and would side him was broken. Though, it was not like he hadn't expected it. That day, sounds of laughter kept bursting out from the tall walls of the Press Association headquarters. "It seems like they are letting me off the hook," Aiden said as he looked at Wade and Dustin in front of him. Dustin was swallowing heaps of noodles down his throat. It looked like he was really hungry, but his mannerism also hinted that he was coming back to his old self. "They can't do anything now. They are too much in shit to care for you. Even if they did, they will just dig the grave a bit more deep. Public support is really after you. Yeah, you are now a pop culture icon." Dustin finished his noodles and said. Aiden's act of refusing to take the Golden Globes even after winning was gutsy, and it inevitably attracted a lot of attention and became a part of the internet in a way that it was now rated as one of the most shocking celebrity moments of the last decade. People are going to be scared from calling you to award shows for sure in case you don't like something and just refuse to take the award. Wade joked and started drinking the soup that he had ordered, while Aiden suddenly recalled something. Hey, didn't the Oscars nominations come out yesterday? The Oscar nominations were pretty close to the Golden Globes ceremony, and in all the chaos, they had forgotten that the nominations had come out. At least Aiden had. When he mentioned that, Wade stopped drinking and his face turned a bit sour. They came out last night. Aiden was nominated? Dustin asked. He was also busy giving so many interviews and other stuff that he hadn't thought about the Oscars. No, he actually lost by 1 vote to appear in the final category. That's sad, Aiden said and held his chopsticks to eat noodles. He gulped down a few of them before Wade blinked towards him. You don't look sad. Well, because I'm not. He stopped eating and looked at him. Golden Globes just made me realize awards are pretty useless. It kind of helped me get off the feeling that I need an award. Aiden shrugged his shoulders. Getting an award was good, but he now doubted the credibility of a lot of them. He would still go to the ceremony to get it if he's nominated, as it was a matter of pride, not only for him, but for all the people who knew him. But he isn't going to be sad if he doesn't get nominated. He liked his current change in attitude. He now felt like if people liked and appreciated his movies, that would be way better than any awards. Wade also noticed that and smiled. It seemed to him that Aiden had grown once again. It was then that he recalled something. I forgot to tell you something. What? Aiden looked at him strangely, and even Dustin glancing, noticing the seriousness in Wade's voice. Don't look at me like that. It's not anything bad. He shook his head, noticing the strange expression of Aiden. Well, apparently, both Forbes and Time magazine want to feature you due to what you did against the American Press Association. They wants to have you on their covers. Chapter 385, Time magazine. The scandal with the Press Association stayed at the top of entertainment and even overall news for quite a lot. All the people that were accused were big shots, and with all the public against them, even politicians asked for strict action to take place. A lot of people in the industry always felt like the Press Association held too much power for no reason. It was not like they were the Academy of Motion Pictures. This incident was bound to dilute a lot of their powers, especially with the resignation of Phillips Fraser. With cases of sexual assault against him, he was truly done for, and nothing could change it. When the scandal had first started, everyone had thought that Aiden was done for. For a while, even Aiden felt like getting out of this situation would be hard. But in troublesome situations, his brain would usually run very fast. Though, it was true that he was one step away from blacklisting himself. If he hadn't hurried off to create an all-out attack on the Press Association, then he would have just gotten the short end of the stick. The reality was that after the resignation of Phillips Fraser, the American Press Association had publicly asked him to take back the award and promised him that they would do their best to change the organization. This was no doubt them pushing forward a friendly hand. Although Aiden knew that it was more because they wanted to do everything to build their image back from dirt, he still decided to take up the offer. After all, he was still a part of the industry and didn't want any problems from the association in the future. He knew very well that the association wasn't going to disband, as they are a part of tradition in regards to the golden period of Hollywood. So, it was better to accept in the long term. Aside from that, Aiden didn't get nominated for Oscars. Although he did got nominated for a few other awards, and even won a few of them. Actors Guild Awards, Los Angeles Movie Awards, and even Saturn Awards. All of them chose him as the best actor of the year. It really filled up his trophy cabinet, and when he was not busy attending an award ceremony, he was busy in the magazine photo shoots and other interviews. What was in your mind when you were going up on the stage on that day? A beautiful reporter asked as she crossed her legs in front of him. She was the one that had come from Time magazine to take his interview. They were currently sitting in a studio and a photo session was going to be held next. A lot wasn't on my mind. To be honest, it was pretty blank. If I could have, I wanted to not come to the ceremony as I just felt like the award was something I should not take. If I hadn't come, what happened would have been avoided. That would be unfortunate, don't you think? The reporter asked, and Aiden smiled. Well, going by how things turned out, yes. It would have been unfortunate, but at that moment, I really felt like it was my last day in Hollywood. Are actors normally that scared of Hollywood big shots? A trick question. Aiden knew that as soon as he heard the first line of the sentence. The woman also made a smile like she was holding his neck with one of her hands. After all, depending on how he answers it, the context could be anything. Fortunately, Aiden was already very strong when it came to dealing with those sorts of questions. It's not about being scared. Think of it as working in a company. Now you aren't going to talk against the company you are working for. The industry is kind of like that. A very big, multinational company. And you only have work in it if people like you. Doing something like what I did could be taken as me going against the industry. It's very simple. After saying that, he added, moreover, I wouldn't have done what I did if I was really scared. It was more about the consequences that could have been anything. The reporter noted down a few words and continued on. The interview was pretty long, and Aiden really wondered which parts of it would be edited and which ones would make it to the magazine. After the interview was done, he moved over to the next room where the cameraman was already waiting for him. For the next 2 hours, he was asked to make a lot of poses. Click, click, click. Can you hold your hand a bit higher? Stand a bit on the back and with a straight face. Don't smile. Just look like you are thinking of something profound. Yeah, that pose. Make it again, and we're good to go. After getting barraged by countless white flashes, Aiden was finally able to move out of the studio. It's finally done, he said, getting inside of the car after the photo shoot was over. They were going to send him a copy of the magazine as soon as it got published. From what the reporter told him, they were expecting quite a nice response due to how popular Aiden had been in the recent past. You have tired written all over your face, yet you seem like the guy all the girls would be hoping to go home with in a club, Wade said as he looked at him. Both of them were sitting in the back seat and Tom was driving the car. Makeup is a pretty good invention. It makes even a skeleton look good, and I have been feeling it since the week began. It's just not about the whole interview and photo shoot. Because of award ceremonies and appearing on magazine covers? Wade raised an eyebrow. He was under the impression that those were the easiest things for a celebrity. Award ceremonies are pretty relaxing, and depending on your popularity, photo shoot crews treat you like a king. Yeah, but it's not like I don't like them. They are fine, but it's more like I miss the feeling of being on the set. It's been a long time since I was on a set. The Black Saint ended almost 6 months ago. True. A lot of time has gone by since then. You have been busy with the release of the movie and then troubles of being in Lister, Wade said and thought about it. For some reason, in this business, time goes by too fast if you are sought after. He just realized that he was in his 40s now. Getting old too fast. You are going to take part in the script reading session next week, right? Maybe you will get better then, Tom said as he looked back from the corner of his eyes. They were currently stuck in traffic. Yeah, Olio was excited about it. We have been having constant online conversations these days. It will be nice to meet the cast and crew too. Hex was finally about to start. It was probably the best news for Aiden as he was itching to feel the sensation of immersion again. The feeling of becoming something else. Another person altogether. I'm going to come with you too that day, Wade suddenly said, and it threw Aiden off for a second. He had mostly been absent from the reading sessions of his past few projects since Tom had taken over. Why suddenly? I want to meet Alberto. Producers are mostly there at reading sessions. I want to see his expression. Did he do anything? Aiden asked, and Wade just took out his phone and showed him a few messages. All of them were from the night the Golden Globe ceremony had taken place. He read them, and it seemed like Alberto was quite happy when Aiden had called out the press association. He had probably thought that he had gotten a reason to get Aiden out of the movie. Alberto Dunley. Aiden is out of the movie. Just wait till the press association bans him. He was too arrogant for his own good. He read the last message and couldn't help but feel like Alberto had drank expensive wine in happiness that night. He's very reactionary. That he is. Wade nodded. He didn't even wait for the whole scandal to die down after all. I'm pretty sure he was already talking with the legal team and Olio about kicking you out. I heard Ava handled him to stay silent, but he probably expected you to eventually get banned anyway. It was the opposite in the end. Hearing that, Aiden nodded. He must be fuming right now. I should probably send him the issue of Time and Forbes magazine as a gift when it comes out. He will appreciate it. He thought in his mind sarcastically. I'm pretty sure he will have an interesting expression on his face next week then. Chapter 386. Emma Lander. Script reading sessions were one of the most important parts of a movie or a series. For a lot of people, it was the first time they would meet the cast, and it would be a nice way to get some chemistry with each other as there was no pressure of doing well. It was just reading out your line one after another and discussing a few scenes. Though, they can easily turn into a bad experience from a good one, depending on the people involved in the project. There are also ego battles taking place in silence, especially if big stars are involved. Each of the listers have their own unique quirks, and a lot of them are eager to prove themselves, especially towards other actors of similar stature. Unfortunately for Aiden, Hex was full of big names. Wade is having a phone call. Let's wait in the cafe till then. Okay. Tom and Aiden sat down in the cafe that was beside Olio's office to drink some coffee. There were still 20 minutes left till the reading session started. They could go early as he was sure that a few people would already be there, but they needed to wait for Wade first. As they were sitting, Tom suddenly opened his mouth. By the way, did Wade tell you about Emma Lander? What about her? Aiden asked as the coffee arrived. She was one of the listers working on the movie and someone who had a role that was only secondary to Aiden. She didn't play a love interest or something, but instead played the villain that went by the name of the Witch Queen. Well, from what I got from my sources, Tom said, making a very serious expression. She's very close with Alberto and was the first one to get the role. She's also very controlling on the set. I doubt she will try anything with Olio. She's going to get scolded. I doubt she will take that with a straight face, though. Not with Olio. Pretty sure she knows her limits with him. She's probably going to try to keep you in check. Aiden stopped drinking the coffee after hearing it. Me? Yeah, you. You are the hottest person in Hollywood right now. She probably would feel threatened just because you have the main role. As for others, they would just try to butter you up, but would keep her in check while doing that. When he heard that, Aiden realized that this was going to be his first shoot after becoming an enlister. He had seen the drama around egos during his time as a lesser star. People won't focus on him that much then, but he did play his role as a spectator. Once, he had even heard about two listers who were in a project together, but they couldn't deal with each other due to ego issues. One of them wanted to get out, but he needed to pay too much in cancellation fees. In the end, the actor did the project somehow and was depressed at the end of the movie. So, it was really not just games. It could really affect a person. As for Emma Lander, he liked her filmography because it was very standard. She started from rom-coms for the initial few years, getting the box office pull when they were at the height of popularity. But after that, she branched out in different types of roles, eventually becoming a better actor and one of the most reliable listers. He did know her personality wasn't the best due to Tom, but he didn't really care. In his opinion, her role was extremely good and was something that could even have a movie of its own later on, so she doesn't have to feel insecure due to him. I don't want a situation like that. Aiden muttered. I will just try to talk to her nicely. If it doesn't work out, then you know me. I'm good at these types of things. Tom smiled when Aiden said that. Taking a sip out of his coffee cup, he muttered, I'm sure most of Hollywood knows what type of things you are good at by now. At the place where the reading session was going to take off, most of the cast was already present. A few people from the crew were also there, and food and drinks were on the table for everyone to eat. It looked like a pretty good atmosphere. The executive producer, Alberto Dunley, and the director, Olio Furman, weren't here, so the cast was just talking among themselves. But if one looked closely, they would notice that a woman with dyed blonde hair was sitting in one corner, wearing what looked like a designer dress. Around her, there were a few people standing like her bodyguards. She has a bitter look on her face, like she was not fed anything since the morning. Seeing her like that, the other actors talked. She looks pissed. Anyone know what happened? I don't know. I tried to introduce myself, but she just shrugged. Her agent is scary too. Can't even go near her. I heard she has a narcissistic personality, but didn't know it was like that. I guess there's a reason why she was chosen to play a cold witch. A few people laughed at that joke, but when they saw Emma Lander looking towards them, they quickly lowered their heads and refused to meet her eyes. Hoping she hadn't heard about it, the supporting cast continued to talk. One of them, a middle-aged actor who was playing the role of a magic professor in an academy, seemed to have some information on the reason behind Emma's bad mood. I think it's because a few of her scenes are supposedly going to be removed from the script. What? Yeah, Olio is known to edit out bad parts from his screenplay from the last minute. Sometimes, he writes scenes during filming itself, and her character is getting a bit shorter compared to before. She's probably informed about it, and isn't happy. Hearing the fresh piece of gossip that was straight out of the oven, the supporting cast finally understood what was going on. Even they would be bitter if their scenes were shortened. Though, most of them were very used to such practices and didn't mind it much. But the middle-aged actor wasn't done yet. You know, she won't be this furious normally. It's more so because Olio removed her scenes and added them to Aiden, saying he was the lead and needed to be projected as the hero of the whole movie. I heard it from his assistant when I came to meet him last week. A few eyes glanced towards Emma, but she glared at them again. Her gaze was very sharp, like she was going to kill them if they spoke any wrong words towards her. Aiden hadn't come yet, right? Yeah, it will be very interesting when it comes. You all just enjoy whatever will happen. Once we are on the set, someone like Olio will handle them. The middle-aged actor advised, and it was then that the door to the room opened up. Aiden is here. Aiden walked in with Tom and Wade behind him. Everyone had seen him in TV and photos before, but he looked better in real life. There was a sense of calmness in his eyes, and he had a good height too. With all the recent development in Hollywood, he was the man that was becoming too big and no one knew when he would stop. Looks like most of the cast and crew are already here. Aiden thought, and walked up to the group of actors standing together. He introduced himself to them and shook hands. A few people looked surprised by his friendly demeanor, but they talked nicely. Let's have fun shooting the movie. Yes. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the set, the middle-aged actor said, shaking hands with Aiden. Then, he turned and found that Emma was sitting by herself with her agent and bodyguard standing on both sides, like they were protecting her. As she was a senior, he walked towards her. Hello, I'm Aiden Silvereye. We have not met before, but I'm looking forward to working with you. Hearing that, she raised her head and looked at him before standing up. As Aiden was a head taller than her, she could still just keep looking up. That made her more angry for some reason. Oh really? She asked. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not really looking forward to working with you, but I guess it will change depending on how you act around me. Hearing that, Aiden wondered for a second if he was hearing it right. Emma's whole tone sounded childish, like she was expecting him to work hard to impress her. Is she an entitled brat, or what? He thought, but before he could answer, the door again opened and Alberto walked in this time. The first thing he saw was Aiden, and instantly, an ugly expression spread on his face. Chapter 387. Getting favor out of nowhere. Alberto walked through the door with an aura that producers would often display. Not too approachable, but he didn't look too overbearing either. Still, there was a foul smile on his face, like he wasn't happy with something. It was more like he had not slept for 2 days. Seeing him walking in, all of the cast and crew went ahead to greet him and introduce themselves. But Alberto just nodded towards them and looked around. His eyes stopped looking when he found Aiden. The foul smile on his face got worse instantly before disappearing, and his eyes sharpened. Ignoring everyone else, he walked towards him. He certainly doesn't look happy seeing me, Aiden thought in his mind. He didn't really enjoy meeting Alberto either, but this time, he had the upper hand for now. Unlike him, Emma, who was standing beside him, was beaming with joy suddenly. It was as if she wasn't acting like an ice princess just a second ago. A few of the cast members were also surprised to see her like this. What happened to her suddenly? She looked like she was ready to go to war just a minute ago. Now, she's acting like a newlywed wife. Apparently, she's close to Alberto and is in the movie because of him. She probably thinks of him as her way to gain more control over the project. Aiden heard the whisper too, due to his good hearing, but it seemed to have no impact on Alberto and Emma. When he got close, Emma walked to give him a hug, trying to display that she was very close to the producer. Alberto, I have not seen you in a long time. I heard you were in London these past few days. To that, Alberto just nodded and returned the hug in a cold manner. Yeah, I was. He didn't say anything further and got away from her and walked a few steps ahead to stand in front of Aiden. Suddenly, Emma's shoulders sunk and her expression broke into a mess. The producer she acted close with didn't even look at her properly and went straight to the lead actor. The whole exchange was taken like that by everyone in the room. Why is he like this suddenly? Is it because my recent movie flopped at the box office? Emma thought in her mind, but she didn't realize that Alberto hadn't ignored her because he thought of Aiden as better. He just wanted to have another exchange of words with Aiden. It seems like I underestimated your luck greatly. You are extremely lucky to get away from something like this. It seems like you were hurt because I wasn't blacklisted. I'm pretty sure you were already in talks with another actor to take over my role, but it fizzled out because the press association wasn't able to do anything to me. You were just lucky. Is that the excuse you are giving yourself every time you lose to me? Both Alberto and Aiden whispered under their breaths as they shook hands. They were talking in a volume so low that not even Emma, who was standing pretty close, was able to hear it. As their expressions were also blank, no one had any idea that there was animosity between the two of them. Alberto was too egoistic to accept his defeat, and although he wanted to make trouble during the shooting, his hands were bound. After all, it was his project, and if it failed due to these things, then he won't have anyone else to blame. So, he could just stay silent for a few months. As Aiden and Alberto were having their bitter exchange of words, Emma was just standing there, not knowing what to do. She looked towards her agent and whispered to him, "You didn't tell me that Alberto was close with Aiden too?" "No, I'm pretty sure they have bad blood between them. Even now, it's not like they are acting like old friends." At least he wasn't ignored. Emma snorted, and the agent quickly tried to think of something to ease her anger. As always, she was hard to handle. Anyway, it's not smart to cozy up to Alberto. After all, Olio Furman is known to have most of the power during shooting. You need to talk to him to get your scenes increased too. It's better to butter him up knowing his reputation, the agent said, and Emma blinked, thinking about it. She found the suggestion acceptable and nodded. As she had not worked with Olio before, there was no familiarity between them. Olio was a very strict filmmaker, even avoiding a lot of social gatherings, and for the past few years, he wasn't even working on a movie. This is a good plan, she thought in her mind. I have another meeting to be at, so I won't be present during the script reading. Like I said before, don't fuck up the movie, or I will fuck you up, Alberto said in a gangster-like tone, but Aiden just shrugged his shoulders. He left after that, and for some reason, Olio walked in 5 minutes after that with a few of his assistants. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room tensed. Aiden noticed it and raised an eyebrow. Are the other actors scared of Olio? He asked Wade, who nodded. Kind of. He has a reputation of a pretty strict director. Once, he even threw out a big actor for coming in late for the shoot. That incident happened at the peak of his directing career, and no one was able to utter a word. Directors like him are way bigger than actors after all. Aiden nodded his head hearing that. One more reason was probably that Olio was the type to make a distinction between professional and personal life and wasn't too close with any actor. The reason why he was fine with Aiden was because they had strictly talked about Hex and their interpretations of the novel. Although the other actors greeted him reservedly, Emma walked towards him with a wide smile on her face. "Mr. Furman, we only met a few times before. I doubt we were able to have a nice talk," she said, shaking hands with him. Opposite to her warm attitude, Olio just stared blankly at her. "We talked enough, I think. I like your interpretation of the character, and going by your past movies, you are good. Enough for the role. Until you need any assistance on the scenes, I doubt we need to get closer." Emma was already so happy with the praise in the first half of the sentence that she didn't seem to focus on the second half of the sentence. "Actually, I wanted to talk about the scenes," she said, and Olio raised an eyebrow. "What about them? I got to know that some of my scenes were cut off from the core of the story. I feel like it's better if they get restored, as they do a good job on telling the backstory of my character. I cut them off for a reason," Olio simply said, but it didn't look like Emma was done. "I just felt like it was better." "I never asked you what was better for the movie, did I?" he asked in a raised voice. It was such that everyone heard it in the room, and eyes quickly gathered towards them. Emma was shocked and didn't know what to say. "You are just an actor, and it's not your story. It's mine. I know how to make it better, and I don't need to ask you for that. Are you trying to have more control on the project?" "Oh no. Then, just do what is given to you." Saying that, Olio walked away, and Emma was left dumbstruck. She wanted to lash out right at the moment, but her agent quickly controlled her. Hex was a big movie for her despite her status, as in the last few years, her popularity had gone down. That's why her agent could only try to cool her down. After straightening out Emma, Olio walked towards Aiden. Although he wasn't really scared of him, he had also watched what had happened with Emma and didn't want the thing to repeat itself. That's why he decided to just be respectful and not have any demands while working on the project. One needed to act depending on who he was working with in the industry after all. Aiden pushed his hand forward towards Olio. "Olio, it's nice to see you. It's been a..." Before he could finish his sentence, Olio suddenly hugged him. The atmosphere froze, and everyone rubbed their eyes, wondering what was happening. Were they that close? How is Olio even close to someone? Those were suddenly the thoughts in everyone's mind. Even Wade and Tom were watching with widened eyes. What's happening? Is Olio okay? Aiden also wasn't sure why the Hitler-like director was suddenly acting like this. I need to thank you. The press association was one of the main reasons why I didn't get any investments for my project for a few years. When he said that, Aiden finally understood what was happening. The middle-aged actor who had worked with Olio before also got it, and explained to the actors who were still confused. Olio and Phillips Fraser hated each other, and that man was partly responsible for him not getting investments. Chapter 388. Wish for the First Rank. When Olio hugged Aiden, everyone in the room was surprised. The director, who had just bashed one of the leading actresses in Hollywood for asking for a few script changes, was acting like old buddies with another actor. Why were they so close? They have never even worked together before. Those types of questions were thrown around in people's minds. Emma Landon was stunned, not even able to comprehend what was happening. Why is Olio hugging Aiden? Are my eyes having a delusion, or is it really happening? Wait, is he gay? Maybe that's it. Olio is gay. Idiot. He has 5 kids. During the time he was not directing, he got 2 more kids. How can he be gay? It was only then that the middle-aged actor who had worked with Olio before revealed the truth to everyone. Olio and Phillips Fraser hated each other, and that man was partly responsible for him not getting investments. Hearing that, everyone, including Emma, understood why Aiden was getting special attention from Olio. It also made an early end to any tactics that Emma was planning in her mind to use against Aiden. After all, if Olio got to know, then it won't be good for her. Olio liked Aiden more than her. It was very clear. She was one of the victims of the star complex, but she wasn't entirely dumb to not look at things with a clear eye. She knew when to play meek. That's why. She just shrugged her shoulders and sat in one of the corners. Her agents tried their best to cool her down during the whole script reading session. Let's see how you act during the shooting, she said in her mind. Dash. Dot. As for others, it was very clear to them that Aiden was going to have the biggest bargaining chip in his hand during the whole shooting. So, it was wiser to cozy up to him. Barring a few awkward conversations with Emma, who really didn't seem to like him, Aiden had a pretty good time during the whole script reading session. With Alberto not looking over it, and Olio being nice to him, he was able to relax. The other supporting cast also looked like good people that seemed fun to work with. Aiden was sure that his time on Hex won't be bad, and he just needed to focus on his character. After the script reading session, there was still a week before the actual shooting started. This one week, Aiden was again going to read up on the novel series to get another look at the whole world of it. Moreover, he was also going to get more comfortable with his costumes and stuff. Although Hex wasn't a superhero movie, there was a distinct style to the tradition of the world and the main character. The costume designers working on the movie had done a great job on them, and Aiden just needed to get a better feel of it. During all this, he hadn't forgotten one thing that he was still working on. That was his web novel. He had also solved the mystery of his background and founded a kingdom and was learning the tricks of becoming a better king. By this point, there was not much for him to do. Aiden could still keep the novel going by bringing in new enemies and maybe just a completely different dimension into play like other cultivation novels, but he felt like that would just be a dent on an otherwise good novel. So he wanted to end it. And a grand way to end a novel was only one: an all-out war. A conclusion to start a beginning into the next epoch of the world. He had planned this arc even before starting the novel, as he always felt like an author needed to know the beginning and the ending while writing a web novel. The middle portions are often made after the reader's opinions. Aiden was planning to end the novel before the shooting of Hex begins. Otherwise, it would be too hard to write it, as he will get busier with the shooting. But when Aiden sat down to write the starting of the final arc, he didn't feel like writing it. Is this writer's block? Why am I getting it now? Aiden thought in his mind and frowned. No matter how much he tried, words weren't coming to him suddenly. It was not the first time that this was happening to him, so he was still mostly calm. He opened up the previous read and read through it before looking through the comments too. There were a few of them that were bad, as some readers didn't like a few characters dying. But mostly, the comments were positive. Hey boy, the author is probably ending the novel soon. I feel a bit sad, but this has been a very enjoyable novel of mine. Harem slut. Man, is he really not going to get a harem? He's a king now, he needs to get more kids out. Why is the author such a pussy to not go for harem? This is a 3-5 novel just because of no harem. The Fool. I hope the author releases a new novel soon, as this seems like the start of the final arc. It has been a great experience till now. Great job, author. How about writing about showbiz next? I need more of it. The comments made him feel a bit better, and he felt like he would be able to write now. But for some reason, he still felt like there was something on the back of his mind that was bothering with him. Something that seemed like a regret. What is it? He thought before his mind finally told him why he was like this. Ah yeah, the rankings. He quickly opened up the novel rankings on the Wuxia Updates page and saw that his novel by Soulless. It was a novel that Aiden had read, and in one word, it was like the perfect web novel. Not because of a mind-blowing story or anything. The web novel was pretty simple, and the story was nothing new either, but it incorporated every single trope of web novels with a great amount of comedy. A overpowered protagonist, harem, great female characters, Sigma main character, and a rich world with a system in place. It was like an AI had written the novel by taking in every single popular trope. Actually, Aiden had been trying to defeat the first ranker since the time he had reached the second rank, and there were even times when he was close to becoming the number one. But somehow, Soulless would always increase the difference between them. It was a bit frustrating to Aiden, but he couldn't do anything about it. Still, he wanted to reach the first rank even for a little while before ending the novel. It was a wish of his. That's why he even felt like not writing as right now. It didn't look like. He didn't want to have this one regret as he closed his novel. Should I make one last attempt to defeat Soulless? Maybe. Writing more chapters will work, but I have done that in the past. It didn't work out. Moreover, my novel seemed to have already hit his peak. Aiden thought in his mind and wondered about this problem. But there didn't seem to be any solution. Not getting anything. He decided to ask a fellow web novel author that he had become close with. As his popularity had rose, a lot of other authors had texted him to get to know him better. He had gotten a few online friends like that. Though, he never got a chance to talk a lot due to his real life. The Dreamer. Hey, Dragon, I need a bit of help. He texted Dragon Eternal Sunshine, the third-ranked author on the website. A minute later, a reply came. Chapter 389, Ad Marketing. In his short web novel writing career, Aiden had realized that authors were far more connected with each other in web novels. Writing for the same website, they would all have groups where they would talk with each other. As Aiden's stature had grown, he was also invited into one of these groups. There, he had talked to a few authors, but had found out that there were 3 types of authors. The first one that would try to be friendly with him just because his novel was doing good, the bootlickers. The second one would act like they don't care about talking nicely and would be in their own space like Soulless, the top ranker, and the third kind were the genuine ones that would talk about things nicely and won't have hidden intentions in their heart. The third-ranked author, Dragon Eternal Sunshine, was the third kind. He was a very talkative person and would often talk about how he had started out with web novels during college and how he had stuck with it due to the money. Aiden knew him much better than any other author, so he naturally asked him about the problem he was facing. Using his pen name, The Dreamer, he texted him. The Dreamer. Hey, Dragon, I need a bit of help. A minute later, the reply came. It was fast but expected. Dragon Eternal Sunshine was someone who was always in front of the screen, either writing novels or reading one. He had no life outside this, which Aiden always felt was a bit sad. Dragon Eternal Sunshine. What's up, Dreamer? Been a long time since we talked. I heard your novel is about to end. I'm reading it daily, and you have done a great job. The Dreamer. I have been good, and yeah, it's ending. I just wanted to ask you something. Is there a way I could defeat Soulless? Aiden went straight to the topic, but there was no reply for a few seconds. It was only after a minute passed that a reply came. Dragon Eternal Sunshine. I have already tried a lot to be honest, but it's hard to beat him. I thought you would be able to, but I guess there's no way when someone is burning money to advertise his novels day and night. Advertisement? What advertisement? Aiden thought about reading the whole sentence. He had not seen any kind of advertisement for Soulless novel on the website, or anywhere for that matter. He quickly asked what he was talking about. The Dreamer. What advertisements are you talking about? A reply came soon after he asked that. Dragon Eternal Sunshine. It seems like you don't know, but Soulless does heavy marketing of his novel online by using ads. You are watching a video and the ad for his novel will start. Apparently, He had studied online marketing before this, so he's a master of knowing what type of people would read his novel. A few other authors tried it too, but they failed as it was too much money to push for a web novel. They weren't making a profit. Reading the whole paragraph, several questions came to mind. He understood that Soulless was marketing the novel pretty hard, and that's why he would always get new readers. But if the whole thing was not profitable, how was he able to keep doing it? Was he earning that much from his published novels? Or was it something else? There was only one answer that Aiden felt was the right one. He must be pretty rich. There was no other way around it. Soulless was someone with a lot of money laying around, and he didn't mind putting it in his novels until he could see them at the top. From the start, he wasn't in it to earn money. The Dreamer, thanks. I didn't know Soulless had that much money lying around. Dragon Eternal Sunshine. There are rumors that he's the son of some multinational company owner and other stuff. Anyway, I advise you to give up on thinking that you could beat him. It helped me, and I'm very satisfied with my third rank these days. Being content with what you have achieved, that wasn't bad advice, but Aiden's reply was completely opposite of it. The Dreamer. Thanks, but I feel like I know a way to defeat Soulless. An easy way, actually. Saying that, Aiden bid goodbye to Dragon Eternal Sunshine. The third-ranked author was confused by Aiden's answer, but he didn't try to think too much of it. Finishing his talk, Aiden felt like it would be pretty easy to defeat Soulless now. His mindset had completely changed. After all, if Soulless could market his novel, then why couldn't he? Until now, Aiden had hidden his identity as writing hit its peak and stabilized. He was sure that it wouldn't pose another threat to his top spot. But he had never thought that the competition was far from over. On a Saturday morning, when Soulless woke up and opened up the website to check the rankings, he felt shocked to see it. For a minute, he felt like he was seeing things. He refreshed the page. Not once but 5 times, but it wasn't a glitch. In front of him, his novel was not on the first place like every day, but on the second place. The rank was decided on the basis of views and ratings, and suddenly. Chapter 390. Top rank. When Aiden had first posted about the web novel, a lot of his followers had thought that Aiden's account had been hacked. After all, he had never written any online novels before. The whole genre was not mainstream, and a lot of people even wondered what a web novel is. Aiden also had never talked about it before, so they were a bit skeptical. All this time he was making another novel after, and no one even knew. Going by the amount of chapters already posted, the novel even seemed to be coming to an end. But as it was free and people were doubting whether Aiden was really the author, a lot of people checked it out, and just after a few chapters, they realized that it was indeed his novel and his account wasn't really hacked. A writer's style is always distinct, and although Aiden had written a web novel by Aiden Silvereye is becoming more and more famous every hour as a lot of people are watching it after the celebrity announced that he was writing it. Film Times. Chapter 391. Offer with Vision. With the reveal of Aiden's identity as the Dreamer, his book was suddenly doing great. He had finally achieved the top rank that he coveted all this time. And it made him happy. After all, it was the result of his efforts, and people have rarely complained about the web novel. It gave him motivation to make the final arc the best in the whole book. He got to work right away. At the same time, Soulless, the previous #1 ranked author, was fuming. He couldn't believe what had happened just in one night. He didn't want to believe it. He tried his best to turn the whole situation around. After all, he can't lose to a celebrity, but in the age of numbers, follower count was something not a lot of people could go against. Soulless tried his best, even increasing the ads on the novel, but the good word of mouth had spread, and it was almost impossible to battle against it. In the end, he had to agree to his defeat, even if every fiber of his being didn't want it to accept it. Aiden's followers were busy trying to make it spread to more people, and it was true that the novel was very addictive. It was made in such a way. So, when someone tried it, they recommended it to their friends and family. Although it was true that with such a large number of people, it was very normal for there to be different opinions. Some people didn't like it at all and bashed the novel after reading a few chapters, while others who were a fan of felt disappointed. Aiden wasn't able to do anything with these reviews. With time, more and more bad reviews came out, and he could just keep writing while focusing on the positivity. In just a few days, he was almost down to the last 3-4 chapters. Although he had prepared a few side chapters, there was no time to write them down with the shooting of starting. Just a day before that, He got a call when he was writing down the last chapter of. Aiden blinked his eyes hearing that. A comic adaptation? He hadn't really thought much about it, as before Marshall, no one had proposed something like that. But it was a pretty interesting idea. He had a hard time describing places in the web novel, so a comic adaptation might just be able to do that. I honestly never thought too much about it. Then, think. Well, it does seem like an interesting idea. Hearing that, Marshall's eyes shined, and he quickly found the opportunity he was looking for. He started explaining more on his offer as how this could work in favor of his book, and a comic adaptation was the way forward. After all, if out of 100, 10% read novels, 30% are likely to read comics as it was more visually appealing. As you know, we have now got a very capable department with us, and he wanted to write another. Maybe not right away. Maybe not another web novel. But he wanted to write something. This time, something different and something that could push him, even if it takes time. Was one of the most expensive projects from Titan Studios with an investment of $200 million in it. By comparison, their most expensive project in the last 7 years was $80 million, so it was more than double of that. With that, there was a sense of pressure in how it would do. Many felt like it was going to be a waste of investment with egos of Olio and Titan Studios clashing violently, and in the end, the movie would suffer. There was actually a very good possibility of that. Even with Alberto seemingly trying not to interfere with Olio. The pressure was also on the crew and the cast. It could either become the best fantasy movie of the year, or it could become something that everyone would want to get off their resume. So, with heavy feelings in their heart and excitement, they entered the sets on the first day. Olio was avoiding green screens as much as possible and had made entire sets in a large field for the shooting. It was almost like an outdoor studio. A lot of the movie was also going to be shot on green screen, but that was more because of the fantasy aspect. Even then, the use of green screens was going to be minimal. With Olio's distinct style, no one knew how it would turn out, but they were hoping it to be good. Chapter 392 POV of a behind-the-scenes director. The shooting for Hex was happening in LA, the mecca of Hollywood. With all the technology lying around the city and a lot of space, it was easily one of the most coveted places for shooting. Though, a major portion was also going to be shot in places like Dubai and London because of a few scenes. Hex had portions of deserts and one of the cities in the world of the fantasy. Novel was based on London, so Olio wanted to make it as realistic as possible. All in all, the movie was going to take 3 months to shoot with the chances of additional shoots later. The VFX itself was going to take months to do, so Titan Studios had already planned everything. From the shooting to the VFX to the release. This was after all their biggest movie in years, and it had to earn according to their calculations. Meetings had already happened about the marketing aspect of the movie, and the studio was even in talks to release special products like toys or a mobile video game with the release of the movie. If they don't start it months ago, then the movie won't be able to release on time. One of the things that the marketing team had decided was a behind-the-scenes team to shoot everything to release as materials before the release. After all, if the movie worked, then people would be very interested in the makings of it. Most mid to high budget movies would do this too, so it wasn't anything innovative or groundbreaking. But they wanted to make it a bit more raw with this one to appeal to people. After all, there was absolutely no need for them to make it a reality TV show. As for Olio, he didn't really care about it as the only thing he focused on was the movie itself. He just wanted to not be disturbed when he was working. So, the behind-the-scenes team that was working on the sets of Hex left him completely alone and instead focused on other important people, the actors. Johnny, what did the agent of Emma Lander say? You got the nod. A middle-aged man with a face that looked freshly shaved asked as he looked at a short guy who was wearing a baseball hat. No, her agents don't even let me enter her vanity van, saying that she's in the middle of practicing her lines. But it will take a few minutes. Didn't she agree before? He asked with a frown of disappointment. I want the introduction to start with the actors now that the director had told us to not disturb him. 2 other actors also refused. Well, you know actors. They have an air of importance around them, and they don't really care knowing that their team won't let us show her in a bad light. So, they don't care about what they say. They change in seconds like they have bipolar disorder. The middle-aged man sighed as he looked at the sky in disappointment. It was looking pretty good with the sun out, but his day was going completely opposite. He was again reminded of his bad life choices. Though in his defense, Ronnie Wick had no choice. He had come to Hollywood to become a director 10 years ago after someone close to him had passed away, but he had only gotten random jobs. Now, Ron was working on the behind-the-scene footage of movies. He would make himself feel better thinking that he had come a long way, but it wasn't enough, especially when actors would treat them with no respect. Recently, even his dog had died, so job was really making it worse for him. I really don't want to keep doing this, but we need to get some footage in today. The first day of shooting is one of the most important after all. Ron thought in his mind as he looked at his whole team, who seemed to already be used to this kind of behavior. It didn't stop their disappointment, though. Around them, everyone looked pretty busy with different jobs. The opening scene had been a success, so it was a good start. Now, they were preparing for one of the scenes in the beginning of the movie. The chase scene. Aiden's character, Blazeheart, was a local thief working for the police against a gang, and after his identity would come, he would run away. The chase scene was supposed to be a good introduction for the main character while making the audience a little aware of his powers. Obviously, with Olio at the helm here, he wanted to make it one of the best chase scenes in recent times and give it a nice mixture of fantasy and reality. Ron saw one of the crew members carry around some props for the scene and wondered for a second as to how he would direct this scene. It was then that Johnny, the cameraman, spoke. "How about we go and ask Aiden Silvereye for a short interview for the opening for the video? It would look great if the actor playing the main character started it. After all, we are going for a documentary-like video." Ron got out of his thoughts hearing that and shook his head. Even supporting actors rejected us, saying they don't want to be disturbed. Emma Lander rejected us. What makes you think that Aiden won't? Because I talked with his assistant in the morning. He was going around offering tea and coffee to anyone he saw. Very nice guy. We talked for a bit, and he revealed that he's been Aiden's assistant for 2 years now. Ron was pleasantly surprised hearing that. If that was the case, then maybe they could make it work. After all, an assistant could clearly convince the actor he had worked with for 2 years. The question was if they could convince the assistant. What's his name? Tom. He's hanging around the makeup room. Aiden's scene is next. Then, let's hurry. They picked up the camera and started walking towards the makeup area with a few other members of the behind-the-scenes crew. On the way, they could see the giant sets built just for the scenes. It was all gigantic, and the houses built were in such a way that it was easier to climb on them. I heard that Aiden would perform this scene himself. He's probably trying to imitate the big action stars who do their own stunts. From a directing point of view, it was risky, but every director loved a guy who could do his own scenes. It was just more real, and they didn't have to worry about editing. When they reached the makeup room, they found a few people hanging outside. Tom was one of them, and John instantly recognized him. He was talking with a few crew members with a smile. "Hey, Tom." When John called him out, Tom turned around, and for a second, there was confusion on his face before he recalled who he was. "Ah, you are from the behind-the-scenes team. Johnny, right?" Tom said as he came forward. "The one whose wife makes the best coffee." "Yeah, that's me." "Huh." Johnny laughed and nodded his head, and Tom gave a friendly smile. Ron found it a bit weird, but he just attributed it to him being a very friendly person. "So, why are you here?" he asked, and Ron quickly introduced himself. "I'm Ron Wick, the person in charge of making the behind-the-scenes documentary on the project, and as we wanted to make it as raw as possible, we wanted to interview Aiden before the first scene. It will obviously be a short interview that won't take more than 5 minutes. We would be very grateful if he could do it." Tom nodded hearing that, taking in the request. "Is the behind-the-scenes team going to be on the set every day?" "Yes. We would try to get as much footage as we can and would edit it out in a 2-hour documentary as part of the marketing material. We have gotten directives to make it as good as possible." Tom thought about it for a second. The behind-the-scenes team became nervous as seconds ticked by. Maybe another rejection awaited them. "Okay, I will go talk to Aiden. I don't think he will mind. He tries not to turn away from any type of interviews." Saying that, Tom walked inside the makeup room, and everyone took a sigh of relief. They were finally not getting rejected straight away. No, there's still a chance Aiden would reject us. After all, an assistant won't have too much leeway over him. He agreed. "Come in." All the pessimistic thoughts left his mind as soon as Ron heard that. He quickly moved inside and saw Aiden for the first time in his costume. He looked ready for the scene. Although Ron had seen him before from a distance, it was the first time they would be talking. "I heard you are the director of the behind-the-scenes team." "Yes, if you don't mind, We wanted to take an interview. I am okay with that, but I was hoping it would be more than just an interview. Chapter 393 of A Behind-the-Scenes Director 2. What do you mean more than just an interview? In front of Ron, Aiden was sitting with a smile. His hair was set in a way that it looked a bit messy, but something cool. His costume followed a simple pattern with the addition of a scarf attached to it like a mask to cover his face. It was designed specifically for Hex. Are you having any other actors for the introduction? Like taking interviews from them? He asked instead of answering. Not right now. We wanted to take live reactions before their first scenes, but most of the prominent actors rejected us. They said they would do it, but then backed out at the last moment. Ron said with disappointment evident on his face. Johnny, the cameraman, also nodded. Those scenes might be added later on as an edit, but right now, we are only thinking of taking a few answers from the extras working on the set and some crew members. In that case, you don't have a lot to add. How about just making it about the stunts in? I'm doing them myself, and they are pretty hard as you can guess, so I felt like it would become a good point in the video. After all, you are going to use it for marketing later on. Aiden proposed, and Ron thought about it for a few seconds. It felt way better than just taking a simple interview from Aiden than editing it with a few scenes from the movie. Actually shooting the scenes of Aiden trying to do stunts looked to be a great introduction. We can do that, but you won't have any problems, right? I heard that there are chances of the stunt not being successful as the whole sequence needs very precise movement. Ron asked. He had heard the plans for the whole stunt. It really looked a lot like Olio had tried to make it as seamless and stylish as possible. As it was a long chase scene, it won't be taken in one shot and had to be redo a lot. So much so that Aiden might not look good if a lot of bad takes happen. Ron wasn't sure that Aiden would want that. But he smiled. You don't have to worry. I'm already practicing it for a while with the action and stunt director. Even if it doesn't happen in 1 or 2 takes, it's not a big deal. It's not the 70s for people to think that actors in movies are the same as the characters they play, so I don't have to maintain an image. Normally, actors and their team would look at every material that would be posted online before giving it a go, in case it's not good for the image of the actor. Even Emma Lander had directly told them to try to look like she was a very important part of the whole shoot. Although he didn't know how that would be possible with her not even giving them a short interview, he still had to comply. But here, Aiden looked like he didn't really care about all this. Okay, we can do that, Ron said and discussed a few things before moving out of the makeup room. They went in with beating hearts and nervousness on their faces, but they came out with relieved faces. Rumors about Aiden were pretty true. He's not a bad guy. Didn't he be made fun of during the Black Saint promotions? That wouldn't have happened if he hadn't agreed to it. He knows how to take a few hits on his image for a large picture. Yeah, we might get a good introduction because of him. While his crew talked, Ron tried to make plans on how to do the shoot. Time moved on as the set was prepared and Aiden appeared for the scene. Everyone listened to his conversation with the action director and Olio. So, we are going to shoot in multiple shots and from different angles. The rooftop running scenes could be dangerous as you can lose the balance, but we have protection in place. Just try not to slip. The camera will be there and there, so just avoid that and then jump there on that spot. The action director, A. Bald Man, explained. It was not the first time he was getting such an explanation. It was already the 5th time, but they were just being careful. The people chasing him in this scene were trained stuntmen who would have a much better chance at doing the scene smoothly. But Aiden had immersion through which he could literally become the character. He was counting on it to help him out. Are you ready? We have people on all sides to help you if you fall down, so no accident takes place. Olio asked, and Aiden nodded his head. Give me 5 minutes, then we can start. Was a story about multiple characters, but somewhere in the complex storyline of ancient gods and prophecies, the one man that was common was Blaze Hart. Blaze was pretty much a common person, working on the side of the law in an unruly way. A bit smarter than any other commoner while having the luck to rise above his status. Though, his story doesn't start until he starts getting visions of an impending doom. One that a lot of chosen ones will get, but he was a different kind. As in most of the story, he was revealed to not be the chosen one, but he had a piece of a soul of his dead brother who was originally supposed to be the chosen one. This made him feel more and more responsible for the things that were going to come as he was partly responsible for the death of his brother. As the story goes on, the character of Blaze goes through a lot of changes in his character that were synonymous to the changes the world was going through due to the opening of ancient devices known as hex. At the start of the movie, he was just a carefree thief, but those changes in his character as the story goes is the highlight of the whole screenplay. That's why Aiden had to nail down every emotion Blaze would go through. With each event, his body language would be different. I need to imagine myself as a thief in this world. A cunning thief who doesn't even know what's going to hit him. He repeated in his mind as he closed his eyes. A lot of thoughts went through his mind as he tried to stop being Aiden and be more like Blaze. A bit more immature, carefree, yet determined. When he opened his eyes, he felt like a changed person. He was standing on a ledge, and he had to jump from it to land on the rooftop in front of him. Normally, it would look scary, but currently, he just felt like his legs were light, and he could jump very high. Heights didn't scare him anymore, but it gave him a sense of excitement. To see how long he could stay in the air. I'm going to nail this. He thought in his mind as the scene began. That's pretty high. He doesn't even look scared. He has a smile on his face. He must have gotten used to it during the rehearsals. People whispered as they watched Aiden from a distance. There was a sense of exhilaration just by watching him. Ron and Johnny were also focusing on it, and the camera was shooting it. They were going to edit in a way that didn't give away the scene entirely. Anyway, the final edit of the movie would look very different. Suddenly, the scene started as a few people gasped. Damn, he really jumped. He didn't fall. That looked like a good jump. Those rooftops look scary, but he's running pretty fast on them. The other stuntmen appeared. Won't this break down into a hand-to-hand combat scene now? On the rooftop, 2 cameras were currently focusing on Aiden, who was suddenly surrounded by 3 people. The whole chase sequence had a few hand-to-hand combat scenes as Blaze still didn't have any powers, but he was exceptional in close combat. The people watching him saw Aiden dodge a punch, and then he took out a knife before a small knife clash went by. It was pretty cool, and it looked like the stuntmen were pretty surprised by how good Aiden was. Or was it just acting? No one knew, and they didn't care. The whole sequence looked pretty cool even to Ron, who was a director at heart. He saw Aiden fighting off the stuntmen and jumping off the rooftop to hang on to a zip line before going through a window. All of it was in several takes, but every time, it looked like Aiden had been an actor star for life. I wish I could direct him someday. That was the only thought in his mind as he watched. Chapter 394, God of Steam. It was no surprise to anyone that the story was complex. Supposedly, Olio was planning to shoot at least 4 to 5 hours of footage for the movie. Even Titan Studios had agreed to it, and it won't be a surprise to anyone if the final edit makes it to be 3 hours long. That meant that the journey that Blaze would take wasn't short. After all, out of the 5 hours that was supposedly going to be shot, he was going to be in more than 70% of the movie. The screenplay was really focused on him as the central figure. Early on in the story, he started off from a thief helping out the police and giving information about the gangs to them. After the gangs found out about them, he was obviously in danger, so the police chief offered him a job. Not of a spy, but to be a part of a special department in the police force. The department is known as the Inquisition Department. It was a department set up to deal with all the supernatural forces, the cults, people who lost control over their powers, and other ancient beasts that should have already been extinct. Obviously, he wasn't offered a place here for nothing. It was because Blaze did have amazing intuition that hinted at him having dormant supernatural powers that prompted the police to keep an eye out for him, and the best way to do it was to recruit him on their side. Blaze also accepted the offer, knowing that if he didn't, then the gangs were simply going to kill him. There was no other way around. Today, they were shooting a scene where he was meeting the chief of the Inquisition Department for the first time. In the church of one of the most famous gods in the world of Hex, Cashin, the god of steam. Hex, February 17th, 2020 Act 3 Scene 1 Take 1. Why did you call me here? Is the headquarters of the Inquisition Department here at the church? Blaze asked as he looked at the man sitting next to him. He had a mustache with no additional beard on his face. He was wearing a hat, making him look like a wealthy gentleman. In today's society, hats and canes were a symbol. The better they are, the wealthier you look. He was named Walter Finnegan. No, the followers would never let us do that. They call it blasphemy. Though, they do allow other things, and that's why we are here. Blaze just looked at him confused hearing that. They don't allow it, but they allow other things? He was unable to comprehend it. Ignoring that, Walter pointed at the statue of the Cashin. He was picturized as a man with a full charcoal body. His statue was also of a similar color. Apparently, a wealthy merchant had gifted it to the church, being a follower. It was impressive as the god of steam was a pretty new god, only rising to significance in the last 50 years since society had moved towards an industrial revolution. Are you a follower? No, but my brother was. He wanted to be a steam engineer, running the trains. Then, you must know the theory around how Cashin became one of the major gods. Walter asked, and Blaze thought for a second before nodding. He indeed knew about the story and had remembered it, as it was quite an interesting one. He was an exiled god living in the dark dimension, but he managed to escape and change for the better. He granted knowledge to a follower and was the major reason why steam became such a popular thing in the Empire, changing everything. Correct. He became one of the major gods out of nowhere due to that, and started giving competition to the three ancient gods. Most of the exiled gods saw it and tried to do the same, but most of them are exiled for a reason. In the last century, the amount of accidents happening has increased significantly. That's why our department gets more and more funding every year. Blaze nodded hearing all this. The world of supernatural powers always fascinated him, especially due to the theories around how the world came to be. The different gods that ruled the humans by using their followers, and people who gave up on their lives to obtain the truth of the world. Let's go. It's time to meet your new colleagues. Walter suddenly said and stood up. Blaze did the same and followed him. Strangely, he didn't walk towards the exit door, but towards a priest who was looking at the statue of Cashin, probably praying something in his mind. We need to see the bishop, Walter said as they reached the priest. The priest looked at him and Blaze for a second before nodding. They walked off towards the confession room on the left, but when they were close to reaching it, the priest turned around and stopped before a wall. What is going on? He thought as the priest touched a lamp that was put there. Suddenly, he heard a mechanism turn and the wall began to open, leading up a path that Blaze had no idea about. A secret path. He thought in his mind. May the god of steam be with you, the priest just said, looking up at Walter and Blaze. His eyes stayed on Blaze for a second longer. He then walked away, and Walter pointed at the new path that had opened up. Let's go. The shooting for Hex continued at a rapid pace. Each day, Olio would try to do as many scenes as possible, and Aiden witnessed why he was such a hard director to work with. Him wanting every scene to be perfect was good, but he would go to any lengths for that. Once, they kept shooting a simple scene for 36 takes, just because he wasn't getting the right smile from an actor. The actor was obviously tired, begging Olio to just let it go as he can't do better, but there was no way around. The man wasn't going to be convinced. Finally, on the 37th take, the perfect smile appeared and the scene ended for good. Aiden also suffered due to this where for some scenes, he had to work way harder than he had imagined. A lot of scenes were done for an hour or two, really breaking Aiden's stamina. As he was doing his own action scenes too, he nearly got injured a lot of times just because the scene had to be perfect. He also had to hear a lot of things from Olio when he would make a mistake. Why can't you do something simple? It's the 9th take. We don't have that much time just because you can't concentrate. Try to land a bit to your left, and in a way that it looks natural. Currently, it is looking artificial. If you can, get a bit injured. That will bring the raw feeling to the scene. Again, try to improvise a bit. You need to show more emotions than just that. Blaze is a very charming character. Show me that charm no matter how you do it. Now, these things weren't that uncommon as directors would try to be passive-aggressive sometimes, but coupled with Olio's face that always looked pissed on the set, it was scary. The only reason Aiden was able to handle it was because Olio was way harsher on other actors. He even made a young actress cry, and it was Aiden who had to console her in the end. Maybe that gave him a better reputation on the set, but after that, the other actors were much more friendly with him. Barring Emma, obviously. That woman was still thinking of Aiden as a competition and would try to be in a verbal argument with him often. He had gotten more and more used to handling her. Anyway, he realized that she was very scared of Olio and would rather not make trouble on the set due to that. So, even if she talked rudely, she won't try more than that, and Aiden was content with that. After all, most of his focus was on the scenes and his character. With time, they moved to London and then Dubai for a few scenes, and Aiden also took in the sheer scale of the movie, even though he was already aware of it. There were scenes that were purely over the top, but extremely cool. Like there was one with a flying ship through which Blaze would fall, and then Another scene on the train that was a pure action scene. With all these scenes that they were shooting, Aiden was not sure if all of them would come in the final edit. And it would be a pity if they didn't after all the effort put into it. That's why, when the shoot was about halfway done, Aiden proposed something to Olio. Chapter 395. Movies. Hex March 29th-2020 Act 7 Scene 3 Take 7. The Royal Express was the fastest train in the whole empire, and the stories of its speed and the grandeur of its interior was something that every family in the empire would discuss. Like name, the train was only used by people who wanted the best service, and they would mostly be nobles or merchants with a lot of wealth, both classes coming in the upper echelon of the society. It would also only run in between special places. And one of these special places was the dwarven city Metlatopius. The city was built in between mountains, and only recently a track was laid out after a treaty was signed between the city and the empire. Every year, the train would only go to the city 2 times. Once at the beginning of the year and once in the winters. This year, again, a lot of nobles were traveling to the city during the winters. The whole dwarven city was a tourist spot for these people as they wanted to explore it and buy the best pieces of equipment and showpieces. Joining these tourists this year was the youngest princess of the empire. And because of her, the security around the train was increased. Blaze was a part of the security team, having been promoted since he had started working in the special department of the police. It would be nice if I could take a vacation too. The train is a tourist spot in itself. Yeah, but we are here for an entirely different reason. Blaze walked around the train with a guy with red hair. Both of them were not wearing any uniform and were instead dressed like nobles. It was to mix in with the people in the train. The intel was that terrorists might try to target the train, so both of them were deployed to mix in and keep a close eye on everything. Are you sure it's not fake intel? We already got 2 such cases this month. The red-haired colleague asked, but Blaze shook his head. No, it can't be. We have information that the terror groups are trying to aim for the princess for months now. If it's true, then train is their best bet. They could finish the job in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, but isn't this train the safest thing currently? I mean, the sheer amount of security is too much. No one wants to go against so many hex mages. Blaze was about to reply when he noticed a person walking towards them. The lobby was pretty narrow, so he had to move aside a bit. Sorry, I'm going to the toilet, the man said as he moved past Blaze, and then his red-haired colleague. Going by his clothes and hints of a southern accent, he looked like a wealthy merchant from the countryside. Why he was going to the dwarven city would probably be a story of its own. Blaze started walking away, and after a minute later, a thought suddenly passed through his mind. The toilet isn't there. It's on the opposite side. As soon as he thought that, a terrifying image flashed in his mind. The complexion of his face quickly changed. The man who looked out of place, he needed to catch him. Blaze, what happened? The red-haired asked. We need to catch him. That guy, he said, and ran towards him. The man wouldn't have been too far away. He saw his silhouette soon, but it was then that a large explosion took place. A shockwave went across the train, and Blaze flew, crashing into a few seats. He casted a spell around him to protect his head and vital parts of his body. Smoke was everywhere, and the train had stopped in its tracks. Blaze could see the entire premium coach on fire. It was the place where the most important people were sitting. The princess. Blaze thought in his mind and looked around, but the man that he was looking for was nowhere. It was then that the voice of Olio came out. Cut. Okay, good enough. We managed to time the explosions right this time. Good job. With this, the scene ended and Olio was also satisfied. After the scene was over, the crew quickly began to clean the zone where the explosion had taken place. They were using a modified train lobby to shoot the scene, and a lot of people were present at the scene to make sure that all the security protocols are being followed. As the scene got over and everyone got the green signal, Aiden quickly cleaned himself off a bit before walking towards Olio. Aiden, the scene was good. I did feel like we could get something more in terms of facial emotions, but your body language made up for it, Olio said in his titular style. He was both praising and criticizing him in the same sentence. You can take a break for a while. We are going to shoot a few close-up shots of others before doing one more scene with you. Okay, Aiden said, nodding before wondering if it was the right time to talk about the idea that was going on in his mind for the past few days. The day was mostly over, and Olio was looking free for the first time since morning. Olio, I actually wanted to talk to you about something important. What? Is it about the story or your character? Olio asked with a raised eyebrow. No, it's not. I just have thoughts about the length of the movie. Oh, Olio said, but before he could say anything else, one of his assistants came forward to tell him that the camera was ready for the next shot. This was the time to work, not to do discussions. Aiden, how about we talk about it over dinner after the shoot today? Olio actually wanted to gloss over whatever Aiden was going to talk about, but as he was the lead and had proven himself to have a good sense of movies, he had agreed. Aiden also nodded and walked towards his seat to rest till his next scene. After the shooting was over for the day, Olio and Aiden made their way towards a Japanese restaurant that was preferred by the director. Apparently, he had come here a lot as he knew the owner, who was a Michelin star chef. They were able to easily find a place due to Olio's familiarity with the owner. After they sat down, the talk started. Look, if your idea or whatever is good, then I will stay for a while. Otherwise, I'm planning to leave after dinner. Tomorrow is another hard day at the set, and I hope you sleep early too. In a blunt manner, Olio started out. Aiden, who was already used to this type of behavior at this point, nodded his head and didn't waste any time in bringing in the topic he wanted to touch upon. Well, I just have concerns over Hex. Not at the screenplay, but actually, the length of the screenplay. It's just too big, and we are shooting too many scenes that we won't be able to cram into the final edit. I know that. Olio muttered as a matter of fact. When I wrote the screenplay, I knew that it was too big for a movie. The thought of making it a series was also in my mind, but like you know, the big screen experience with hundreds of people can't be touched by anything else. So, I was hell-bent on making it a movie. As for the edited-out parts, I can get them all in a director's cut and release it when the movie starts streaming. As expected, Olio did know the problem with his screenplay, but the man didn't look like he would correct anything. Aiden realized that it was because he wasn't making the movie for anyone else but him. That's why he was mostly fine with a lot of content being edited out. But Aiden had a better idea. I have a better idea than that. As soon as Aiden said that, the food arrived. When the waiter left, Olio alternated between the food and him before gesturing to him to continue. What is that? Make it 2 movies. We are anyway filming at least 5 to 6 hours of footage. Even if I edit out some parts, there's enough for 2 movies. Aiden proposed. It was a very simple thing in his eyes. With proper editing, 2 parts weren't hard. Anyway, Olio was planning on future sequels and other things. Moreover, like this, Blaze would get proper character development instead of a lot of scenes being cut out from the final edit. Like that, it can easily ruin things. But Olio shook his head. No, we can't do that. There's no way we could do it. Chapter 396, The 2 Halves. We can't do that no matter what. Olio said as he shook his head. He looked very hell-bent on this, and even his tone was a bit more strict this time, daunting like nothing could make him change his decision. Why? I really feel like this is the way to go, Aiden said, and knowing this could tick Olio off the wrong way, he added. Obviously your opinion matters the most here, but I'm very interested to know why you are against this. It looks like you have played around with this idea. I have. Olio nodded his head. It's just not possible, as making it 2 parts isn't as simple as you think. Olio, as a seasoned filmmaker, knew that the best way to do Hex was in the form of multiple movies or a long 50-episode series. It was that long. If he was 10 years younger, then he would have selected a very young cast and make it a yearly franchise with 7 to 8 movies in 10 years for the whole saga. The source of this content is nov/l/bin.net. But age wasn't on his side. He was getting old, and that's why he wrote the script keeping in mind that he won't be able to do a lot of movies in the same universe as Hex. What is stopping you from modifying it into a 2-part movie? Aiden asked, very curious on the specifics. The boring first half, he said without even thinking. The first half of the movie pretty much is the exposition of the world and the characters. There are a few scenes that might make the audience exclaim, but they are few. You can't take risks with the audience these days who come to the theater for adrenaline. Realization struck Aiden's face when he heard that. They have divided Hex into 2 parts during filming, with the first half titled Blaze's Beginning and the second half titled Blaze's Conclusion. If he thought about it, most of the juicy parts were in the second half of the movie when Blaze would finally reach a certain peak of his powers. Then, it was one action scene after another. Those scenes were bound to elevate the level of the movie, and it would be something that a theater-going audience would enjoy. The first half as a standalone movie might have worked a few years back. People don't have that much patience these days. Aiden thought about it clearly. I understand your point, but what about modifying the first half to be more exciting? How will you do that? We would need to go against the books for that. Fans of it might turn on us because of that. Olio said, and they started discussing this topic. Maybe because he was so engrossed in it that Olio didn't call it off for 2 hours. That completely went against what he had told Aiden at the start about sleeping early. In the end, he just said, I understand your concerns. I have them too, but I doubt we could make the first half interesting enough to be its own movie. If you have a good idea, we could do something about it, but I doubt it will be the case. After the talk with Olio, Aiden was busy in thoughts. He wondered what to do. He could just follow up the vision of Olio and not complain. After all, even if they were leaving out a lot of scenes, it's not like the audience would know of it. In the eyes of the audience, what they would present would be the only thing they would know, and Aiden was sure that the editing and everything would be extremely good in the end, that even if the audience felt like the movie was slow in the first half, they would enjoy the second half enough to recommend it to others. He was very confident in Olio's capability. The only reason he was worried was because he felt like it was a pity that a lot of the scenes would just go wasted. There won't be much attention given to them. He thought about it, and took out the script of Hex. It was easily the thickest screenplay he had read. It had taken him almost twice the time of a normal screenplay to read it, even if he didn't take any breaks in between. He read through it again, and stopped at the end of the first half. He could see the bad points in it easily. Anyone with a good sense of story would. After all, there was a lot of exposition in it for the neutral audience who might not read the books. The neutral audience makes or breaks a movie, so they have to keep them in mind. The first half was an introduction of Blaze, a bit of mystery as he approaches his new job, and then more exposition on the world before ending it with a big case that Blaze tries to take. The case was going to connect in the second half, making it look like everything had come in a full circle. The second half also carried the major fight scenes. Even the first 2 volumes of the series were pretty mediocre. He recalled that was a novel that had only been picked up in the 3rd volume, and the first 2 were considered the weakest parts in the series. It had blown up on the 4th volume, but the 3rd volume was the one that was touted to be the best. I can make it better, but how? Aiden sighed thinking about it. As a writer himself, he could make some modifications. Add a few fight scenes, make the conversations a bit different. Obviously, he can't change a whole lot as a lot of the shooting was done in the first half, but he could do a few things. Though Olio would not allow it currently. The man was very firm about what he wanted and how he wanted the things to be. Aiden didn't even have a concrete plan, but he knew that he had to do something. I need to try. Going by my talk with Olio, even he thought about this. I'm pretty sure he himself doesn't like a lot of his scenes being edited out. After all, he's a director. He thought in his mind. If nothing came out of it, it was fine. He won't feel bad as in the end, he knew everything was on Olio. First, he started off by listing down the bad points of the first half. In a way, it was almost like a movie of its own already with its own plot and set. There was even a villain in it, and enough things that connect to the prophecy that was the core of the movie. But the slow plot and not so interesting characters that are there just for the purpose of explaining the power system and world building hampers the first half a lot. It was only in the second half that the characters got way better. So, the first thing would have been to make the characters more lifelike. Maybe, give them more scenes that are a little personal. These types of things could easily be handled. The main problem that Aiden noticed was the lack of exciting parts in the first half. The action set pieces weren't that good. They were very basic. Moreover, even the side characters were very lackluster even though they have cool powers. I need to give them a better fighting style. That will need more budget and other things, but let's not worry about that right now. He thought as he wrote down a few things. Then he typed out new scenes to add in his laptop and added them in the screenplay. He did it for 2 hours, and only then a few good scenes were written. Aiden was going to modify them more tomorrow. As for the action scenes, he also had ideas about them. His idea was basically taken from the action movies of industries other than Hollywood. These industries follow their own systems and types of cinema, so they were unique in what they did and didn't have the burden of being global cinema. Once, he had watched an action movie from his home country where the action was very basic, but it had such impeccable cinematography that it was very exciting to watch. It almost looked like there were a lot of things happening in the scene when it was just punches clashing with a few kicks here and there. The most basic things pumped up by great cinematography and final editing. Aiden wondered if they could do that with Hex, especially because it was a fantasy, meaning they could be very creative with different powers involved. Though, in the end, there was still one thing. Climax. There was no climax in the first half. They needed a climate that could make people watch the second part. A climax that starts discussions around the movie as people wonder what would happen in the second part. Chapter 397. History of Adaptations. Hollywood was known to adapt a lot of movies from novels. A lot of the famous and Oscar-winning movies were taken from books and were adaptations. So, the relationship between the literary industry and Hollywood was very close. In the 90s, there were a few fantasy novels that got adapted into movies, but hardly any of them worked because of high budgets and a lack of technology available for the filmmakers. It changed in the 2000s as technology improved by a lot, and early superhero and fantasy movies showed the limits of fantasy stories on the big screen. Fighting a dragon or jumping through buildings in a seamless motion was a cool thing to watch for everyone. Though, it was still rare back then. Any trend would get oversaturated with time, and with technology only improving, more and more movies of similar type popped up. Some were original, but majority of them were taken from novels, as adapting a popular novel meant you already have a fan base. But a lot of these were bad adaptations as directors just changed a lot of things. They infested the stories with their own viewpoint and not what the original writer wanted. It created dissatisfaction among fans as a lot of stories that could have become big franchises bombed right at the start. Some of these even gave out statements like how they didn't like the original novel and wanted to do it their way, or how they wanted to show the stories in a modern day. They would do it even for stories that stood the test of time. That's why Olio was careful. He was someone who had seen the bashing movies would get if they stray away from the source. In the first place, he liked the whole series a lot and wouldn't want to show his own ideas in the middle of it. He was also aware that since the announcement of Hex, people were already critical of it. You would find negative comments on every post of it online. A few common ones were always there. Saturday Adams. One more novel series of mine that I grew up with would be ruined soon. I really hope Hollywood producers stop adapting novels. Hollywood's daddy. Can't wait to see the main character stuck in a bad situation only to be saved by a random female character in the end in the name of progressive mentality in modern movies. DJ Bobby. I really hope it stays true to the source material, please. I really want a good adaptation of it, and Olio Furman is capable. Please just don't make it weird due to politics and whatnot. Although these types of people would generally be thought to be in the minority, there were actually a lot of neutral audiences who also think like this. In the end, they just wanted to see the book they have read in live action. They didn't want anything more. Olio also wanted to give them just that. That's why, after Aiden completed the modified screenplay, he wondered how to talk to Olio about it. The worst-case scenario here was Olio throwing out his script and telling him to not try to interfere in the movie. That was something that Olio could do. He was not a director who liked to talk nicely with actors. It was purely a strict work relationship for him. Aiden had already seen a few arguments on set that actors had with Olio, but mostly, they were one-sided and the actors would just cuss him after the shooting to let out their anger. He has been in Olio's good books till now, but that could easily change. That's why Aiden was apprehensive. Hex, April 7th, 2020 Act 8 Scene 2 Take 4. Blaze looked at the room that was filled with smoke. He had barged into a noble's mansion to steal a secret document regarding the prophecy that connected him. Apparently, the noble was an important member of the church, and he had been told to keep the document safe. The ex-thief had managed to steal the document, but while leaving, guards saw him and Haze Killers surrounded him. Haze Killers were special knights that used smoke as a way of blinding their enemy. In the mist, they would attack from every direction and hardly anyone had managed to beat them in a clash. I need to focus or I won't make it back. He thought in his mind as he saw the mist in front of him move a little. Almost instinctively, he jumped back and escaped a sharp blade. The blade managed to cut a piece of his robes. In the next few seconds, more and more blades came towards him. Blaze tried to fight them with his dagger, but the smart option here was to dodge. Several blades touched him, but his armor saved him from getting injured. They are annoying, Blaze thought, and under the mask he was wearing, his eyes suddenly started glowing. Suddenly, cards appeared from his pocket. the cards that one would use for playing a game of poker. These cards glowed with a strange energy, and the haze killers became guarded seeing them. Suddenly, the cards started to spin, and in an instant, the smoke was cleared. Haze killers widened their eyes seeing that, and got an idea of who the person in front of them was. "Don't let them get close to you," one of them said, proclaiming it to everyone. "Those cards are emitting a strong energy." Another haze killer nodded, but Blaze just smiled seeing that. Without hesitation, he controlled the cards to strike the haze killers in an instant. The cards moved through the air as if a person was skiing through snow. The haze killers tried to block the cards, but Blaze was one step ahead of them. He controlled the cards to dodge the swords and directly aim at their necks. The cards were actually sharper than blades, and in an instant, all the haze killers fell on the ground. A deep cut on their necks and blood seeping out of it. They weren't going to survive. He looked at them with cold, emotionless eyes. If it was him a few years back, he would have been disturbed by such a scene. But now, it was nothing special. He wasn't just Blaze now. He was also the Smiling Joker, an alias that was becoming extremely popular in the underworld these days. About a person who uses cards to slice your neck. It was then that he heard the voice of the director. The source of this content is n/ov/elbin.net. Cut. The scene ended like that, and Aiden's immersion broke. After the scene ended, everyone dispersed. Aiden sat down in a corner after making sure that there was no need for a retake. Then, he checked his character affinity with Blaze. It stood at 84%, and he felt like he had a good grasp on him. Though, it was nothing compared to when he was playing Kai. Still, it was much better than the time he used to be at 78 to 79 at best in affinity. By the end of the shooting, he was confident that he could move it towards 90. He also felt like he was going to level up soon in acting. Despite all this, he was more focused on thinking of a plan to make Olio agree to divide the movie into 2 parts. But he hadn't yet found a way to do so as Olio was very firm in sticking to the source material. The only option is to talk directly to him. Although, I know for a fact he would reject me. Not like there's any other way. Aiden thought, and it was then that his eyes saw a man walk up to Olio. The man was wearing a blue shirt and looked pretty fit, even though his hair and beard were completely white. He was someone who knew how to groom himself. In Aiden's eyes, he looked pretty much like a director of superhero movies he had once met. At least he got the impression that he had seen him before. The thing that surprised him wasn't at his appearance but the fact that when Olio saw him, he got a bright face, like he was someone he knew very well. Wanting to know who the strange man on the set was, Aiden walked up to Tom, who he had already realized to be something of an informer. Since day one, he had cozied up to most people on the set and was getting every small detail from them. Wade had once told him that Tom had over 10K contacts on his phone alone. "Tom, who's that man?" he asked as he got close. "Oh, you don't know him. I was pretty sure you would recognize him. Can't be helped since you never met him before. He's never been on the set too." Aiden was confused hearing that, but at least Tom seemed to know who the man was. "So who is he?" "Samuel Davidson, the son of the original author of, and the one who completed his dad's series. He's an author himself too." Chapter 398. A Writer's Son. He was the one who had completed the famous series after his father had passed away. A lot of people have felt like the ending wasn't good as the original author hadn't written it, while a lot of the readers were happy about how it had ended. The views were conflicting, but they were always going to be in such cases. No one liked another author taking over in the middle, but there was no choice. Aiden felt like Samuel was very brave to complete his father's work. After all, it wasn't an easy decision knowing that people might not like it. Some readers actually wanted the novel to remain incomplete as they didn't want anyone else to touch it, but the publisher needed to complete it. That's why Samuel came on board. He's a good writer himself. Probably a brave person too. He started writing a month after his father died due to cancer. Aiden recalled a few novels he had read of Samuel. He was mostly a children's book author and had also delved into graphic novels and other stuff. He was one of the veterans of the industry and a really talented individual. Apparently, he's on the set today as he was free. He helped out Olio a lot during the scripting phase. You could even say that without Samuel, won't take the form of a script. That's why Olio treats him well. Tom muttered, explaining all the information he had gotten out of one of Olio's assistants. "When you work together, you are bound to get close," Aiden said, and Tom nodded his head. "I should go talk to him." Aiden thought to himself, It was common courtesy to do that, but he also had something else in his mind. He had brought out the modified script with him today, so maybe he might as well get some feedback. Anyway, Samuel looked way more approachable then. Olio. He waited till Olio was busy in something before walking towards Samuel. He was just sitting and looking around the set when Aiden called him. Hello. I don't think I have introduced myself. Samuel raised his head hearing that and was surprised for a second to see Aiden there. He immediately stood up and gave out a smile. No, you have not. I was going to introduce myself to you actually. Was looking for you. Thank you for giving life to Blaze. That's my job. Your father created him with a lot of care. I always felt that when I read. That he did. Aiden shook hands with him and sat down next to him on a chair. Samuel started talking about how Olio had shown him a few scenes that they had shot, and although post-production work hadn't been done on them, they looked very neat to him. He praised Aiden on how he was already looking like Blaze, and he really imagined him like this from the start. Aiden was thankful for his words, and after a while, he began the topic of the script. By the way, can I ask you something about the script? I heard you were helping out Olio in writing it. Yes, I was a consultant on it. Are you having trouble on some part? Samuel asked, raising one of his eyebrows. He looked straight into Aiden's eyes as he shook his head. No, it's not that. I was just worried about the length of the script and how half of it won't even make it to the final edit. The movie is already going to be more than 2 hours, and Western audiences don't like to watch movies longer than that. That's true, but while we were making the script, there was no way around the length. A more tight script was our idea too, but the power system and the world background is too big. A normal audience who never read would have a hard time without all the exposition. He explained, and it was true too. During the writing of the script, Olio also knew about these things and had taken it upon himself to provide a good movie in the end that would be liked by the audience. Even if the script was too long, he already knew the scenes to remove from the final edit. The exposition was also done smartly without it feeling like info dumps in the story. Olio and Samuel have followed the basic show, don't tell rule. I understand that, but I have an idea around it. Aiden said, and Samuel blinked his eyes, wondering about this idea. What idea? He asked, and Aiden explained his conversation with Olio and his idea on doing 2 parts instead of just 1. Sometimes, filmmakers would do that when the movie they were making was just too big. Though, sometimes the second part gets canceled if the first doesn't work. Aiden also told him how Olio rejected his idea before talking about the modified script he prepared because he still wanted to go for 2 parts instead of just 1. I do understand that I might be interfering with the vision of your father and what he wanted to do with, but I really felt like a lot of scenes would be left out if we don't do it this way. Aiden said, showing Samuel the modified script. At first, he didn't know what to say. He did know Aiden was a writer and good one at that, but he wasn't expecting him to make a modified script out of it. Still, he was curious to know how it would be. What changes had he made? If he made it worse? Or actually better? Let me read it, he said, taking the script in his hands and slowly going through it. At first, he didn't see many changes, but as he slowly read, he saw some changes. A few more fight scenes and more character developments. Aiden hadn't done anything significant to major and popular characters, but he had added a lot of depth to the small characters that would die or won't appear much as the story unfolds. They were good changes. As he read, Aiden was called to do a few scenes. He told him to keep reading and went away. Samuel just nodded, too engrossed in the story of the first half. Till the middle part, there were significant changes that took the story ahead in different ways. New paths were shown, and the whole script had a new layer of mystery to it. But the best thing he felt was the climax. Aiden left it on a cliff as the truth of the prophecy that bound the whole story came out. It was done in such a way so that the audience would have no choice but to watch the next part to satisfy their curiosity. It's good. I feel like the changes should be tamed down, but it's a great script on its own that completely nullifies the boring parts from before. Samuel thought in his mind as Aiden returned to his seat. It was just as the children's book author finished reading the script. You read it? Yeah, I just finished it. Samuel nodded and turned towards Aiden. How did you like it? Aiden asked and got a bit nervous. He knew that Samuel would be someone who would know the story of best. Apparently, his father had written the whole story for him as a birthday present and later published it. His opinion was probably the most important out of anyone. It was good. You are a good writer. Thanks. Aiden smiled hearing that, then asked, Now, Do you think your father would have liked the modifications? Samuel didn't answer the question right away. Thinking of his father, there were a lot of memories in his mind, but out of all those, one of those best described him. It was a memory from the time when he had been writing the 7th volume of. The previous volume had become a bestseller, but as he was having trouble writing it, he was reading the whole series again. It was then that he became angry. Samuel had asked why, and his father had promptly replied, "Why are you angry? You noticed a publishing mistake in the 1st volume. It's not that. A writer grows as he writes a novel. As I'm reading this right now, I feel like I could have done so many parts better in the 1st volume. I'm pretty sure the 2nd one is like this too. I never thought about the whole story before writing it. So these problems are common. I can't even rewrite it now." On that whole day, his father had been angry and ultimately drank his favorite scotch before sleeping. Playing that memory through his mind and glancing down at the script in his hand, Samuel made a smile. "I think yes. You would have loved them. You are really a good writer, Aiden." Chapter 399, A Special Meeting. Samuel did like the modified script that Aiden showed him, but he still didn't agree to help him talk to Olio right away. It was only after 2 days that Aiden received a call from him, saying that he thought hard about it, and Aiden's idea looked the best if they wanted Hex to be popular. Aiden was obviously happy to know that. Both of them decided to arrange a meeting with Olio to talk about them. On one of the days that the crew was taking a break during the London schedule, both Samuel and Aiden met him in his hotel room. For the record, Samuel also lived in London due to his wife being a Brit. When Olio met Samuel and Aiden, he was confused as to what they wanted to talk about that needed a meeting. The two of them didn't even know each other well a week ago, so them coming together suddenly was a surprise. As soon as the meeting started, Aiden explained to him that he modified the script of the first half to something that could become its own standalone movie, and that Samuel liked it a lot too. Hearing this, Olio felt angry at first as he had thought that this discussion was already over. But Samuel tamed him down. "Olio, at least read the script first. Trust me, you won't dislike it. Even my father would like it if he was alive. Just give it a chance." Olio frowned hearing that, but in the end, he nodded, picking up the script to read it. As a fast reader, he didn't take much time to complete it, as he also just glossed over the parts that weren't changed. While he was reading it, Aiden kept thinking that asking help from Samuel was the best thing. Maybe he was the only person Olio would listen to on the topic of Hex. It showed that he respected him and his father a lot. After reading the script, Olio was in a deep thought, similar to Samuel when he had first read the modified script. He wouldn't say he didn't like it. Having written all of his movies, he knew what a good script looked like, and this was certainly one of them. But Aiden's idea wasn't something feasible in his mind. "Look, this is good. I won't lie, but I'm still firm on the fact that we can't go with 2 parts for the movie. Moreover, I don't want the fans to think that we changed the plot." Samuel quickly countered that sentence as soon as he heard that. "My father would have wanted to have modifications, at least in the stories taken from the first 2 volumes. I told you about how he said he could have done both of them better. If there's problems with fans, I would try to give interviews to explain our situation. Will they even accept it?" "They will if the movie is good and you only make good movies," Aiden said. "If they don't, then I will accept every criticism. I won't run away from it, as all of this is my plan." Olio fell into a thought hearing that. Both Aiden and Samuel looked too confident on their stances, and it made him feel like his viewpoints weren't strong enough. Moreover, one part of him as a director also didn't want to lose out on so many good scenes, and adding modifications and editing it in a certain way would surely amplify them if they did go for 2 parts for the movie. Not like it's not done before. But the main problem wasn't even Olio. It was investors, Titan Studios, and in the center of it was Alberto Dunley. "Even if I agree, how are you going to make Alberto agree with this, Aiden? The modifications won't take much to shoot, but it would inflate the budget and would need a change in marketing budget too, as there will be 2 parts. I have already thought about that. It's less likely Alberto would listen to me," Aiden said. An image of Alberto mocking him after listening to his idea came to his mind. "The budget will be a problem too with him, but we don't have to only take permission from him. He's the executive producer, but there are other producers too. In the end, Titan Studios are producing it in-house, so a lot of eyes are on this project. We could go past Alberto and talk about our idea with the people who have more authority than him. Let's have a presentation. A movie doesn't necessarily have to only credit one person as a producer. Normally, There will be lots of them with different roles and expertise. Sometimes, even distributors would come in as producers or actors who were going through the profit-sharing module. Anyway, something like this would need more than just Alberto agreeing to it. So, Aiden's idea was simple: to have a presentation with the top authorities in Titan Studios and let them decide for themselves. If he works out, it's fine. If it doesn't, then Aiden won't hang on to it. Hearing that, Olio said that it wasn't as easy as it sounded, but Aiden simply shrugged and replied that they could still try. The three of them talked more about it. In fact, Aiden stayed till dinner and only at midnight returned to his room to sleep. As for Olio, he agreed to it. An internal meeting to discuss something important about Hex. When Alberto was first informed about it, he thought that some problems had come up during shooting. But after checking, he found out that the shooting was going at a rapid pace and there was nothing wrong with anything. They were well on schedule and looked to be finishing in 1 more month. So, this sudden meeting was unexpected. He asked Olio about it, but he refused to say anything, only telling him that he would know in the meeting. Alberto hadn't concerned himself a lot with the shooting since it started, so he only knew things from the reports that his assistant would give him. Until now, he had been happy with the progress, but suddenly, he felt concerned. What was going on? Why did Olio want to have a meeting with top authorities in the studio? Why won't he tell him anything about the issue? These questions roamed his mind and troubled him. As Hex was one of the biggest projects in the studio with a top priority, a meeting was quickly arranged. Most people who were free attended it, and even Ava was there. Aiden and Samuel were also attending it, obviously. Alberto was asked a lot about the meeting, but he could just remain silent. When the meeting started, Olio finally revealed what was going on. Thank you for coming here, everyone. The reason I called for this meeting is because I think Hex needs screen time to fulfill the vast potential it has. Hearing that, a member of the board quickly asked, "What do you mean? We could easily have it end at 2 hours 20 minutes. Big-budget movies of that length are becoming the norm these days." A few people nodded at that, but Olio shook his head. "No, that's not what I meant. I don't think that much length is enough." "Then, what's the ideal length in your mind?" 5 hours after sufficient cuts. The movie would easily be that long. Whispers started taking place hearing that. A movie of that length. No one was going to go watch such a movie, as the majority of the audience weren't that free. The attention span in this age was also just decreasing. "We can't do that," Alberto said, making his presence known to everyone. "A movie like that will fail. We talked about it before, right?" "We did, but recently, I was given an idea on how to deal with this." "What idea?" Alberto raised an eyebrow. "The idea to divide it into 2 parts. I know it looks strange at this point, as we could simply opt for a sequel like expected, but the first movie itself could go for 2 parts. Everyone started talking to each other hearing that, and the atmosphere soon turned to something akin of a fish market. No one was trying to suppress his or her voice anymore, as there were simply 2 questions. Expecting it already, Olio quickly calmed them down by clapping his hands loudly and proclaiming, "Everyone, I know you have questions, but everything will be explained shortly. I didn't come here without a proper plan. Olio, we understand that, but the idea of 2 parts? Isn't it suicide, as the first half of the script is pretty, well, let's say plain?" A female department head asked as she looked straight at Olio. She was one of the few in the room who had read the script written by Olio. "Yes, it is plain, but it's been modified by Aiden here." As soon as everyone heard that, heads turned towards Aiden. The expression of Alberto here was priceless as he looked at Aiden with a bewildered look. Chapter 400. 2 parts. When heads turned towards Aiden, everyone was confused for a while. Only Ava, who Aiden had explained everything to before the meeting, knew that Aiden had a hand in the modification of the script. So, she just simply sat back and enjoyed it. "What is this joke? Olio, why did Aiden modify the script? When did he become involved in the creative process of the movie? I thought you were the one in control." Alberto lashed out on Olio and gave a blazing glare towards Aiden. "I'm still in control, but the script was modified by Aiden. He has a writing portfolio on his own. I don't think it's anything too hard to comprehend." "It's not. Still, he has never written a script before. How can you let such a person handle it? He has a good grip on Hex, and he didn't write the script. He modified parts of the first half, and I liked it. I'm pretty sure that's enough justification for the quality of the modifications." Olio frowned and looked at Alberto. He didn't like his tone at all, but he wasn't going to say anything to him in the middle of a meeting. Other people whispered among themselves, but since Olio looked very confident about the modifications, they didn't say anything. In the end, this was still something they could reject at the moment. Okay, let's see it. One of the board members, a fat man, said, and everyone else nodded. Copies of the modified script were brought out and Olio gave everyone enough time to read through it before starting a meeting. A few people asked questions from Aiden as they read. You have created a lot of powerful characters that weren't supposed to be in the original script. What are you going to do with them in the second half? You would need to include them too. Maybe, but Hex is all over the world and doesn't stay in a single place. Moreover, these characters are originally taken from the main story. They just didn't have enough background or any details regarding their abilities or the gods they follow. We are increasing the lore of the world with this. Aiden focused on the lore part as, after all, it was going to be a franchise poster boy. If these characters stuck, there could be spin-offs for them easily as he had already given them cool abilities. Won't the changes affect the power balance of the world? No, they won't. Most of the changes aren't really that big. They are more to add depth to the world than anything else. Moreover, the characters that are the focus had more of a stylized power system. It looks cool, but when you think about it, it's not too powerful. Aiden explained his changes to the whole board and other executives. Throughout the time, Alberto was the only one who was very against it. Others had a much more open attitude towards it. Alberto was focusing more on the added responsibility of making it 2 parts. According to what Olio told them, they would shoot both the parts at the same time as a 75% shooting was already over. They were going to shoot the modified parts later on. It meant that if the first part failed, the studio would not bother releasing the second part in theaters. There will be much more heavy losses. On the other hand, a lot of board members focused on the profits. If the first part worked, the total box office gross would at least be $600 million, and with the second part having more hype around it, it would be $700 to $900 million at least. That's what we predict. As a lot of the movie is already shot, there won't be a lot of additional investments either. Olio explained to the board members and executives. More money was something no one disliked, and this sounded extremely good to their ears. One more thing that helped was the ending of the first part that Aiden had made. As you read, the first part will end with a cliffhanger. This is rarely used in Hollywood movies, but whenever it is, it would make hype for the second part, and the marketing can hold on to it then. Humans are innately curious, so most people who watch the first part will watch the second part. We will be able to get the streaming audience too who might opt for the second part in theaters after watching the first on a streaming platform. The source of this content is n0v//elben./net. Aiden explained to all the board members, and questions kept being raised. Alberto was the one who raised the most of them, and Olio, and he kept answering them. Finally, after 7 hours, the meeting was over. They didn't give a definite answer right away as there was a need for more meetings, but going by the reception, it won't be a problem. Titan Studios wanted more money, and they have. Like the whole progress till now. Moreover, Aiden could see confidence in Olio from their side. Maybe it was because of his track record as a director. He was right in his thoughts as 2 days later, they approved 2 parts of the movie. Hex is boring in 2 parts. Director Olio Furman recently announced it in a video with the first part coming at the end of the year. The second part will be released next year as the shooting of it would happen with the first part. When all these articles came out, a lot of readers of the original series were very apprehensive about 2 parts. Most of them didn't care that the movie was going to be in 2 parts. It just meant a large chunk would be adapted. Just the parts about the modifications weren't taken well by most of the fans. With writers ruining a lot of anticipated beloved adaptations recently with modifications, anyone who was a fan of movies wasn't happy with them. They just wanted a word-to-word adaptation. So, there were a lot of comments about Hex going the same way. A Spy on a Balloon. I was very excited about Hex due to Olio, but now that I read there are modifications, I'm just scared. Only if the trailer and everything feels right, I will go watch it. Even then, not on the first day. Flying Honey Bear. This is going to be a train wreck. I just know it. There's no other way around it after these articles. Sleep is the best job. After the modification, I'm pretty sure this will fail. They won't even earn much in the first part to go release the second in theaters. Everyone hoping this to be good are just on copium. Both Aiden and Olio didn't care one bit about these types of comments, even if they were a lot. It was better to answer them with their work rather than saying anything online. After all, if the trailers stick with the audience, Hex was a movie people are going to give chances to no matter what. An entire generation has read it, as they have grown after all. It was once the top book series in a lot of countries. They also didn't have time to focus on the comments. Modifications meant that more work was awaiting them. New scenes meant that they needed to increase the shooting days, and it also meant that Titan Studios had to invest an additional $50 million on the movie. New actors were also casted, and old ones that were going to appear had to be given more money as their scenes were increased. Those actors welcomed this, as no one disliked more money and scenes in this industry, especially actors who weren't that big. With an entire extra month of shooting waiting for him, Aiden also started helping out Olio on the scenes that were written by him. Obviously, as a stubborn director, Olio wanted to give these scenes his own flavor, so he changed a bit in them. He modified them as he wished, and Aiden just stood on the side. His work was already over, as they were going with 2 parts. He didn't want any creative control over the body, so he let Olio do his thing and focused on his acting. At this point, he just wanted the movie to turn out well. It had to turn out well, since a lot of the failure would be pushed on his head if the movie didn't perform as expected. Chapter 401. With the decision of making Hex in 2 parts in place, work increased a lot for the production team, but as the budget was also increased, they were more than happy to do the extra work. Actually, they were saying a lot by shooting the 2 parts at the same time. It was more because of the fact that the decision had been taken in the middle of the shooting, but it was still a great decision. If they had shot the 2 parts separately, the budget of $300 million would have increased by another $100 million. Currently, as they were going for 2 parts, each part's production budget was around $150 million, which wasn't much. Titan Studios were keeping a close eye on the shooting, and they were more than happy with the progress for now. Olio having full control of the shooting meant that the studio was taking a back seat, and normally when these types of things would happen, the movie would come out well, at least when a good director is at the forefront. As for Aiden, he was having a bit of trouble during the scenes as the shooting progressed. It was because the majority of the portions of both the first and second half were shot already, and Blaze's character had already gone through a lot of character changes in his mind. So, shooting the modified scenes meant that he had to go back to a certain mindset of Blaze before the character development. That was harder for him than he thought, but it was not like he had not faced such a situation before. As an actor, directors would often shoot a certain scene earlier or later. It was very easy with post-production editing. There were also issues with dates with certain actors sometimes. But with Blaze, he had gone through a lot of character development movements, so it was very hard for him to go back to a certain mentality. That's why Aiden was almost in a meditative state before shooting a very important scene. I need to show the vulnerability of Blaze, he thought in his mind. The scene was an extremely important one in which Blaze would kill his brother. Yes, someone who he always thought to be one of the most important parts of his life. That would change him forever, and it would also be the scene in which Blaze would get a piece of the soul of his brother somehow. The one scene that was going to be the climax of the first part of the movie. There was going to be a marketing campaign around the curiosity of why Blaze killed his brother. It won't be explained until the second movie, giving people a reason to watch the next part. As for Blaze, he didn't want to kill his brother, and that's why the scene was impactful. It was going to be a scene where he would be the most vulnerable. Someone who had to do something horrific for the greater good of people. Greater good destroys some people. It was a line Uncle Sam had once told him randomly. There was always a question of greater good, and it would always be something that some people would say to justify their actions. Even if they sacrifice a few people, in the end, they are saving millions. It was in a way practical, no matter how cold. After all, life was not fair. You need to always take hard decisions in life, but going for the greater good was going to destroy some people and change them in ways they could never imagine. Blaze was one such case. He didn't want to kill his father. He just never had any choice. It was necessary and something he had to do. Otherwise, the whole world had to pay. One versus the world. It was an easy decision even if it broke Blaze from inside. In the end, you can't help but take pity on him. He's a hollow soul after all. Aiden thought in his mind and opened his eyes. The source of this content is N0V//Elbin.net. He felt like he was finally ready to do the scene. Hex, May 23rd, 2020 Act 12 Scene 3 Take 4. Blaze, why are you here? What are you doing? Why have you tied me up? A man said as he tried shaking his body from the chair that he was tied up to. It was dark, and he was not able to see what place he was brought to. But he could see the silhouette in front of him clearly. He wasn't wearing any mask or something to hide his face. It was very clear to notice that he was his brother, Blaze. The same brother he had seen in the morning before going to his job. The younger brother who had been his family for a long time. Tonight, he looked different, like he was restless. A sense of dread had filled him, and he didn't know what to do about it. Run, I'm sorry. I will explain everything to you, Blaze said in a low yet serious voice. There were a lot of emotions in his tone, but it didn't pinpoint anyone. He simply looked at his brother, Ren, and spoke. I recently got a job with the Inquisition Department, and there, I learned my powers and the duties that come with it. Saying that, he pulled out a card from the air, and it started flying. Ren widened his eyes seeing that. His brother was one of the supernatural people, the ones who are only talked about in whispers. He knew that he had gotten a job, but he simply thought it was with the police. I won't go into my powers, but one of those helps me know snippets from the future. A seer, you might call me. Blaze explained with a blank expression on his face. These visions help me know about you. You remember the time you got into an accident? The one where you were in a coma for a long time. Ren nodded his head. That was the most impactful point of my life. He worked as an assistant to an archaeologist, and during one of the excavations, he came across a relic. It was a relic of a dark god, and he had fallen into a coma due to it, before a bishop from the church had intervened. The relic did more than put you in a coma. What do you mean? Ren raised an eyebrow, confusion written on his face. The whole situation was extremely creepy to him, especially with his brother being so weird. It puts a curse on you. A curse that not even the church was able to find out. A curse that could become the end of the world. I'm sorry. I had to do it, Blaze said, and from his pocket, he took out a gun. He put in 3 completely black bullets in them and took a deep breath. These bullets were called demon purifier bullets, and they were the only way to give Ren peace. I don't want to do it, but this is the curse of seers. Being a seer is never a choice, as you would often see the bad parts of your loved one's life. Their lows, their secrets, and even their deaths. He had also seen such a future of ruin, a future in which he had lost himself and killed millions, creating the worst imaginable plague in the history of mankind. A plague that humanity couldn't control. That's why Blaze had to stop it right now. When he had the chance. There was no other way. Blaze, what are you saying? I'm completely normal. The bishop said that. Even then, if you think I'm not, we can go to the bishop again. There's no need to point a gun at me. It's not you, Ren said, trying to explain as he looked at the face of his brother. It was the saddest expression he had made in all the years they have lived together. His hands were shaking, holding the gun, and his eyes were becoming red. I'm sorry. I'm extremely sorry. I love you. Blaze, lower the gun. I'm your brother, and I'm not cursed. Don't do something that you might regret in the foodo. Bang. A bullet hit Ren's chest. He looked down at the hole that was created on his chest, and the blood that was slowly seeping out of it. In front of him, his brother was standing with a shaking gun. His whole body was shaking. Drop. A tear dropped on the ground. Bang. Another bullet left the gun and struck Ren's chest. Ren wanted to say something, but all of it was happening too quickly. His own brother was becoming his killer. Before he could utter another word, he felt a sensation in his heart. A strong, powerful sensation that felt like a storm. He started screaming as his neck suddenly started blackening. Veins appeared on his arm and face, and one of his eyes became red. The demon is taking over, Blaze muttered, and another gunshot rang in the place. This time, it didn't head for the chest, but straight to the face. His brother died, looking at him with widened eyes. It was one of the most cruel deaths, but the demon stopped. Blaze had saved the world, but he kept crying because he lost his own world. Chapter 402. Rap. On the ground, Blaze kept shouting as the bullets killed his own brother. No, he killed his own brother. In front of him, his brother was still looking at him eyes wide. The demon inside of him had tried his best to take over his brother, but ultimately, he had died alongside him. Blaze had managed to kill him. He had managed to save the world. But he himself wasn't happy. Tears were running through his face, and his legs were shaking as he fell to the ground, completely defeated. He kept shouting as the scene came to a close. Cut. Olio's voice sounded out as Blaze became Aiden. The immersion broke, and Aiden realized that there were more people around him than the actor who was playing the character of Ren. It took him a few minutes before he was able to truly come back to the real world. Emotions of Blaze were like a turbulent storm, and it was hard to subdue them. Only after he did it was he able to stop his body from shaking. Olio noticed this and realized that Aiden had immersed too much into the scene. You did a good job there. The editing team is going to have a field day with the scene as we need several versions of it. Hope they like it. For the first part of Hex, the scene was only going to contain Blaze shooting his brother, and there won't be any explanation given to it. Only in the second part would it be explained. Aiden was sure that if the first part worked, there were going to be tons of fan theories on it. Though, as the book was already out, most people would already know the answer to it. Still, a majority of the audience in today's world would rather wait for the next part to come out than read the books. Anyway, we are pretty much at the end. A lot of months have passed, Olio said as Aiden stood up, dusting himself off. I'm kinda looking forward to ending it actually. You didn't have a good time on the set? I wasn't even that harsh on you. Olio laughed and looked at him while he shook his head. Nah, it's not that. Blaze gets too chaotic as the story moves. That becomes his end too. I want to get to the end fast. Give him rest. Unlike someone like Kai, he's pitiful and never wanted such a situation. If he thinks about it clearly, in the last stages of his character transformation, Blaze would be a shade of Kai. The source of this content is n0v//elbin.net. An equally crazy character, but just he will be more of a good person. He never wanted to hurt someone innocent, but he lost himself in his powers due to the death of his brother. In the end, while Kai kept pleasure in the pains he gave to others, Blaze was the exact opposite. He felt bad, yet he had no choice. Aiden felt like it would be better if such a character got its end soon. Among the fans, Blaze was a very popular character due to that. A lot of them have actually begged the author to give him some happiness somehow. But the author was hell-bent on making him a character that shows that not everyone gets happiness in life after a point. You will get your end soon, Blaze. Aiden thought as they moved to another scene. The days were limited now, and everyone on the set was trying their best to give a happy ending to a project that was one of the biggest ones on their portfolio. The shooting was on the final day now. For months, the whole crew had been on it day and night, and finally, it was at the end. The final scene chosen to be shot was a very simple one. In it, Blaze would just wake up after the war for the Hex weapons had ended and look at the end. His one hand has been amputated after the fight, so he only had one left. The scene was just him looking at the sun. A short, simple one, but the crew had decided to go with it, so they could shoot it in one take. Everyone, I know I have given you hard days in recent times. You probably cussed me more than my ex-wife, but this is the end. Are you all ready? Olio shouted in the mic, and a few people chuckled. They told him that it was worth it or the experience was good enough. Few actors who were scolded hard by Olio also smiled at his words. At least he was aware of his antics. Get the lights and mic in place. Aiden, are you ready? He asked, looking at Aiden, who nodded his head. Aiden closed his eyes and prepared himself for what would be the last scene. He didn't know if he was prepared for it. He had already done all the other scenes with Blaze, so he felt like it was fine. His journey was almost over. Still, it was always sad when he had to say goodbye to a character. Hex, May 28th, 2020 Act 13 Scene 3 Take 1. Blaze opened his eyes and looked around. He was in his room. He didn't know what time it was, but it was probably morning. He felt refreshed, meaning that he had gotten enough rest. Yet something felt missing inside of him. He looked on his right and saw that his arm wasn't there. It was a wooden arm fixed in its place that was there just for show. It hadn't set in that I lost an entire arm. I doubt it will ever set in. He thought in his mind and tried to get out of his bed. Normally, he would head straight to eat and just do whatever he felt like. At this point, he rarely cared. After all, he was now just waiting for his death. There was nothing to look forward to. But that day, his steps stopped, and instead of going downstairs, he headed towards the window. He didn't know why, but he felt like looking at the scenery outside the window. The war was already over, and he was curious to know how the world is going on. He had isolated himself, preparing himself for his death. The war had made him overuse his powers, making his powers a kind of a poison for him. In the end, there was no cure for it, so only death awaited the man who had saved the world. Reaching the window, he hesitated. He pondered whether he should open it or not, but in the end, He used his only working hand to open it. Suddenly, a ray of light struck him, bathing him in a warmth that he had forgotten. He blinked his eyes and looked up at the sky. The sun, bright as red, was out in the wide sky that seemed to be its playground. Birds were happily flying under it, and the whole world seemed to be at peace. It was vastly different from the time that the war was going on. Watching it, Blaze fell into a trance-like state, and a thought entered his mind. Maybe in the end, I did a good thing. He thought and smiled, watching the sky. That was a warm smile. It was at that moment Olio's voice sounded out. Cut. It's a wrap. The shooting was finally over. Hex, first part is going to take a different approach from the books. Aiden Silvereye posted a photo of the wrap party with the crew, thanking everyone. Read all about it on our website. Articles soon come up after the wrap of the whole shooting. Another movie was done by Aiden. The results were yet to come, but it was way more confident with his recent projects. As an actor, his script sense had gotten better with each project. He was even touted as someone with great script sense. His system obviously helps in that, but Aiden himself had contributed to it. After all, he was a writer, so his eye for good stories could be trusted. Though, it was another thing if the projects would be profitable. With that done, Aiden had time till December before the shooting of Project Dream will be started. In the few months, he was planning to add something to his schedule. After all, it was not like him to just take a whole few months break without any reason at this point of his career. So, he had a few things in his mind already, like taking filmmaking classes or learning martial arts. Though, before he could even try them, an opportunity arrived on its own. Chapter 403. Worldwide Fame. The shooting for Hex was over, and Aiden had actually completed 2 movies for the next 2 years with this. With Project Dream, he had 3 movies planned to be released in the next 2 years. But Wade wanted him to do 2 more alongside this to consolidate his place as an A-lister. If not 2, at least 1 more in the next 2 years. Aiden also agreed with that, so after shooting Project Dream, he was planning to have another release in the year. Though both Hex and Project Dream were big-budget extravaganzas, with the former being touted to be a fantasy blockbuster and the latter a risky project, which would either be a big hit or a flop. So, the next movie needed to be something small, something more innovative, something that could fit in the 2 big extravaganzas, something that would be more of a risk project, a small movie that Aiden could be proud of. Wade and him were not in a rush to sign such a project, at least in the current year, so it was still a plan for the future. Aiden was actually thinking of doing something like a comedy or a parody, genres that he never tried before. He had been playing more serious characters in his whole filmography. The only characters that were a bit more playful were teen characters, and even then, it was not a rom-com most of the time. Though for now, Aiden was busy with something else. Hey, Aiden, do you think I can get something like a laser in the game for my character? You know, the red one. From that Machine Human movie. It looked very cool and flashy. Uncle Sam saved as he moved to make a gesture like he was shooting beams out from his palm. A few people in the studio chuckled seeing him like this. Other actors that were standing at the back also smiled among themselves. It was kind of refreshing to see old people being so vibrant. No, Uncle, your character is of a draconian blacksmith. They don't shoot lasers from their palms. Then, can I make the gesture of a fire-breathing dragon? No. In the game, the draconians evolved to control their fire, so only their bodies got heated up and they could conjure up small flames to help them with tasks. That's the description for them. Aiden explained, looking at his uncle who looked like he was just happy to be here. Currently, they were standing in a studio to shoot a few scenes for the game. His uncle was in a mocap, motion capture, suit, and looked to be having the fun of his lifetime. There were other actors also in the studio, and Corey was also present. Your uncle is a pretty interesting guy. Can we keep his personality in the game too? The character was going to be more stoic, but this is fun. We need characters like that. Go on. Not like he was much of an actor anyway. He will have a better chance playing by himself. Aiden said, and just nodded. He went back to his seat and leaned against the wall as he saw his uncle having fun. The last week has been fun. Aiden had taken time to get off the character of Blaze, and it had worked for most part. These days, he was just having fun and was now accompanying his uncle during his motion capture scenes. His rest days were actually over today as he had a meeting in the afternoon about his next move as a celebrity. As he was thinking about that, his phone rang. It was Wade. Aiden, you would be able to come for the meeting, right? Yes, I will be. It looks like Uncle Sam will be in the studio the whole day. So, I will just come right now and we can start it. Okay. The phone cut after that, and Aiden stood up. He said goodbye to his uncle and Corey and left the studio. Sitting in his car, he thought about his career in recent years. It has been one big step after another. But in that process, he wasn't able to focus on certain things. He had only been focusing on his acting, and it showed in his system as his acting skills were just increasing. Though, due to a majority focus on acting, his other skills like writing and singing were left behind. Although he liked acting the best and was living a dream life as an actor, he knew that the other stuff was equally important as it gave him a choice to be more than just an actor, a versatile superstar. Aiden didn't want these skills to be wasted. So, today's meeting was about it. One more agenda was also Aiden's rising stardom and a need to go out of Hollywood, especially countries in Asia with a lot of population. When Aiden reached the office, most people from his team were already present in the meeting room. After some greetings, he sat down and Wade started. He was the one presiding over the meeting. As you know, in recent years, thanks to your movies and a low-key social media presence, you are able to become a sought-after actor that is now being counted as one of the biggest stars in America. Most of your fan base consists of young people. Though a lot of fangirls are there are a good number of boys. That's obvious since I sang a lot of pop songs, and a lot of my movies were a hit due to students and just people in their early 30s. Aiden said, and everyone nodded. A movie like The Black Saint was extremely popular with young people as they liked the gore stuff better, and it also managed to click with older people due to the messages of society in it. The source of this content is n0v//elben.net. Though, that was a rare case as his other movies like Action Hero or series like Sherlock of the Shadows are focused on teens from the start. No matter how good these projects are, teenagers are way more likely to watch them. Still, with the current trends, you have reached your limit on social media, and you are not getting exposure like before to people to follow you or be your fan. Most people in America already know about you. Aiden had reached a limit and he needed to break the current wall in front of him. But it was hard. After all, being in Lister means that you are already one of the most popular faces in the country. The strategy you have used till now could be done in Asian countries too, which means we would go for a more worldwide fan base. It will surely help. The same is true for Europe. Although places like the UK get a lot of American shows, they do have their own series and movies too. It's the same in lots of parts in Europe, and you have never truly broken out there before, as you need to compete with their celebrities. Wade said, and Sasha nodded her head, agreeing with his points. In Asia, the competition is harsher. India might be a good place as it's your home country and they get a lot of American content online, but the same can't be said about Korea or China. China is a huge market, but it's just getting closed in recent years. Yeah, a lot of our movies earn hundreds of millions there, so the producers are worried it will get totally shut down. A few people discussed, and for a while, it looked like the topic was shifting, but it soon went back to Aiden's popularity and ways to break in different markets. You can try working in films around the world, but that's a strategy that's never going to work. You can't work in 6 to 7 movies a year, and at most, you could do cameos. Asian cinema is mostly closed for people outside the native country anyway. People don't accept others. Aiden nodded his head. Even in India, although there were popular actresses from outside India who would learn the language, the actors were always Indians. Because the stories were more male-centric in nature in the mainstream cinema. Though, that was changing with time. I don't think I should go the movie route anyway. I have enough movies in my line, and Hollywood movies generally get famous in other countries too. I doubt I need to do roles in other countries' cinema for now. Aiden said, and Wade nodded. Tom, who was just listening to the conversation till now, opened his mouth. Then, what are you going to do to break out in other countries? I have plans. Like what? I was thinking of making another mini album. It's been a long time since my debut album. Aiden said, and everyone in the room was a bit surprised. After all, Aiden hadn't talked about singing in recent years. He was not even seen with a guitar or something. So the perception was that he was over his singing career. Chapter 404. Falling down as a singer. Worldwide fame. Being called as a global superstar. How many people could be called a global superstar in the whole world? 4? Maybe 5. The number was very low as it was not a feat anyone could touch, and it was just getting lower in recent years. It was because getting such worldwide fame never had any formula attached to it. A lot of times, people were just lucky, especially when it comes to actors. One movie of them would get global fame, and from there, a smart actor would try to only select scripts that could appeal to a lot of people. Scripts with universal themes. They would also try to visit the countries that their movie had gotten successful in to accumulate the fans that they have gathered. With that, the people there await the release of their next movie. With changing markets, many people think that it was way easier to be a global superstar thanks to superhero movies, as they are arguably the movies with the widest releases, aiming for the family audience. Thanks to that, a lot of actors would get exposure in the whole world and people everywhere would recognize them. But the reality was a bit different. People would be fans of the character in superhero movies more than the actor. It was something that even actors working in superhero movies have pointed out. The role could be done by anyone barring a few exceptions. When it comes to singers, it was a bit easier for them as music has a global appeal to it. You don't have to understand the lyrics or the language until you like the sound of it. It was something that connected the whole world and didn't have language barriers. That's why a lot of people think that the only global superstars could be musicians, as they would fill a stadium anywhere in the world. It was a statement that even Aiden agreed with. When you released your mini album, it made waves in a lot of European countries too. Although not all songs were popular, a few reached the top 10 position in charts. You were also considered one of the rising singers in the world, and there was a lot of hype around concerts. In the end, concerts didn't really materialize. Aiden said, and everyone in the room nodded their heads. A few people in the back leaked out a frown. There were plans for concerts after the mini album and an eventual tour to different countries, but nothing happened. Aiden got too busy with his movies. Well, it did help us, as you got some of the best movies of your career, but you have failed very harshly in the singer popularity chart. It has been 2 years since one of your songs has been in the top 100 music charts. Yeah, the only songs that made it there were from Agnes, and I doubt we could count them as completely yours. Saying that, Wade turned towards Tom, who showed Aiden a few stats regarding singers these days. It included the list of most streamed artists and the popularity index in North America and other countries. Well, in the last 2 years, you went from 9th most streamed artist of the year to the 27th. Your popularity as a singer has dropped significantly as other singers have come up and a lot of Chartbusters albums have premiered. Tom passed him his tab and kept talking. We conducted a survey with your fans, and more than 80% think of you as an actor rather than a singer. Isn't it due to the fact that I got a lot of my fans in the last 2 years? Aiden recalled that the number of followers had exploded after the release of The Black Saint. A lot of people have liked his acting and decided to be his fan. Yes, it is. But it's a bad thing for your singing or writing career. He nodded and looked at the tab in his hand. The list of the current most popular singers in the country and worldwide were displayed with streaming numbers and other things. He recognized the top few singers. They were the true singing superstars and were famous in tons of countries. One of them had recently sold out a concert in Korea and Japan, which gave a statement of his popularity. As he scrolled down, 2 familiar names stuck out: Cameron and Rachel. Both of them were doing pretty well in the last 2 years. Cameron had launched an album right after Agnes, and it had been very successful. After that, he kept releasing his new songs every now and then. He was currently the 9th most streamed artist in America according to the chart, the place where Aiden was previously. As for Rachel, she was still with Psycho Media and had become their top star, standing at the 7th position in the most streamed artists. Aiden had heard her songs, and she had genuinely improved a lot. She had also gained composing skills and would often write the lyrics of her songs now. It seems like they have really put me behind. Aiden sighed and thought that. He knew it was inevitable, as in the end, he was working on a wider spectrum than just one field. But it still felt like he had lost. His competitive spirit was hurt, but Aiden knew how to handle it. After he scrolled down a lot, he found himself at the 27th position, and his position was just going down and down. It would be at 50 if there's no music out for the next year by estimates. New singers are coming out more and more these days, thanks to online platforms. It looks like the market is very competitive these days, Aiden said after going through the charts and everything else. Pop songs and 80s-inspired music seem to be the trend these days. Yeah, so if you really want to make an album, we need to make entire plans. get some arrangers and other musicians to work on the song. Though, do you need songs, or you would make most of your songs yourself? Wade asked, and Aiden thought about it for a while. But his mind was already clear. He could sing other songs, but he never really felt like his own until he made it himself. So, he would rather work hard on making his own songs, even improving his composing skills in the process. I will make my own songs. It's better that way. Good. We could promote your songwriter image more then, Sasha said, and Aiden nodded his head. Do you have plans for your songs? Like ideas? Tom looked at him, and Aiden smiled promptly. I actually do. I have been focused on acting for a long time, but it don't mean I never got new ideas for songs and novels. I feel like this is the best time to do it. Wade made a confused expression hearing that, and picked up a word out of it. Novels? You're going to work on one. No, not now. Like, I don't want to have a situation where focusing on two things ruins both of them. I just said I have ideas, and it's no good to let them stay in my mind. So, after the album and Project Dream, I can work on a full-fledged novel, and like Sasha says, it adds to the image. Everyone nodded, and they soon started talking more about the album, making a group to work on the project and other things. Aiden took it upon himself to work on the songs, but even in it, they needed songs that could work in today's climate. Music industry changes a lot every year. I feel like we should target European countries for the album and do tours there. After all, the whole purpose of the album is to increase Aiden's fame, Tom said, and a few people nodded. His idea of tours was a good one, as they could finish a tour in a month. Though, that meant that the album needed to be released fast. Although there was a choice of just doing the tour after Aiden finished up his shooting. If the purpose is global fame, or at least exposure in different markets, then shouldn't we target more of Korea and Japan? A lot of groups from there are trying for Western popularity. A song together with a K-pop artist could work very well. Aiden could do a tour of Korea too. But people have no idea of him there. His movies never got a wide release in Korea. We at least need them to know him a bit before making a collaboration. Yeah, but we can't wait for that. It's better to go ahead with it. Japan is actually a better option in this case. Aiden listened to the conversations happening. Collaborations sounded good, but in his head, he was thinking of the ideas for songs. There were a lot of songs to be made in his mind, but they were the ones that Aiden had already done before. The ideas from his team were fine too, but they were nothing new. It was tried and tested. He needed something else. At that moment, an idea struck him. Chapter 405. Coming back from exile. Singers have tried a lot of marketing tactics to sell their albums. Though, oftentimes, there would be a whole marketing agency working on ideas to market an album. Even then, a lot of the albums coming out would be generic in terms of marketing. After all, it was easy to hold on to the popularity of the singer or just make a catchy beat that could go viral instead of thinking of a unique marketing idea. This had also worked very well in the past with several hit digital albums. Music was the easiest thing to spread, so just making it catchy and having it used by a lot of people in short videos was enough. But Aiden had different things in mind. When the idea struck his mind, he played around with it for a moment. Like a lot of members of the team, he was also thinking about collaborations with different artists, but he wanted them to be more than just for marketing reasons. At the same time, he wanted the album to spread through songs, not due to anything else. After collecting his thoughts together, he proposed a theme for his album. Hey, how about we try to collaborate with the top bands of each decade to make songs? Like songs from each era? You said that songs from the 80s and 90s were making a comeback, right? Aiden looked at his team, who looked confused at his proposal. Yeah, they did make a comeback. It's like modernizing a tune from the 80s. Even Hollywood is remaking a lot of their old stuff these days, so I guess the music industry is going down the same route. Wade said, and Aiden nodded his head before giving out a smile. He started explaining his idea for the theme of the album. So, my idea is basically not to collaborate with the current famous singers, but to make songs with the famous bands and singers of the 80s and 90s then 2000s. Every few years, the top singers shuffle. Some get into different fields while some retire. With the current trend, it would help us and give us a unique touch. But that won't help us get more stream numbers or popularity. That sounds noble, but I don't know if it will help make the album popular. One of the members of his team asked that question. It was a young man, and everyone waited for Aiden to respond to him. He already had the answer ready. Well, you think those bands aren't popular? I mean, there's a reason why they ran out of popularity. The young man replied. They did, but their music never did. Even now, those songs. The original ones might not have a respectable number of streams, but there's been tons of remixes of those songs. Hollywood movies are incorporating them in a lot of their movies. In recent years, especially the last decade, a lot of movies in action or comedy genres have taken help of old songs by remixing them in their soundtrack. The funky music had helped elevate a few scenes for Hollywood. It was one of the reasons why the old music was coming back to fashion. In a way, it was like a cycle. Even if you say that these bands or singers are a thing of the past, there will still be fans of them around. Or at least people who had been fans of these groups. Nostalgia is a thing. Yes, it worked like magic during Agnes, Tom said, and everyone around them nodded. They all agreed with the fact that music had lived on even though the identity of their singers hadn't. Music was often like that. One more thing is that if the music is good enough, who is singing it wouldn't matter. We all know that in the end, an album sells because of the contents. And an album in the end needs good music. Like that, the theme of the album has been put into place. No one disagreed with Aiden as his points were very clear and saying. He had always strived to do something unique, and this was definitely on the lines with that. But one more thing was left to discuss. But how will we target a wider demographic country-wise? Going for the theme of sound of different eras might work for America, but we were always going to make this album more global. Sasha asked, and Aiden had also thought about it. Well, that would be handled by a European tour, right? I was always looking forward to going on a tour. Singers gain a lot of fans as they travel around the world. Moreover, we could go for bands that were always popular in countries in Europe. That will help. What about Asia? I think we could do a collaboration with an Asian artist next year for that. Let's focus on Europe for now. Aiden's mind was only focusing on one thing at one time. Asia was in mind as everyone knew that the power was shifting in recent years, both in Hollywood and the music industry. The source of this content is n0v//elbin./net. Asian artists and movies have started to slowly earn more and more as time went by, and they would surely compete neck to neck with Hollywood one day. So, it was a priority to target it when he could. But for this album, it was just better to focus on Europe and just making good music. His team got to work very quickly after the meeting as they needed to work on multiple things. Collaborations were also not going to be easy as they were not trying to work with a current artist, but an artist from the past. It was hard to reach them, and there was no guarantee whether they would agree to it. So, the team searched out a lot of artists and marked out a few of them. Popular artists from the 80s, then from the 90s, and then from the 2000s. There were lots of groups associated with these eras. Each decade had 30 famous bands and singers overall. Some fizzled out in a few years while others ruled for a decade. It was tough to get these singers to collaborate simply for the reason that a lot of the bands have disbanded and others have retired. It was very tough to get the disbanded bands together, and Aiden wasn't going to try either. After all, a lot of the bands would disband due to fights and won't want to work with each other again. Aiden was not confident to solve differences that have lasted decades. So, his team was mostly looking for bands that were in good touch or were still active in some form. Other than that, a marketing team was set up to push out the album, at least get the first word out that Aiden was working on something. For this, Sasha asked Aiden to post a photo of him with a guitar and some papers around the room to make it look like he was working on something. That photo was edited a bit before being posted on his social media. With that caption, it was done, and just 10 minutes later, the comments on the post exploded. Aiden had no idea that a lot of his fans were actually looking forward to another song from him. I'm from Ohio, MF. So, does this mean what I think it means? Or it's just an ad or something along those lines, because I would be very angry if it's an ad. I freaking want another Aiden song. Skyneves, Aiden is finally back. I was extremely worried he had made a complete shift to acting. As a fan who founded the fan group due to his singing, this is the best news I have gotten in the day. Harry Allen, I never knew Aiden sings. I looked at the comments here and damn, he used to be a well-known singer. I never got into the music side of him before, but guess, this is my cue. Send dudes. I really hope this is an album rather than just one song. It's been so long, and I'm tired of listening to old songs by Aiden. He doesn't realize how much talent he has when it comes to singing. Newbie MeTuber. Hey, can anyone subscribe to my MeTube channel? My dad never came back after going to buy milk, and I have to feed my sick mom. I play by the way. Hollywood Insider. Shut up, kid. Go beg somewhere else. This is the moment of a guy coming back from his exile to do great things. Let me silently be a part of it. Not only his fans, even others in the industry noticed it. A lot of celebrities who were following him, the people he has collaborated with before, and most specifically, people who considered him a rival. Chapter 406. The Boys. In a room that looked like it was cleaned just now, a woman was looking at the screen of her laptop. A cup of sizzling tea was placed right next to her, a part of her daily routine, but she wasn't even touching it. It was going cold, but she didn't care to drink it. Her whole focus was on the screen in front of him, the words written on it. One news after another. Actually, she was just browsing through her socials as a daily routine to see what people were saying about her. It had become another habit as she had gotten sensitive to things. This was something she couldn't ignore as being in her place. There were people always talking about her. Being a center of attention was not easy, especially when the attention was put on by the media. Daily, there would be malicious tabloids about her, making it look like she was sleeping with everyone in the industry and how she was buying up awards. It was done by rival companies to put a dent on her image. Her company would handle it most of the time, but it was still taking an effect on her. She had gotten better in recent times, though. As she was reading through the articles and people's comments, a post was suddenly recommended to her. It was a post by a person who would rarely come on social media, and she would often just stalk him to see what he was doing in his career. She clicked on his post, and while reading it, her eyes went wide. He's making a comeback. That was wild news to her, as she had assumed that he had given up on his singing career. Maybe not given up, but he was way more focused on his acting career that was just going upwards. If they went by popularity, he was much more popular than her due to his movies right now. The source of this content is n0v//elbin.net. Why is he suddenly making a comeback? Just when I was preparing another mini album. Is he doing it deliberately? No, he's not that type. She thought in her mind as she let out a frown. It was then that her phone started to ring. She saw it was her assistant and picked up the call. Though, she wasn't in any mood to talk suddenly. Miss Rachel, good morning. I'm downstairs ready with the car. We need to go to the studio today to record the first song, and then, there are a few meetings today too. He said in a low voice after making his greeting. Cancel the recording session. No, shift it to the evening. I will first attend the meetings. There's something important we need to take care of. She said, and her assistant didn't seem to have any understanding of what she was talking about, but he still nodded his head and cut the call. He canceled the meeting right away and informed her agent about it. It seems like we are again going to be rivals if your post, is what I'm thinking. Rachel thought in her mind. From the last time they had met, a lot had changed. She had now more power than she could imagine, but Aiden had still been someone who she thought of as a big rival, even now. Although she had defeated Aiden during the reality show, he had undoubtedly won every other battle in their careers. Other than Rachel, there were also other people who were surprised to see Aiden's post. Out of them, Gray, who was already on the verge of retirement, was very happy after finding out that Aiden was making a comeback. He even commented on the post. Gray, excited to see what you would conjure up this time. His comment alone got over 20K likes. Other than him, there were singers who looked up to Aiden as he was one of the few who had come out of a reality show and made a name for himself. The judges of X-Star also commented, as they have always supported the contestants that had made it big from their show. On the other hand, there were people who weren't happy. These people were the ones who had lost to him in streaming sales and other stuff when he was releasing music, and they were still salty about him. After all, humans were very petty sometimes. Out of all these, there was one person who was not surprised seeing Aiden hinting at a comeback. He was someone who knew Aiden very well, especially in recent times. He's finally making a comeback. He was sitting in his car when he had seen Aiden's message, and before he knew it, he was smiling. He finally got bored of movies. Cameron thought as he leaned against his seat. After the release of Agnes, he had asked Aiden about his plans for songs going forward. After all, they had been part of a movie that had taught them a lot musically, especially Aiden, who seemed to have been inspired by Agnes. He wanted to know how Aiden's music would improve after that, but the answer he had gotten was that Aiden wanted to focus on movies. Maybe he was already in talks to play Kai again back then. That's why he moved away from singing. But now, he was back, and Cameron couldn't be more happy. I really want to know what type of music you would come up with, my friend. He said, and just stayed there for a while, thinking of Aiden's old songs. Cameron wanted to know how much Aiden had improved and what type of new songs he would compose. Just in those thoughts, he felt like good days were ahead for him as a music lover. It looks like the reaction online has been very positive, Aiden said and looked at the countless messages in front of him. Almost all of them were positive, and he even replied to a few that were from the people who knew him and to a few fans. It looked like a lot of people had been looking forward to an album from him. Doesn't it put pressure on you to make a great album this time? You look very relaxed, Wade said as he came into the meeting room. Aiden was still in his office, talking more about the themes of the album and other things the whole day. It does, but I have ideas. My skills have gone up after Agnes. I'm actually excited to work with the bands to make some good music. When Aiden said that, Wade sat down and smiled. It looked like he had some good news for Aiden. Well, regarding that, we got some leads. We talked to a few bands and singers that were active during those times, and a few of them looked interested. Although, most of them straight up said no as they have just retired or their vocals have gone bad. So who you got? Aiden asked curiously. We are still looking at the 70s. Most singers from that time are actually dead. Others can't even hold a guitar. There's a female singer from the late 80s who agreed, so we might get the deal with her, but from the 90s, we got someone special. Who? Wade made an expression like he had a pleasant surprise for Aiden before revealing it. You know of the Boys, right? Aiden nodded when he heard that word. The Boys was the most popular band in the 90s, and they were artists that were popular all over Asia and had the record of selling out a concert completely in Japan back then. Though in the 2000s, they have retired after their vocalist left the band for a solo career. I contacted all the members. 3 of them agreed to come back for a collaboration, while the 4th one, the drummer, rejected it because he's having his 3rd wedding this year. Though, the band is cordial with him. Aiden ignored the 3rd wedding part and began to ask questions. What about the vocalist? The rest of the members haven't been in touch with him for over a decade now. We don't have any chance of getting him as he's just living a good life as a millionaire. Aiden thought about it. With 3 members, the band was incomplete, but maybe this is what Aiden was going to get. After all, getting all the members together didn't sound easy, and he didn't want to wait till the drummer's honeymoon was over. Moreover, he knew that the Boys was one of the most popular bands from the 90s. He might not get a better group to collaborate. He was also interested in their music, and it would be fun to write something like that. That's why Aiden nodded his head. Okay, let's go with the Boys for the first song of the mini-album. I can be the vocalist of the song anyway. Okay. Wade nodded, and like that, the album production started. Chapter 407. A drummer. People say I might lose it all. There will be a day I might lost. But they don't even know my resolve. I will take my chances and give it my all. In the car, Aiden was hearing a song, Blessings, that was almost 25 years old, but for some reason, it felt very relatable as it talked about a person coming out of nowhere and trying to do new things to rise. It was obviously written by the Boys. Aiden had gone through every song last night, and all of them offered something new to him. Each album had its own flavors and mixtures to them, but there were a few central themes that were a constant. Theme of starting from the bottom and rising to the top. Themes of struggle. Themes of depression. All of these things were connected to each other, and it was because all the members of the band had risen from poverty to become so big. They all related to those terms, and other people did too. After all, these were universal themes. Struggle and poverty was everywhere in the world, and it was never ending. It was one of the main reasons why the song The Boys became such a massive sensation. I mostly wrote only about love and heartbreak and those themes. Good chance to do something very different. He thought in his mind, and it was then that Wade called him out, breaking him away from his thoughts. Aiden, we are here. Okay. Try to be a bit respectful. Older year artists rarely have good things to say about new ones, and it often leads to differences between them. The Boys never had major scandals about them, at least not with the 2 we are going to meet today. Aiden nodded his head. From what he had heard, most of the major scandals involved the vocalist of the band. He even was once involved in an orgy party with a bunch of celebs back in the 90s. No wonder he got STDs later in life after leaving the band. Aiden thought in his mind and got out of the car. He was going to meet the 2 members that had agreed to collaborate in a cafe. As he entered the cafe, Wade led him to the seat where they were supposed to meet. It was in the VIP section of the cafe. Apparently, it was a cafe used by celebrities often in New York. Soon, He saw two people who looked like they were a few years older than Uncle Sam. Both of them saw Aiden and Wade too and got up from their seats. Eddie Filkins and Drew Fisher. His eyes first fell on Eddie. He had white hair and a mustache that made him look like an old action hero, especially with his body that hinted that he was a gym freak. Even though he was short, there was an atmosphere to him that was hard to ignore. He used to be the guitarist and the main lyricist of the group back in the day. Standing next to him was Drew. With dyed black hair and apparent wrinkles on his face, he gave the atmosphere of a bartender in a classy bar. He was the guy on the keyboard, and although he was the least popular out of all of them, he had a bright atmosphere about him. He was the first one to shake his hand. "It's nice to meet you. Actually, I was surprised when my manager suddenly texted me about a song. I have not been a part of a song for years," he said in a voice that was softer than what Aiden had perceived in his mind. "Yeah, he was talking about how he forgot how to play keys," Eddie said, and Drew quickly retorted, "My fingers just need time to recall the feeling again." Aiden turned towards Eddie after that. Unlike Drew, who had retired, he was actually still a part of the industry, just as a songwriter. In the past, he had written songs that had featured as soundtracks in movies. "I was very surprised to know you wanted to collaborate with a washed-up band," Eddie said as he faced Aiden. "I like your music. I doubt that's washed up," Aiden replied. "Moreover, you probably know the theme of my album." "I heard." Eddie nodded. "It's a good idea, but every album needs good songs. Otherwise, even if it gets 1 million streams, people won't come back to it. I plan to make an album like that." Eddie smiled at the self-confidence. He could see in Aiden a similar fire like he used to exclude, just much brighter. He had achieved so much coming from nowhere too, just like him and his band. "Can you do that with old artists like us? Like I said before, you might have retired from the band, but your music never retired. I'm putting my trust in it," Aiden said as a matter of fact. They sat down in the cafe after getting to know each other better and straight up started talking about the song they were going to make together. Eddie was going to work with Aiden on the song, as even in the past, he mostly had the most contribution in the production of the band's albums. On the other hand, Drew just looked happy to be a part of it. Maybe he was recalling the days of the past when he hadn't retired. "First of all, you're going to be the vocalist, right?" Eddie asked, and Aiden nodded his head. "Yes." "Then, we already have most of the band here. From what I know, you can handle instruments, but we need a drummer," Eddie said, and Drew asked quickly, "Can't we just go with a song that doesn't use a lot of drums? Maybe something more on the lines of electronic music?" "No, I already have a tune in mind," he said, looking at Aiden. "Me and Aiden could work on it slowly, but a drummer is a necessity. Without him, the tune won't look the same, as I'm planning a part where there will be a 30-second solo." Eddie tapped on the table with his fingers and talked. Aiden was sure that he was thinking of the song in his mind. He would himself do it sometimes. He just observed him for now, as according to his system, Eddie was a master in composing and lyrics. Composing, level 9. Lyric writing, level 8. He was at a level that was higher than Aiden, and Aiden could see why he had been one of the top songwriters around. Even then, he was underutilized. "We can get a drummer. I can contact one. It won't be that hard to find," Wade said, sipping on his coffee. "No, we need someone good. Not just any random one who works on a contract. I know a few, but all of them are already involved in different bands and won't be able to come. Moreover, we need someone who can match our synergy." Eddie looked at Aiden and Drew before continuing. "I listened to songs of you, Aiden. I feel like me and Drew would match well with you. There will be a synergy once we practice together a few times, but we need a good drummer that could match us." "A good drummer?" Aiden closed his eyes and thought about it. He understood the importance of a good drummer, especially in a band, but it was very hard to find a good drummer. Though, there was one he knew. Probably the only drummer that he could trust. "I think I know someone," he said, looking at Eddie. Aiden didn't know what the guy was doing these days, but it looked like it was the time to find out. As Aiden was talking with Eddie and Drew, Rachel was in a meeting to discuss her upcoming album. It was already announced, so there was no going back on it. Her fans just didn't know when it would be released. It seems like Aiden Silvereye is really going to release a new album. I tried to look for information about it, and it seems like he's collaborating with old bands and singers for it. Martha, her manager, said as she looked at her, "Our album is already in production. Do you think he's going to release it this year too?" "Probably. You know he's a genius when it comes to songs. He's a big competition even if he hasn't done anything for years. He's known as the one who completed Agnes's last song. So everyone in the industry is looking forward to seeing what he would do in his new album. A lot of people in the industry were even looking at Aiden as someone with the talent of Agnes. Though, he was more of an actor, and that disappointed a lot of people. Hearing that, Rachel was in thoughts for a while before making a decision. Let's not worry about him and face him head-on if it comes to be. Chapter 4:08 Bald Scalp. After becoming a star, Aiden had never really gotten time to connect with people outside work. Like it's been years since he had met his acquaintances in the Rabbit Hole bar or a few of his friends that he had before becoming famous. It wasn't because he looked down upon those friendships after becoming big. He just never had time. His work was exhausting, and Aiden was a person who liked to spend time with himself more than someone else, the true definition of an introvert. But whenever he would meet someone from his past, it would be interesting to see how they have changed. Some would be doing extremely good in life, while others not so much. When he met Jackson, he felt like he came in the middle. What happened to your hair? You are asking why I'm bald. Yes, last time we met, you were trying to grow your hair. Why have you suddenly gone bald? Are you getting hair fall with age? Aiden asked the question that was in the mind of Wade and Tom too. Even other people in the studio were staring at Jackson, who still had the same goofy smile on his face. It had been a few years since Aiden saw him, and although Jackson did look a bit older, the most striking thing about him was the loss of hair. He was completely bald now, even giving Aiden the impression of an actor who would do a lot of family action movies. No, it's not a hair fall or anything. I just shaved it off, Jackson said as a matter of fact. But why? Wade asked, looking at him with pity. He knew a few bald agents himself, and none of them had been happy with their bald head. One of them had to resort to growing his beard and putting on his sunglasses to get girls these days. Whenever they meet, the guy will be in a cap to hide his bald scalp. Well, I told you that my band broke up, right? We were doing a lot of shows in Europe and the Middle East when a few people had a fight, and the record label told us to break off as we didn't reach their expectations. Jackson had been telling that story straight from the airport to the studio. Aiden had felt bad hearing that, but it looked like he was already over it. But it didn't explain why he had a bald head. Anyway, I was angry about it, so I kind of shaved my head off in a hotel room and started liking how I looked. I mean, the guy who has gotten the most chicks in the world is a bald guy, right? Jackson laughed saying that, and Aiden could only think that this was a very silly reason. He was expecting something like a superstition, but this reason was even worse than that. At least he looks like he's enjoying life. Ignoring his bald head, Jackson had really become a pretty famous drummer, especially among musicians. He also had earned good money and was now just traveling the world these days. That's why he was free when Aiden had called him. Anyway, you have not lost your skills alongside your hair, right? He asked, and Jackson smirked. I will never lose them. As he said that, the door to the room opened, and Eddie and Drew walked in. They walked towards Jackson, and Eddie squinted at him. He's your drummer. Yup, Jackson Brown. Jackson introduced himself and shook hands with both of them. The atmosphere quickly got serious as all of them were professionals and not friends. Having older guys working with you meant that they would strictly talk about work as there was hardly anything common to talk about due to the generation gap. Music was the only common thing among them. I have seen some of your videos. You are good, but we would need more from you on this song, Eddie said, looking at Jackson, and he raised one of his eyebrows. More? Like how? Like I want someone who can put on a performance. That seems like he's possessed. That kind of performance. Can you show me a sample? He said and passed him sticks. Eddie was only going to be able to tell more after seeing Jackson perform live. Jackson nodded his head and walked towards the drum set that was already arranged for him. He sat down and took a deep breath, trying to concentrate. A few people whispered among themselves, wondering if he would be any good. Only Aiden looked at him with confidence on his face. It was because his skills had increased to another level. Drumming, level 9. The source of this content is n0v//elbin.net. For the next 20 minutes, everyone kept looking at him as he played drums with all his heart. And he played it in a way that stunned everyone. His song with the boys was going to be the main title song for the mini-album. Aiden had decided that, and because of that, the song needed to be perfect. It needed to be a song that could connect with the audience in a way that they could share it with everyone they knew. For this song, Eddie and him went through a couple of themes and tunes. Although Eddie has a higher skill level than Aiden, He wasn't bossy or arrogant and fully realized that it was Aiden's song and not the boys'. Moreover, he was also curious as to how Aiden made his songs. It was rare to find a musician who does all of his songs by himself. So, Eddie just observed him as he talked about the type of song he wanted to do. He did give his advice once in a while, but they were making good progress every day. For the style of the song, they were clear on what they wanted to do. A theme that suited both the boys and Aiden. The theme of struggle, but Aiden wanted it to be a song more about destiny. They worked hard to prepare a bass tune for it. They needed a tune that was strong, yet something that grows on people. An electric guitar, or just something else. After struggling with it for a few days, they finally got a good tune that satisfied the both of them. Eddie decided to work on it alone to make it even better, and Aiden took the chance to write up the lyrics for the song. The lyrics need to tell a story like always. There were a few basic things always in his style of composing. So much so that it was more about telling a story than anything else. The story could be his, someone else's, or just a story that he made up in his mind. But for this song, he was clear as to what type of story he wanted to tell. A story of destiny and fate. These were very complicated topics for everyone in the world. After all, were they even true? A lot of people think that our lives are already written and we were just puppets doing things that we didn't choose. But Aiden disagreed with it. He felt like our destiny was around us, and more often than not, life would try to guide us to choose it. But in the end, it was still our decision. If one wanted to stay in the slums or rise above them to get a better life for himself, one doesn't have anyone else to blame for the decisions he makes. It won't always work out, and not everyone is bound to be special. But that's just how the world worked, and there was no going around it. Aiden added his story to it, and tried to put down lyrics around it. He scraped a few papers while writing down lyrics, as it was hard for him to pin down the lyrics that really suited the tone. But in the end, he made progress, albeit slowly. With a song like this, the problem was that it was sounding more like a motivational song than one that sounded more personal. Aiden wanted to create a song that a person could hear and get hope that one day, it will be fine, while at the same time thinking that the novel was extremely nice to listen to. Not a motivational song to hype up the person for a small time. In the end, he was able to pin down a few good lines, and then Eddie helped him out to build on it. The man was really a professional, and as he saw Aiden's lyrics, he was quickly able to deduce what Aiden was trying to do. Working with him, Aiden felt like he was learning a lot of things. His skills were also slowly rising. You have gotten experience. Your composing skills are rising. Your lyric writing skills are rising. These notifications were the reason that Aiden was able to put more thought into composing. After all, knowing that he was improving, Aiden was more motivated. Chapter 409 Perfect Pitch. As Aiden and Eddie were working on the main title song for the album, Aiden was also making other songs on the side. After all, the album needed at least 5 to 6 songs. One song with the boys and one song with another female artist from the 80s was already decided. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find any artists from the 70s that were willing to work with him. It was also understandable as decades have gone by. So, that era was eventually scrapped. Instead, they went with an artist from the 2000s, and that was easier. Gray was actually from that decade. His peak was then, so Aiden just contacted him, and he agreed to lend his voice to a song. Though Gray was already planning to retire, so, other than lending his voice, he won't be able to promote the song a lot. That was fine with Aiden, as anyway, it wasn't going to be a title track. He was planning to make it more of an indie pop song with a fresh vibe and a small topic that Gray could easily master. Even after these 3 songs, he needed 3 more. For the 3, he first decided to go with a romantic song, kind of like the wedding song that he had made once. That was actually his viral song, and he was interested in doing something like that again. The other 2 songs were more diverse and thoughtful, with one of them based on the fall of the French kingdom in 1789 with the French Revolution. Aiden was a fan of history, and because of that, he felt like that point of time was extremely significant to the whole world. Ideologies, philosophies spread it after that point. He wanted to write a song from the perspective of someone who was a noble, but someone who empathized with the pain and suffering of the poor. The last song was something that was hard for him to construct, but in the end, he decided to go with a feel-good song about 2 fictional characters meeting to go on an adventure. In his brain, these songs were forming his stories. Musical stories that needed grand music to elevate them to the next level. Stories that stay with people, even if they are very simple in nature. For the wedding song, Aiden made a very simple tune that anyone could sing. A melody that couples could sing together, and simple yet thoughtful lyrics to go with it. For a romantic song, he always felt like there doesn't need to be a lot of complications in it. It just needs to be warm. But for the other songs like the one based on the French Revolution, he made a grand tune and used a lot of instruments like an orchestra was playing it. It needed to look like a song that one would hear in a theater. At the same time, he only used instruments that were popular around those times to make it look more authentic. Any modern music would ruin the ambience of the song. Frankly speaking, it was one of the hardest compositions he had done as there was a lot of research involved, but that was the fun part too. After all, a song like this had rarely been done before by him. There was a challenge to it. For the last song, Aiden used a daydream of him in his teen years as the backdrop of the story. He had written it down as it was very interesting to him. A man from a desert and a girl from Iceland going on a globe-trotting adventure together to solve a mystery. Both meeting each other hoping that it would be the start of their story. It was a very silly story, but Aiden had fun writing it down in a song. After all, creativity could come from anywhere, and this was the proof of it. He kept working on these songs day and night as time passed. His skills kept increasing day by day. You have gotten experience. You have gotten experience. Your lyric writing skill has advanced to level 7 from level 6. Your composing skill has advanced to level 8 from level 7. The album has managed to again increase his rank. Can you increase the pitch a bit, Aiden? Eddie asked as he looked at Aiden inside the booth. They were currently recording the title song that was called Dreams. The recording had been going since the morning, and it was going pretty good till now. That was mostly because of Aiden's special skill. Okay, he said, and took a deep breath. Concentrating, he started the verse again. I may be down in the dumps, but I'm gonna rise. Arise to be someone. Someone with a dream. As he sang, his voice took the form of a silver light that was slowly touching the gold mark, but there were only hints of it. Some small sparks, but nothing else. He hadn't done enough to reach the next rank yet, but he was getting there. The silver light in the air buzzed as Aiden raised the pitch in his voice. When it got too much to the level that he felt like the light was becoming a bit weak, he lowered the pitch. Like that, he recorded the verse again and again. But compared to a typical recording, this was easy as before Eddie could even tell him to do it a bit differently. Aiden would already be doing it. It was like he was reading his mind. Aiden, he knows his voice too well. It's rare to see a singer being so aware, and his musical sense is probably one of the best I have seen till now. Eddie muttered under his breath as he listened. Jackson, who was sitting next to him, smiled and explained to him. He's always like this. He would know where he's making a mistake and how to make a verse better. It's easy to work with him because of that. It's almost like he has perfect pitch. Eddie said. He had rarely seen someone with a perfect pitch, as it was very rare even in the music industry. Perfect pitch basically means someone who could hear every note in the air. Every great musician has it. Even Agnes was someone with this ability. Eddie was actually jealous of people who have it as a skill. Jackson smiled as he heard that. In the past, he had wondered about it too. Maybe he does have it. It's hard to explain his skills sometimes. You should ask him later. Eddie nodded hearing that, and focused more on the recording. They had already recorded the instrumentals, and were now going for vocals. After that, there was also a lot of other work like mixing all of it together and putting it in a way that it makes sense. As they worked on the recording, the door to the room suddenly opened, and Wade walked inside with a look of worry over his face. Aiden saw him and came out of the recording booth. Wade, what happened? You look worried. Everyone looked at him, and Wade nodded his head before revealing what was going on. It's not a matter to worry, but I felt like I should inform you about this. The album will be released in 2 months, right? Yes. Aiden nodded his head. That was enough time to record all songs and prepare for the live performances that would come up with it. He was going to release it just before Hex would start promotions. All in all, a busy schedule was coming up for Aiden. Then, we would have competition. Competition? From who? From Rachel. She's releasing her new album in 2 months too, and I heard a rumor that she wants to clash with you. Hearing that, Aiden felt a bit surprised. Singers' album clashing was nothing new. A lot of singers would release songs all over the year. One could even say that tons of songs are released every week all over the world. But it was different for top singers. Even if 2 albums were completely different, fans would deliberately start a competition. Then it would start to look like a clash. Obviously, sales would be affected too. Although most people stream songs, there are still a lot of fans and neutrals who will buy digital copies of the album. So, two big singers releasing at the same time wasn't a good thing. Many top singers would avoid clashes due to that. Although Aiden honestly wasn't a top singer now after his hiatus, his rivalry with Rachel had history and history had value. He could see that she was still having a competitive mindset against him. There could be a variety of reasons for that, but Aiden wasn't going to get into it. Though, one thing was clear: if both of them clashed, the internet would again be buzzing. Should I avoid it to have some peace? He thought in his mind. Chapter 410. Army. Rachel. Aiden thought about her. Their relationship had always been hot and cold. From the start, she disliked him, but to be fair, she was someone who disliked everyone. But after their collaboration, they have gotten close, and Rachel had even told him that she was thankful to him for giving her a chance. After all, it was because of that one song that her career had finally started moving forward in the right direction. She had gotten chances from her label after that and rebranded herself with new singles and albums. She now even had a song with over 1 billion views. That was a very big accomplishment as a singer, and even Aiden knew that clashing with her might turn out bad for both of them. But he was also sure that Rachel was someone who wanted a clash. Maybe because in her mind, he was someone who she had not beaten completely. A perfectionist worked in weird ways after all. I won't be surprised if she has a hit list in her bedroom with every singer she wants to defeat in the charts. A weird image of Rachel formed in Aiden's mind as he smiled to himself. He wondered whether he should just give up on releasing his album this year to escape her, but that sounded like something that was very against his nature. Moreover, she might see it as him running away. I doubt we could do anything, Aiden said as he looked at Wade, who nodded his head. He was apparently thinking the same thing as him. Yeah, a clash is unavoidable. Psycho Media isn't really something that avoids these things. They are pretty much like the big baddie of the record labels. Yeah, and didn't you say you had a fight with one of their stockholders? Aiden asked, suddenly remembering an incident during the time of the first mini-album. Jackson also looked at Wade, wondering if that was true. But Wade shook his head. It wasn't really a fight. We just had some disagreements, and he was not listening to me, he said, then changed the topic, not wanting to dive into what had happened in that one particular meeting. Anyway, I will keep an eye out on her activities. Don't do that, Aiden said suddenly. Just ignore her. Let her do her own thing, and we could do our own. What about the clash? It's going to be more between the fans. As for Rachel, I'm very sure she wants to beat me, but if we start to focus on her, then it might affect us. Let us do our own thing and not worry about other external stuff. Eddie silently nodded his head hearing that. That was a much more sane way of going through things. Focus on yourself and worry about external factors later. Anyway, let's focus on the recording for now, Eddie said, ending the conversation. Wade sat down in one of the corners, messaging Sasha and others about how to go with the clash of Rachel. Although Aiden said that it was better to not react to it, Wade still was going to make some plans to deal with it. In case things go wrong. Things happened at a rapid pace in the next 2 months. It was recording day after night with different singers, and then practicing his vocals more and more. After that, there was practice of live acts and other things. Aiden felt like he was doing the same thing every day, and it was a vicious cycle, but he knew that it was important. If he doesn't do it, there would be mistakes during the live act, and he can't afford that. There was also a sense of rustiness to his voice, and that only went away after he practiced more. Thankfully, he had good people around him, and it was fun spending time with them. Drew would tell him a lot of things from the time that he was still active, and Eddie was fun to talk with about music. He was someone who was like an encyclopedia, someone who had made music his whole life. As for Jackson, it was always nice to spend time with him, because it was an indication of how far they have come compared to X-Star. One should always know the place they have started from to keep themselves grounded. That's what Aiden believes in. Every night, Aiden was going to bed by seeing a lot of system notifications on his system display. You have gained experience. You have gained experience. You have mastered the silver light. Your control over the silver light had increased. You have gained experience. You are close to advancing to the next grade in your singing skill. These messages told him that he was on the right part, and like that, the time for the album release came. A day before the album release of both Rachel and Aiden, a few journalists from a magazine that focused on the music industry were talking about it in their leisure time while drinking coffee. All of them had been a part of the industry for years, And although they were not a direct part, journalists and reporters were often the overseers of any industry. They would know everything in and out as they would observe a lot and would be passed a lot of information from different sources. So, their perception of the industry was very sharp. I was pretty sure one of them was going to be postponed by a month or so, but it looks like I was very wrong. The industry rarely sees clashes. One of the guys said as he sipped his cold coffee. After talking about the politics of a spy balloon in the air, they have started discussing the current popular topic in the music industry, the rematch of Aiden and Rachel. Rachel was never going to miss this opportunity. She sees Aiden Silvereye as her biggest competition. She admitted it in an interview, even though she was all praise for him. An older woman said she had taken a lot of interviews of different celebrities, so she knew about this. It was one of the facts about Rachel. Why though? Another man, a fairly young one this time, asked. Her career was made due to getting an opportunity to sing in Aiden's first album, right? That song was everywhere back then, and Rachel got a lot of fan popularity. The man actually wanted to say she got a whole simp army after that, but he didn't sound professional. Some types of men liked a woman who looked like she could trample over them. Yes, that's what had happened. I'm pretty sure she has respect for him due to that, but it runs deep. They are the most popular contestants to come out of X-Star, and although Rachel won, Aiden was out in the early rounds. But their careers went in opposite directions. She was probably insecure that she lost in life despite winning the competition until that song happened. So, although she has respect for him, the insecurity is still there. Yes, she wants to beat him to finally prove to herself that she's better. The woman explained, and everyone nodded, but the young journalist still seemed a bit confused and asked, "Isn't she already more popular than him?" As a singer. Yes, but her rise was subsequent with Aiden's fall as a singer, and that was because he wanted to focus on acting. As a celebrity, he's miles ahead as he's already one of the most popular commercial actors. Another man explained more about it. He was one of the senior journalists. She probably wants to beat him one-on-one, and this is her opportunity. Moreover, the fans are already fighting. He showed everyone his phone. On Sparrow, trends were up, and in the comments sections, fan groups were already against each other, talking about how they would defeat each other. It was a bit weird as it was nothing to fight about. But these were mostly people who were watching both Rachel and Aiden since X-Star. Others were those who have become fans of them as they moved in their careers. A lot of them were teens, and fan groups could often become toxic. Even though Aiden's fan group was mostly mature, but outside the core fans, there were a lot of teens. Moreover, people like Chad Putin and Moaning Frodo just like to see some chaos, so they don't stop these fan wars. Must be nice. I can make a full report on it after the results come out. The young journalist said as he finished his cold coffee. He wondered who was going to win in this clash. His bets were on Rachel, simply because of the simp army behind her with the Psycho Media marketing team. At the same time, he was sure of her victory due to the collaboration she had done for the main title song. She really got a super famous K-pop group to work with her. Chapter 411. Release. After the announcement of Aiden's new album titled Voices of the Past, his fans were very excited. The album title signified his collaboration with artists from the past, and a small teaser was also launched, making fans know that the album would have the same quality as his previous ones. At the same time, fans of the singers that he was collaborating with were also excited. After all, it was their return. Though, a lot of people were not happy that not all members of the boys were returning, but it wasn't something they could do anything about. They could just be happy with whatever they were getting. One more thing that happened was right after the announcement of Aiden's album, Psycho Media also announced the date on which Rachel's next album would release. Many people were surprised that her date was the same as Aiden's album launch, but some weren't surprised. The media also got something to talk about. A lot of articles were being written to fuel the clash of Aiden and Rachel after years. Articles like these were rampant on the internet, and Wade even wondered whether someone was paying the media to fuel up this clash, but in the end, it was just a case of the media grasping at straws and making news out of a small thing. Exaggeration was one of the most important things in the media world. The fans also got to it and started fighting with each other. Rachel's Simp 69, who dared to think that Aiden will win against the Queen of Cold Stare? She will trample over him and make him beg. Wait, I kinda want that too. Moaning Frodo. I really don't know if that's a troll account or an actual one with kinks. Weird world we live in, but I really enjoy it. Hee hee. My dad is AMF. It's kinda nostalgic to see Aiden and Rachel releasing albums. I used to follow them during X-Star. After that season, everything went downhill. Though, I'm still Team Rachel here, and yes, I'm a simp. Chad Putin, bring in more troll warriors. Let's show Rachel's simp army what we are capable of. We are going to stream Aiden's songs all night when they are released. I'm even working on a law on it. Entertainment. Man, that Putin troll account is funny. Hollywood Insider. I used to think that too until I looked at international news. The internet is a very crazy place, my friend. Victoria's umbrella. Aiden is going to get incinerated in the upcoming clash. There's no way a washed-up singer can go against Rachel. Most of my friends listen to her songs, and she's extremely famous with high schoolers. They have too much free time for all this. Skyneves. Kind of agree, but Aiden rarely loses. His songs are something that young people rarely like, but he's been a hit every time he released. Moreover, he has plans for everything. He won't be doing this clash otherwise. Tom, are you nervous? Aiden asked as he looked at Tom, who was going through 5 phones and a laptop, checking different sites and reading comments. They were sitting in their office, and it was 10 minutes to the launch of his new album. Yes, Aiden had decided not to do a media launch or anything and just released the song at 12 o'clock. Most of it was digital work, and there were no pre-orders for the physical album either. It was very low-key, but that was just their marketing plan. In the past few days, Aiden had interacted more with fans online to make them know that his album was coming. In his words, believe in your work and leave everything else to your fans. He didn't want to overdo stuff. It was actually completely opposite Psycho Media's strategy for Rachel's album. In regards to his album, the music videos and everything were ready, and they were going to be uploaded once each week, while all the songs would be on Melody, MeTube, and other websites and apps from tonight. If it's good, it will spread. Yes, I'm nervous. We have not promoted much, and it seems like a lot of people are looking forward to Rachel's album. Her following is very big with high school and middle school students. Tom said as he looked at Aiden. Don't think too much on it. How are you even relaxed? He asked, looking at Aiden, who was always calm. The last time he had not been calm was during the Golden Globe ceremony. He should be the most nervous person, but he looked calm. Actually, I'm nervous too. I'm coming back after a long break. There's a chance I will lose to Rachel. And then, the media will try to say I have a failed comeback. Those things are in my mind too, he said, shrugging his shoulders. A few people glanced at him, apparently not believing him. You don't look nervous. Looking and being is different. Just because I'm nervous don't mean I need to show it. He whispered to Tom, then gestured to him to look around the room at the other members of his team. If I'm too nervous, they are going to be more nervous. That's why, knowing how to act is good. He smiled. Aiden knew that being the center of attention meant that how he acts would affect people around him. So, he always made a conscious effort to look fine. I'm nervous, but at this point in my career, I have learned how not to take stuff too seriously that it harms me. Aiden thought in his mind, and Tom nodded his head, understanding what he was saying. For the nth time, he felt impressed by him. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Wade walked in. The album is up. Did you all check? We are checking, Tom said as he quickly checked up the music charts. Other members of the team were also looking at him. A lot of people were waiting for the album, so as soon as it was up, they started listening to the songs. A few comments online are up. A member of his team said others quickly surrounded him and his laptop to check the comments. Lithium Miner. Man, the title song is very nice. I wasn't expecting such a song, but it really has that flavor of old. The Boys song. The drum part is too good. I'm Fatman. Aiden hasn't really done any romantic songs in this album aside from one. Even his song with Gray is more philosophical. Love all of them till now. My Dad's a Whore. I didn't like half the songs, but the title track made me cry. It's really beautiful, and I would be listening to it the whole day. I really hope a music video on it is up soon. Thankfully, most of the comments were positive. How are the comments? Wade asked from the sofa. Most are positive. I can see a few negative ones, but it looks like those are from Rachel's fan army. They are known to say shit about other songs. That's like most fan bases. Everyone talked, and it was then that the music charts were refreshed. Aiden quickly looked at them. They were the instance charts, and not the main ones that would only change once a day. These charts would refresh every hour, but they were important as doing good in them meant that you will do well in global charts. 2 songs are at 45th and 47th position. I found one at 33rd position. These are the songs we expected not to work too well, but they are doing great for now. There's one on the 19th. Where's the title track, though? The members asked, and it was then that Aiden saw the ranking of the title song with the boys. It's in 7th position on the instant chart. That's a lot higher than we estimated. Wade nodded his head. Their estimations were around 10 to 15 positions on the chart. If they have achieved that, they would have been happy, but the reception had been better than they expected. But there was still one question. What ranking is Rachel at? Tom asked, and everyone had the same question in their heads. Aiden doing good was not enough. Rachel had to do worse than him. Let me see. She's on Chapter 412. One of her songs is at 57th position. One more at 35th, 29th, and 24th. Let me look at the title track. Tom said as he scrolled the charts to find the title track of Rachel's album. When he found it, his eyes went wide as he looked at the position the title track was at. It was a very surprising position for him. What place is the title track on, Tom? It's on the 3rd, higher than you. When everyone in the room heard that, they didn't know if they could believe it. Any song starting so high wasn't normal. Even the 7th position that Aiden had gotten was very high, especially considering that he was making a comeback. It was safe to assume that his album was already going to be a success just on that. How can it be so high? Even Rachel's last album's title track didn't open up so high. How did she get so much popularity suddenly? Do you think the Clash helped her? Maybe Psycho Media is doing something. That's possible. Everyone started to whisper around in the room, and suddenly, it looked like they were in a panic mode. Although Aiden had told them to not worry about Rachel, they had subconsciously made it a goal to beat her. It was at that moment that Aiden opened his mouth. Until now, he was just listening to the title song from Rachel's album on his headphones. After listening to it, he realized one thing. It's not Rachel actually. It's more to do with the fact that the title song is with a famous K-pop band. You know of Seoul, right? People nodded when they heard that and finally recalled it. Seoul was a K-pop band that was extremely famous in the West after they had broken out a year ago. They have amassed a large group of teen following, even more than Rachel and Aiden. But Seoul are just collaborating, right? One of his team members asked, and Aiden shook his head. No, the song is actually divided in 2 parts with Seoul having a lot of verses to them. It's almost like it's an equal song rather than just 1 or 2 verses. The song is as much theirs as Rachel's, and you do know K-pop fans, right? They go to any lengths to stream the song. Everyone nodded their heads. K-pop in the West was not new, as it had been a while since they had broken out. With them, they have brought out a culture of stans, which basically meant a stalker fan. Most of their fans are hardcore, and although stuff like this existed in the West too, K-pop fans would even make different accounts to stream the song, making the song high up in the charts one way or another. That's why Western singers try to stay clear of them and even try to collaborate. There was one incident where a popular female singer had collaborated with a famous K-pop band, but she had only gotten like 1 line in the song, but that song had broken all records. It was only because her company told her to. The singer had later termed it an embarrassment. So, what are we going to do now? Wade asked as he looked at Aiden, and he thought for a while. What can I do? I have good fans, but they are not hardcore enough to go against K-pop fans. I guess I need to rely on my biggest strength. Smiling to himself, Aiden opened his mouth. We will give it a bit of time. The neutrals need to hear the song first, and then decide. In regards to any celebrity, there were 3 types of people. The fans, the haters, and the neutrals. The fans and the haters were self-explanatory, but the neutrals consisted of the highest numbers. They were people that knew the celebrity, but weren't fans or hated him for some reason. They would watch his good work and reject his bad work, while having a pretty mild impression about him. It was the same with music. Aiden had a good fan base, but most of the streaming numbers and MeTube views are due to the neutrals who randomly found his song and liked it. His popularity among that type of audience was actually very high, as he had always strived to produce good work. So, he was hanging on them. As the song gets more exposure, more people will hear it, and his popularity among the neutrals would surely help him out. That's what was in his mind, and as the days progressed, it did happen. His songs climbed the charts, and the streaming numbers increased day by day. When the music video of the title song landed, it got 15 million views in a day and 17 million views the next day. These were not small numbers. The title song also got to the 3rd position on the charts, But Rachel and Soul's song was also running with the same speed. It got 19 million views on the first day on MeTube and was now on the #1 song on the melody charts. Soul's fanbase was continuously pushing the song online everywhere, and it even came in as a trend on Sparrow. The group fighting them was Aiden's fanbase alongside the boys' fanbase. Yes, Aiden had managed to revive the dead fanbase of the boys. At first, when the song had landed, it was only listened by the younger demographic, as Aiden's fanbase was mostly that. But in a couple of days, and due to radio, lots of middle-aged and old people have heard the song. These were the ones that used to be the stans back then. Although, it was hard as the lead vocal of the boys was not collaborating with Aiden, but he had countered it by using a few popular tunes of the boys in the song. These tunes were enough for the fans to recognize who the band was, as they were nostalgic. Eddie and Drew were constantly checking out the comments that were being directed towards them online. Cemetery Manager. I wasn't able to believe it when I heard the iconic tune of the boys on the radio in the morning. I thought it was my delusion, but when I looked it up, I was so surprised to see that they were back. Not all of them, but it still made me remember those days of my teenage years in the 90s. Love their song. Zombie Girlfriend. My son showed me their new song, and I was so surprised to see Eddie and Drew still looking so good. I really hope the song succeeds, and they make a formal comeback with all of them. There need to be concerts that old people can go to. Size doesn't matter. I discovered the boys after listening to their song with Aiden and Holy Sheep. They were so good. I never thought that 90s music would sound so good. I'm going for a marathon run of their albums, and I love a lot of their songs. These types of comments were everywhere, and it made the two of them feel like they have made the right decision by coming back. Same type of treatment was with the other singers that Aiden had collaborated with, but it was not to this level. Weirdly, each of his songs had surpassed other songs of Rachel and were higher in rankings, but Aiden wasn't able to surpass the title track no matter what. Everyone knew that it was the real battle, and a week after the release of the album, Rachel clearly has a lead. Rachel looked down at the stage in front of her. Fans were shouting and cheering her on. There were placards at the back, and people had an excited smile on their faces. But she wasn't happy. She was sweating as she had just finished her performance. And the reason she wasn't happy was because the shouts in the room weren't directed to them. There were a few, but they were buried under the shouts of Soul. Soul, Appas, please look at me. I'm your biggest fan. I love all your music. Can I get a hug? I even flew to Korea once to attend your concert. Hey, they looked at me. Wow, I'm so lucky. Author's note. Appa means big brother, or a way to call someone older than you affectionately. Rachel glanced at the waving boy band that was trying to give some fan service to their fans. They looked exhausted, but there was a smile on their faces, like meeting their fans and performing in front of them was the biggest pleasure of their lives. Due to all this, she felt a bit empty. This doesn't look like my song for some reason. That thought suddenly entered her mind, and she shrugged to get it away from her head. Although it was supposed to be her song, the fans and the reason it was so up in the rankings, that wasn't her. It felt weird. Chapter 4:13. Rachel wanted to frown, standing on the stage, but cameras were everywhere. In even a small show, a lot of people were recording it, and if she looked annoyed, then it would be picked up by some journalists. That's why, only after finding herself on the backstage did she show her real emotions. A frown engulfed her face, and she quickly walked inside the room allocated to her. She sat down on her seat and thought about stuff. She was feeling weird these days, like she had not stressed this much for a long time. She knew it wasn't healthy, and although her song was on top of the charts, the feeling was not nice. She just felt like she didn't deserve it. Maybe it was just an effect of collaborating with a group that was way more popular than her. More like a group that had way too many hardcore fans. Anyway, she was going through a feeling she had never felt before due to this. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and her assistant walked through the door. Seeing her looking like she was going through some sort of grief, he quickly asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm." "Why are you here?" she asked, and her assistant quickly replied. Although he was worried about her condition, he knew it was bad to privy more, knowing that Rachel was a very private person. "We were about to leave for the shooting of the Rory Chambers show. It's best if we could reach there in time, as Rory Chambers is strict about starting his show on time." "I understand." Rachel frowned, hearing that. She wasn't in a mood to give out an interview, especially on a talk show where one has to exaggerate or at least be humorous. But there was no choice. As her assistant was leaving the room, she suddenly asked an unexpected question. Hey, what did I say when we were going through the artists to collaborate with? You were in that meeting, right? Her assistant thought for a bit and replied, Yeah, you asked to get someone with the biggest fan base. That's why we got Soul. You wanted to neutralize the fan base of. He stopped his words there, knowing that if he said more, Rachel's expression would just grow worse. He nodded his head and left quickly while Rachel kept thinking to herself. Every song of hers that she sang herself and even wrote the lyrics of was not doing well in comparison to Aiden's songs. The only song that had done so well was the title song. It felt bad when she thought about it. Maybe her insecurities have really made her take a very wrong decision? I have not seen him that happy for like 10 years. He has a good family and everything else, but he always looked a bit lonely. I guess music really makes up a big part of his life. Eddie said as he and Aiden looked at Drew, who was giving hugs and autographs to fans. They were in the middle of a fan meet, and a lot of the boys' fans appeared. It was the first time Aiden was seeing so many middle-aged women in a fan meet, but it was very refreshing to see. Their fans have become adults, but they have not forgotten him. I'm glad he's happy. He worked very hard during the recording. Aiden said, and Eddie just smiled. I'm thankful to you actually. Although I don't show it, I needed this as much as Drew. I realized it when we were on the stage yesterday. I missed the feeling of being a rock star. His voice sounded very genuine, and Aiden nodded while smiling. If it wasn't you, the song won't be half good. Every legend should have a comeback. Anyway, but we weren't able to beat Rachel. Aren't you sad about it? Eddie suddenly asked, and Aiden thought about it for a second before shaking his head. I listened to the song. I liked it. Not Rachel's usual style, though. As for beating her, I rather not think about it. I am not on X-Star anymore. The desire to beat her or something like that isn't there. I'm just glad our song is doing well. Maybe it was a bit of a cliché answer. But Rachel wasn't someone Aiden wanted to see as a rival. He considered her more of a friend, especially after they have worked together. He had grown in recent years, and just beating her won't give him anything. He felt like it was low of him to think like that when he was the owner of a system. He needed to be better than that. After all, his system revolved around him getting better and not around him beating others in some competition. Ah, you talk like an old man. Eddie smiled. Maybe. I do feel like I'm getting old fast. Time has passed by very quickly in recent years. Project after project. It had made him tired, and Aiden wanted to take a break now. Maybe he should try to go meet his mom, or even get a girlfriend. He did feel lonely these days. The source of this content is n0v//elbin.net. Maybe I should call Ava out for some coffee sometime? She's been busy. He thought in his mind, and it was then that he got a message from someone. Someone he wasn't expecting. Hey, wanna meet? It was a message from Rachel. As Aiden was busy promoting his songs by doing shows and appearing on TV programs, his team was keeping an eye on how the songs were doing all around the world. Especially Tom, who was keeping 6 phones and 2 laptops to go through music charts and streaming data from every country with a focus on Europe. Okay, it's number 12 in Germany, 17 in Austria. That's low. 5 in France. Going good France. Then, 8 in Turkey. It's in the top 20 of most music charts in Europe, and we already sold over 20,000 physical copies all around the world. He muttered, checking out different music charts and the reviews from the critics. Some reviews called the whole album a breath of fresh air from a musician that was sorely missed for a long time, while others felt like Aiden forgot his roots while trying to be more innovative. Though, even with those types of reviews, the public opinion was extremely positive as there was something for everyone in the album. You want romance, there's a romantic song. You want something to vibe, there's a pop song. You want some motivation, there's something for you too. Tom saw the album like that, but there was something lacking that was hurting him and making him feel uneasy. Not the album itself, but the reception of it. For his plans of seeing Aiden as the biggest star on the planet, he needed the album to be a big hit. It was a hit already, especially the popularity in Europe would make any other singer in America jealous. The album already achieved what it was trying to achieve, but Tom felt like it could be better. Maybe not for Aiden, but for Tom. It was a thorn that Rachel's title song was on the first position on the charts while his was on the third. It will be second soon, but that was just not enough. It doesn't fit well with the legacy of Aiden. I need it to be bigger, better. A superstar that never lost. Wait, there's one thing I can do. He muttered, and suddenly, a maniac-like smile appeared on his face. His brain had gotten an idea. An evil idea that Aiden might scoff at, but he wasn't Aiden. He didn't have rules. Just a goal. He quickly looked around to notice that he was all alone and realized that it was the perfect time to act. He took out his phone and called a number that was simply titled Unknown Number. A few rings later, someone picked it up and a woman's voice came out. Tom, is that you? Hey, how have you been? Good, but why did you call me? Our debts are already cleared with you, and I doubt we are friends anymore. So, what's the deal? The female voice asked, looking very skeptical of Tom, and he smiled. I can call you anytime I want. Our relationship is years old. Anyway, I need your help to break out the news. I don't do it anymore. Do it once, he said and stayed firm on his words. Knowing the woman, he knew that she would help him out. After all, they have a deep relationship. Think of it as my birthday gift for your brother. You are the only one I know who can do it, he said and leaned against his seat. A minute went by, and he was sure that she had frowned. But that was the hint that she had agreed. Okay, what do you want me to do? Look into Seoul, a Korean boy band. I heard they have extremely strict arrangements due to their agency. If people are controlled a lot, they want to rebel, and that might get them in problems that don't seem coming. Chapter 414. Sorry. So, she texted you to meet her. Alone? What was the tone like? How will I know from a text? Maybe by emojis, but I doubt she uses any. Her text would be as cold as her eyes, if not colder. Aiden sighed as he heard that. He was currently in a parking lot of a cafe that Rachel had called him to meet in. It was a cafe that was close to the office of Psychomedia, and it seemed like this place was visited by employees and celebrities from the record label frequently. But before he could get out of his car, Cameron had called him. At first, it was just to say congratulations about his album succeeding, but eventually, the conversation moved on to Rachel. Hey, can I ask you a question? Cameron suddenly asked, and Aiden nodded, his instincts telling him that the question was going to be stupid. Go on. Did something happen between you and Rachel? Like there was always a weird sexual tension between the two. There's nothing of that sort. Aiden interrupted him and said, even the thought of something like that happening sent a chill down his spine. He liked challenges, but they were good to a level. Really? Yes, we were always rivals. Then friends, but I guess now back to rivals. I really hope we sort out whatever is between us, but I don't even know what it is. Aiden said honestly, and Cameron replied after a bit of thinking. I think she's just insecure. Why? Lots of reasons. She always thought of you as some sort of competition in X-Star. Although after she beat you and won the competition, she got smug for a while until your song defeated hers. After that, she was probably depressed as her career went nowhere, and you kept climbing like you were on some lift, and she was given an old ladder that was breaking down. Think about it for a moment. Aiden went silent suddenly. Thinking of it, he admitted it was like that, and there was no denying it. It was only after he offered her a song that she blew up, and after that, Psychomedia used it to get more publicity by releasing solo singles. I think that after she started gaining popularity, she felt like she hadn't done it alone, and you have helped her out a lot. You know her personality. She wants to do everything herself, so this would have been in her mind all the time. Cameron's voice was making more and more sense every second. Even Aiden wondered how he had gotten so smart suddenly, but thinking about it, he realized that Cameron probably had spent more time with Rachel than him on X-Star. He probably observed her a lot as they were the biggest competition to each other till the finals. Maybe that's why, when she got a chance to beat you, she did everything to achieve it, taking it as a proof that she was good on her own and that she would have been successful either way. Her rivalry stems in her traits and insecurities. And as you know, celebrities are the most insecure people. I know, Aiden said, and after talking for a bit more, he cut the call. Cameron's call was unexpected, but it gave him some information before meeting Rachel. As he thought more about it, his words looked more and more right. But the question of why she had called him here was still not answered. Did she have anything to say to him, or was it just something else? I guess I will know for sure when I meet her, Aiden said, getting out of the car and making his way in. When he entered the cafe, he quickly spotted Rachel. She was wearing a white dress and had a hat on her face. A mask was placed on the table, hinting that she was trying to get out of public sight while coming here. He sat in front of her, and she seemed surprised at his sudden arrival, but quickly calmed down. Congrats on your album. I liked it a lot. Thanks, Rachel muttered, not saying anything else and just ordering. Aiden did the same, and it took a while before any conversation could start. He kept observing Rachel as she didn't start any conversation. She hadn't really changed much in recent years. Her face was still the same, but for some reason, there was a certain charm to her now. Aiden had heard that being in front of the camera all the time could make you look more pleasing. Other than that, her atmosphere was also less cold today. At least he could tell that she wasn't here to pick a fight. So, why have you called me here? Aiden asked. I wanted to talk, Rachel said with a bit of hesitation in her voice. She tried to gather her words, but nothing came to her mind. She didn't know how to talk about this. In the end, she just ended up asking a question. Did you like the title song of my album? Aiden thought about the question in his mind and was about to say yes. After all, it was rude to say no, but Rachel glared at him with her cold, icy eyes. Say the truth. It's very catchy, but it's not your usual style. Very different. Don't suit you at all. They made your voice heavily auto-tuned. I got the feeling that it was plastic. You know, those manufactured products. It sounded like that. Moreover, you were overshadowed. Your voice isn't used to this much modification, so it comes out weird while Soul's vocals were natural. They adapt to this kind of music. Aiden put down his real thoughts about the song. He had listened to it a lot in the past few days, and he sounded very catchy, but he can't help but feel like they ruined Rachel's voice. There was not even a part where she could use her high notes. It sounded like a song that would be popular as the background music of 30-second videos, but apart from that, it won't age well. In simple words, a can of beer instead of fine wine. Like I thought, Rachel muttered, lowering her head. Those were my exact same thoughts when I listened to the song. She felt embarrassed that Aiden had straightforwardly talked about all the bad things in her song. She knew them, but it was still different when someone would point it out like this. Why did you agree to it then? He asked, raising an eyebrow. The source of this content is n0v//elbin.net. I wanted to beat you. Enough to ruin your voice. You can do much better, you know, and why do you even want to beat me? Aiden looked at her. He liked a rivalry, but not one where Rachel was going to ruin her own voice to get more streaming numbers. A popular song was not always a good song. I wanted to prove to myself that I could have made it without your help. She said the same thing that Cameron had told Aiden. For a second, he pondered on the fact that Cameron knew her so well, but he quickly moved on to the conversation. His thoughts could wait. You have done a lot already. You don't need me, nor you have to beat me, he said, and as Aiden was about to tell her to get some therapy to get over her insecurities, Rachel said something unexpected. I realized that. You did. Aiden looked at her, not expecting her to already realize the problem. Yeah, I did. There was a lot of chatter around our clash, and even though psycho media tried to fuel it, you kept silent. To be honest, I felt insulted when you did that. I thought that you looked down on me, but it's not like that, Aiden said, and she nodded her head. You just were trying to enjoy your own music and not focus on external things. When I thought about it more, I realized you acted the same during X-Star, focusing more on yourself than the others. Aiden was mainly like that due to the advantage of having a system. Although he had come across people who had better skill ranks than him, he had never felt like he wouldn't be able to beat them. Due to his system, his competition had always been with himself. That was a change of mentality that system brings with him. Moreover, Aiden knew that he was not going to release an album as often as his movies. Singing was a secondary skill to him, so he tried to enjoy his time doing it rather than worry about the results. When I thought about it, I observed myself and felt like I'm doing a disservice by constantly worrying about you or some other singer. I guess I have gotten very sensitive in recent times, she said and made a smile full of sadness. Aiden kept silent as she lowered her head again and muttered, That's why I'm sorry. Chapter 4:15, Easy Win. There were only two options that Rachel saw for herself before coming to talk to Aiden. Either she was going to stay competitive with Aiden and keep trying to force out a rivalry that Aiden didn't want to such an extent, or she could be better and try to focus more on herself. The first option was going to drag her to a path of no return, and Rachel knew that she was going to be lonely as time went on. She didn't want that. That's why reconciling with Aiden was the only one for her. Although he felt that Rachel was going against her personality, she had already thought it out. She has really grown. Something must have happened, Aiden thought in his mind, seeing her like this. Humans won't really think so deeply about themselves until something big has happened to them. He didn't know that Rachel had started having these thoughts after finding herself lonely on the stage. But he has a hunch. You don't have to say sorry. I'm happy that you seem to be growing as a person. It's going to. As he was talking, he suddenly noticed something strange. A strange golden light appeared around Rachel. It was just a spark, but he noticed it. Realizing what it might be, he opened up his system and saw that Rachel had advanced in her skill level. Rachel Rose, 28. Singing level, intermediate grade 10. Special skill, high notes. She was only in intermediate grade 9 when she had come to talk to him, but now she had leveled up. He was again reminded of Rachel's extraordinary talent. The first time he had seen her, she was in intermediate grade 2. In a few years, she had almost reached the advanced level. That was extraordinary, but it made sense for someone like her. I guess things are more mental for her right at this level. He thought in his mind, and saw that Rachel was looking at him weirdly. Why are you suddenly staring at me? Now that I think about it, you do that a lot. It's nothing, Aiden said, shrugging his shoulders. Sure. Although I'm not going to act like an enemy around you, I will still say that you have a way of making me uncomfortable by staring. It's almost like you staring at my soul. Aiden wanted to say that it was actually really like that, but he refrained himself. He tried to move on in the conversation now that everything looked fine between them, but suddenly, he got a call. He saw that it was Wade and picked it up. Wade, what happened? Go look at the news. Like, just open up your phone and see the front page of any entertainment portal. Hearing that, Aiden was silent for a second, wondering what had happened. His face went blank for a second, and even Rachel noticed. Did I get into some scandal I have no idea about? He asked, thinking if he had done something in recent time. But there was nothing. If he was being honest, his life had been like an NPC these past months. Very carefree, like he was just one of the million people on the street. No, you didn't. Just look it up, Wade said, and cut the call. Aiden quickly opened up an entertaining portal on his phone, and just the first news article was enough for him to know what was going on. Reading it, he had a shocked expression on his face. Why did this happen? I didn't even do anything this time, Aiden thought in his mind. Normally, stuff like this would only happen after he had made some sort of a deal to clear out his path, but this time, that hadn't happened. It happened randomly. How strange. What happened? Why did you have a shocked face? Rachel asked, unable to hold off her curiosity. See this? Aiden showed her the phone, and after seeing her, she was way more shocked than Aiden. Her eyes went wide, and her expression was like she had caught her future husband in bed with another man. Is it real? She looked at Aiden. I mean, they did provide proof. These things are easy to verify anyway. On the screen, there was a news article about Soul, and it wasn't a good one. Rachel wasn't able to believe it, but the news was spreading fast. There was no way to ignore it. She looked at Aiden and sighed. I will leave. I need to see this mess for myself. Though, I guess you are going to win again. She clicked her tongue, and Aiden could only show a helpless smile. Good luck. She left after that, and Aiden just wondered why this had happened while finishing his coffee. Online, the news of K-pop boy band Soul and their explicit chats have spread all around. A lot of Hollywood entertainment news portals were excited to publish the news, as most of them have gotten the tip that the chats were genuine. They have not gotten any response from Soul's agency either. If it wasn't genuine, then they would have said something, meaning that there was truth in the matter. Although a celebrity talking to a minor like this wasn't new in Hollywood, and some people would even ignore it after a few days, the situation was extremely different in Korea. The society was more conservative, and the film industry was extremely toxic, where agencies would even tell their stars to not date or maintain a facade to sell a character. They need to do that so the K-pop idols could be the boyfriend of the fans and not one girl. It was a rule that every agency follows, and in the past, and idol dating has impacted their career. This was much worse than that, and there was no comparison. Even the law could get into it, as the chats were with minors, so there was a lot of trouble awaiting the K-pop band. Tom was right. If someone was oppressed a lot, they would try to break out. Though, even he hadn't expected that he would find such things. When his sister had sent him those messages, he was shocked. But it had made him feel a bit better about doing it. At least Soul weren't all innocent. They were pedophiles. Aside from this, Soul's whole fan group was in distress. At first, they tried to make it look like it was a conspiracy theory at first, but the truth wasn't something they could hide for long. Even they had to accept it. When it had settled down, a lot of their fans had suddenly lost hope in them, while others were awaiting a press release from their agency, hoping it was just fake news. Still, the impact was mostly Negative as Soul's Sparrow handle lost almost 200K followers in a single night. The same was with the streaming numbers that have suddenly slowed down. The entire focus of the fan group was on keeping the song at the first place until now, but now, they didn't really care about it. The scandal had taken their attention. Moaning Frodo. Man, I was extremely confused when I woke up to the trends of hashtag horsey and hashtag explicit chats. It seems like the Soul members have nice kinks. They might be bastards, but they are men of culture. I approve. Gay Sparrow activist. It's extremely fun to see the meltdown from celebrity fans. They go around making it look like the celebrity is the next coming of Jesus, but they end up like Satan's servant. No one can be good with all the money, power, and attention. Idol stalker. No, it's all a big conspiracy theory. My Appa said he's a gentle lover. How can he have weird kinks? Not like I'm complaining. I don't mind some play hee. But no, he's innocent. Bald billionaire. Okay, my days of standing K-pop groups are over. They are just like other Hollywood celebrities, just with a curated image. The last time, it was a female idol who was into pagan stuff. Now this. I would rather take a celebrity going to gay orgies. Young Fruit Smiley. So, it looks like Aiden is going to win again in the streaming numbers. His numbers are going up and Soul is going down from all lists and getting into the top of newspaper headlines. I'm really feeling like Aiden is blessed or something. This always happens. I take on 5 men. Either he's the son of a gangster, or he's very well connected. Or just incredibly lucky. Can't really say, but it's fun to know that he always. Well, aside from some failures. Hollywood Insider. I hope he takes some break after this. I enjoy his movies, but he looks tired these days and looks like he's just doing things instead of truly enjoying them.